Good afternoon and welcome to Snetterton. 3 miles of asphalt, 12 turns and 25 degrees of Norfolk sunshine. It's going to be a stunner, and today the Britcar Endurance Championship rolls into town for round number 3. They've got 2 races, so 33 of the best cars for hundreds of miles around whipping around this track. They're also joined by round 3 of the OT Coupe Cup with Toyo Tires. They also race twice today, but race number 1 will be Britcar. We're going to go and speak to a few of the drivers. Okay, here we are then. It's a pleasure and a thrill to be joined by Colin Turkington, who you will recognise as 4-time British Touring Car Champion. Thank you for joining us. What brings you here? I know you're racing with Mark today, who I understand you race with a fair bit, but Snetterton, what's it all about?
Yeah, thank you for the kind welcome, the kind intro. For me, you know, it's a very different season for me this year. You know, as you know, I've done British Touring Car for the past 20 years, yeah. and this year I'm not. So, you know, before this weekend, I sort of had to scratch my head and think, when was the last race I did? You know, long story short, Mark Smith in this, you know, gorgeous E36 behind us, you know, entered the Britcar this weekend, and you know, give me a shout up to share with him. So you know, I jumped at the opportunity. You know, I've raced this car a few times before, and yeah, just jumped at the chance really to get back in the seat, and I knew it would be pretty competitive. You know, even against the Porsches and Ferraris, we're surprisingly not that far away. So so looking forward to the races. You know, it's 2 45-minute races today, so it'll be sort of 2 quick 20-minute stints on my side. But yeah, anytime you're in a race car is good fun. So
is this competitive or is it just fun? You're a racing driver, I'm sure you're going for the win, aren't you?
Of course it's competitive, yeah. Aiming for the podium already. Well, we qualified P6, so yeah, I'm not really sure what's realistic. You know, Mark will start the race. He'll do the first stint, and then we have about 2 minutes in the pit stop, and then I'll finish the race. So we just want to finish the day with a smile on our face, really. You know, the end result's not so important, you know, as long as we're getting faster and enjoying this experience. You know, that's the whole you know, point of being here. You
know this car really well. You've mentioned you've raced in it before with Mark. What have you been competing in?
So we did the Spa Summer Classic a few years back. We've done a bit of CSCC with it, and other bits and bobs. So yeah, between the E36, and Mark also has a couple of stunning E30 BMWs that we did Donington Historic with. So yeah, it's always a pleasure to drive. You know, for me, a BMW with AM Speed. You know, they always turn out a good car, and yeah, just looking forward to getting back behind the wheel. You know, I've raced so little this season compared to normal. You know, normally it's every 2 weeks. Yeah, I think I've maybe done 3 races so far this season, but yeah, not the intensity that I'm used to.
And finally, is this a one-off?
Who knows? You know, I think we're very much taking the year as it comes. You know, I have 2 sons that are also competing this weekend in junior autographs, and my oldest son also does a bit of Fiesta Junior. So, you know, I was thinking this year I would be a bit more present for their races, but yeah, just trying to manage the weekends. But yeah, we've enjoyed our experience with Britcar so far. So yeah, let's see how the races go. You know, it'd be great to get a trophy at the end of the day, but if we don't, maybe we'll have to come back again.
We can't wait to see it. Good luck.
Super, thank you
so much. Right, let's go and see what else we can find on the Britcar grid today. And I've moved just 2 garages along the pit straight here, and I found Steve Gambrell, our championship leader. However, no Dan Lloyd today alongside you, running solo. What's the reason behind that?
Look, we see the entries, the other Porsches. They never entered pros, you know. So I wanted to, you know, I thought it was a prime opportunity to, you know, put myself in the car against the other Rams on the road. Hey, if we can pip them or not, you know, it was more of like a self-satisfaction thing for myself. Bit brazen, bit mad, you know, because Dan does make the job a lot easier, you know, just doing half of the race and you know, I can just give it to him to bring home, you know. But I wanted it for myself to see, you know, genuinely on the road where I'm at. You know, and I'm in a, you know, semi-comfortable position, I guess, being at the top of the championship. So,
I mean, it's 3 races, 3 wins. You're absolutely flying, you guys. So if you win today, it's like you can prove that it's all you and it's nothing to do with Dan, yeah?
That's right. Yeah, that's right. I mean, look, you know, that was on the agenda, and then you know, coming here, the Ferrari is super fast, man. It's on rails. So those guys are going to be a a big headache for us, I think. But look, if I can just hold it together, I'm pretty sure they're going to take the lead. If I can just keep the pressure on, obviously they'll serve the penalty to have because they got the pro. So if we can just make most of that, and see where we are.
And qualified on the front row, second behind the Ferrari. Your first ever trip to Snetterton, you told me as well.
Yeah, so yesterday was the first time I'm here. You know, I'm local to Silverstone, so I've done well at Silverstone because that's if I've been track daying or anything, I've been to Silverstone. So yeah, first time at Snet. Still got Dan Lloyd here with me today.
Yeah.
And yesterday, pep talk, data analyst, whatever we've needed to do. So Dan's been amazing, man. Like you know, without that, you know, it would take a long time. I've sort of superseded the learning process and just been accelerated, you know, to be able to go on the front row.
Best of luck.
Yeah, really appreciate it, guys.
Thanks a lot, mate. Cheers. Right, it is time to go Britcar Endurance Trophy Racing. It is over to your commentator, Paul Walsh.
Thank you, Ewan. And well, Ewan Dunlop there, grabbing a word or two with some of our drivers up and down the grid for the Britcar Endurance Championship race weekend here, or should I say race day, because this is a one-day event at the Snetterton 300 circuit. But where are my manners? Let me say good afternoon to you guys and girls tuning in, of course, live from circuit side here on the British Automobile Racing Club live YouTube channel, or BARC TV as it's also known. In the commentary booth, you have myself, Paul Walsh. But we have got an absolutely brilliant schedule packed in for today over the course of the entirety of this Saturday, the 31st of May, and we'll get that schedule up on screen for you very shortly, ladies and gentlemen. But as we do wait to go racing for the first of our 4 races, well, here is that schedule, and at 2 o'clock we are expecting to get underway with the first of our 2 Britcar Endurance Championship races for this weekend, and that will be race number 4 of their calendar in round number 3. It's been their round 3 weekend. After that, we're going to be taking a bit of a breather from endurance racing and going to some classic sprint racing at 3:05, and that will be the OT Publishing Coupe Cup with Toyo Tires. That'll be the Hyundai Coupes roaring the way around and continuing their story of the season as they make the way into rounds 5 and 6 of their campaign. And then we'll be taking a bit of a breather before returning at just after 4 o'clock this evening for the Britcar Endurance Championship second race, and that will be race number 5 of their campaign. And then we come all the way back to sprint racing with the OT Publishing Coupe Cup with Toyo Tires at 5:10 to wrap things up here. And looking out my commentary booth window, I'll tell you right now, there's plenty of cloud. You can probably see that in the background. There's also a lot of wind. I mean, when I've been speaking to a number of marshals, there's always plenty of wind at Snetterton. Because of those who are uninitiated, a little bit of history about the Snetterton circuit. This circuit, like many in the United Kingdom, originally on the site of a former Royal Air Force or an RAF airfield. The airfield being known as RAF Snetterton Heath, as used by the United States Army Air Force between 1943 and 1945. And if you make your way to the circuit in person, you'll find just outside the front gate there is a memorial dedicated to, I believe it is the 96th Bomber Group there from the United States Army Air Force. An absolutely wonderful memorial, and definitely one to check out as we get ready to check out our racing, of course. Now, this circuit originally started then after the airfield was closed in 1948, and it was opened with its first races in 1951, and that was through the Aston Martin Owners Club, or the AMOC, or the AMOC, and gradually it evolved, with the first race being held on the 27th of October 1951, and the circuit being used throughout the 60s and the 70s by the Team Lotus F1 team for testing, but also for plenty of club level racing. But it gradually expanded to cover national racing and then international racing, and in 1974 the circuit went from its original layout being dedicated to the runway of the original airfield to a much more enclosed circuit, close to what we have today. But when the circuit did fall under the ownership of Motorsport Vision, MSV, and we're very happy to be working with MSV for this event today, well, we did see in 2010 the circuit be redeveloped, and well, through that redevelopment it reopened in 2011, and now you have what we have here today. 3 layouts, of which we're going to be racing on the full 2.98 mile layout of the Snetterton circuit, known as 300. Only second to Silverstone's Grand Prix circuit, I should say, in terms of its overall length, and the other 2 layouts being the 2 that make up the 300. You have the 100 infield layout, which is the entirety of the infield, which is wrapped around by the 200 layout, which is an homage to the original 1974 to 2010 layout, which was back then a run all the way around the perimeter of the southern section of the original airfield. But as we can see, the grid is now starting to see a number of media personnel and marshals out there, and also a number of team members, and we do have that great gradual build up to the Britcar Endurance Championship's first race. But as we do look to the scenic view there, one other thing that has changed over time, and in fact you can actually see my little commentary booth as I'm sat there, but less about me. What you can also see, there's a couple of our Ginettas making their way out of the pit lane, and also our GT machines there, a good set of BMWs, as all the Britcar Endurance Championship gradually creep their way out of the pit lane. Or should I say creep, they get themselves set and roll their way out the pit lane. Now for the uninitiated, if you're new to Britcar Endurance Championship, let's talk a little bit about the 2025 Championship season. For this season, an amalgamation of the Britcar Trophy Championship and the British Endurance Championship. An absolutely packed grid starting the season with 37 cars on the grid for the season opener, and that season opener being all the way back on Saturday the 5th of April at the Silverstone International Circuit for 2 45-minute races. Since then, we have also stayed at Silverstone on the 3rd of May for race number 3, or round 2 of the championship, the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. That was the first of the 90-minute endurance race rounds, whereas previously we do have the 2 45-minute races, albeit you can call them endurance races, and here we are today with 2 more 45-minute races. But as all drivers make their way out of the pit lane, they'll make their way out, do a lap around the circuit, and they'll make their way to the grid, after which they'll park up, they'll have the last checks on the cars done by the engineers and the mechanics, and then they will go on to another formation lap, and when they come back around, that's when we will go racing by a rolling start following that formation lap. So we've got a bit of time to go here. And can you hear on the story with regards to the Britcar Endurance Championship, you will see 6 car classes competing for honours this season. In the fact you have Challenge, they're the ones with the red sunstrip, and how you tell the different classes, it is via the sunstrip on the car. So red will be your challenge cars, and those are cars such as Porsche 991 Cups, Ferrari 458 and 488 Challenges, and cars with 350 brake horsepower per tonne through to 450 brake horsepower per tonne in terms of the engines. So they're the most powerful cars on the grid. You then have your GT class, those are the ones with the blue sunstrip. They are GT4 cars, and any cars with 310 to 350 brake horsepower per tonne in terms of their power to weight ratio. Then you come to the Ginettas, they're the ones with the orange sunstrip on them, and they are the Ginetta G55 Super Cup machines. It's a dedicated class, if you will. We then have the Trophy class, that's the ones with the green sunstrips, and that's the Ginetta GTA machines, and any car with 280 to 310 brake horsepower per tonne in terms of power to weight. Then where's our 5th class, we have our yellow sunstrip machines. Those are the Cup class, and those are cars with a power to weight ratio below 280 brake horsepower per tonne. And last but not least, you have your TCR class, your touring car racing class, front engine front wheel drive, and they have a black sunstrip, and they are entirely compliant with TCR regulations. The TCR regulations underpin all TCR racing around the globe, no matter where you go. As all drivers make the way around there, and we do see a couple of our BMWs making their way into Bombhole Corner, and well, we get time later on in this broadcast, we may tell you a little bit about how that corner gets its name. It's not how you think, it's not because a bomb was dropped there during the Second World War, a completely different reason why it's had that name. However, it's a bit too long for us to explain it right now, but as the field makes its way around, I do believe we have an absolutely packed field of machines here today, and in fact, as I just double checked my numbers, we are going to have the best part of 16 rows on our grid, 31 cars competing for honours here at Snetterton 300 circuit over the course of this weekend in the Britcar Endurance Championship, and well, plenty of machinery out there going roaring from stable to door. But as everyone gets set, and indeed everyone absolutely excited for the racing and that is to come. And on endurance racing, the thing about this is we do have mandatory pit stops that are thrown into the mix. And with those mandatory pit stops, there's plenty of means to try and level out the racing, in the fact that we do have a mixture of AM drivers, or amateur drivers, and we also have a mixture of pro drivers out there. But depending on driver pairings, or whether it's a single driver, you will see their pit stop times potentially extended, in terms of the fact that to balance out the field, those with pro drivers will normally see a success balance penalty applied in the pit lane. In fact, getting you some numbers on that, for those who are curious more about the statistics, in the situation whereby we do have those extended pit stops, give us a brief moment. We're just going to dig out that information for you, because we do have that written down here. And I believe it is a 20-second pit success time, or success balance in the pit lane. It's 20 seconds added onto the pit stop, and that is for any pro and AM driver pairing. So you will see individual AM drivers, or you will see a mixture of AMs and pros out there. We also do have one guest car on the grid this weekend, and it is the number 11. It's a guest pro car, and the number 11 being driven by none other than, give me a brief moment, it will be Harry Barton, who you'll see out there, the pro driver in the Barton Racing, powered by Jeff Steele BMW E46 M3. Now, he will be racing in the GT class, however, I have been informed that he's not going to be able to score any points. For those who are keeping a close eye on the GT Championship, no matter where Barton finishes, he won't be taking any results away from anyone, so therefore he can celebrate the success on circuit. Indeed, we look forward to celebrating the success with him, but it will be whoever in the GT class finishes at the front of all the eligible drivers that is going to be your class winner. As the field now fills up and looking towards the very front of the field, we have none other there than our championship leader, or one of our 3 championship leaders, because in terms of how this championship is scored, you score points based on where you finish in class, but those points go towards an overall championship pool, whereby we have currently a tie at the top between a challenge class machine, and you can see it there, the red Porsche, the Toyo Verde GT Porsche, as being driven today by Steve Gamble by himself. And we heard Ewan getting some words in from Steve earlier on and saying that he fancies his chances here, but line up alongside a very ferocious number 16 Ferrari there, and that Ferrari looking to be very eager to try and make an impression and break the run of wins that Gamble and his team have had in their Porsche. And it's going to be a brilliant showdown between the two. We are expecting the Ferrari on paper, at least based on qualifying pace, to be the faster of the car. But over 45 minutes of racing, anything can happen, and it normally does. Other championship leaders then, or joined at the very top, we also have your GT class leaders, and that is the combination of Chris Bingham and Michael Lyons for Raceworks Motorsport in the Ginetta G55 GT4, and won all 3 of their racing class so far this season. And we also do have the Ginetta class leaders. That's Marco Anastasi and Maurizio Siglio, the Darton Motorsport Ginetta G55 Super Cup car. You'll see that they're out there looking to go absolutely hammer and tongs to try and make it 4 wins on the bounce, if not 5 come the end of the day. But as we are now getting the clear by looks of things with regards to the grid, our marshals are telling everyone it's now time for you to stop taking photos and stop working on the cars, and time to head back into the pit lane. Well, we're almost set and ready for that formation, that, ladies and gentlemen. The next time we come around, of course, we will be going green flag racing, and we'll try and walk you through that grid when we can. We are just waiting to get the official grid up on screen, but give us a brief moment with regards to that. But absolutely packed grid, and qualifying in the end in terms of the very front, coming between the FF course and the Red River Sport Machine and the Toyo Verde GT. In fact, we might be able to walk you through that grid very shortly. We may not have graphics for you, but we can definitely do a walkthrough here in the commentary booth. So give us a brief moment, ladies and gentlemen, because it has not been a morning without some drama, no doubt about it. And that's the biggest drama of them all, as in fact we do have the grid. I've just had it confirmed to me, so we will be getting the grid up on screen very shortly. And here it is, ladies and gentlemen, for race number 4 of the Britcar Endurance Championship. And as we can see, it is going to be, when we do get that data coming through, and give us a brief moment, we will be seeing the number 16. Excuse me, it will be the number 16 car of the FF Course and Red River Sport Machine that take pole position with that brilliant pole lap in the end, manoeuvring them to the top. And that's going to be piloted by Bonamy Grimes, who takes the pole position slot. He'll be joined on the front row by the Toyo Verde GT number 8, and that is going to have Steve Gamble behind it. Gamble, I should say, behind it. Then on row number 2, we're going to have the pairing of the 74 Am Speed Machine, and that car will have at the helm of it Dom Malone. He's only here today by himself, and then it will be in the company of the number 11 from Barton Racing, powered by Jeff Steele, and that will have a racing at the helm of it, I believe, none other than Harry Barton, our guest pro driver. On row number 3, we'll have Darton Motorsports 47 and the 36 Am Speed. They'll be looking to go for honours there. Behind them we'll have the number 22 Race Car Consultants, and that being the machine there, the number 22, being run by none other than, I believe, Elliot Wilson, who starts that car off in this race. And he'll have the SGM Motorsport 147 alongside, that being in the hands of none other than David Fielder. And then completing your top 10 will be the Darton Motorsport number 3 ahead of the Raceworks Motorsport 63. So that's how your top 10 are going to line up. And as we continue our way through the field, we'll have the SGM Motorsport 40 ahead of TSR Performance number 7. We do apologise there for the slightly erroneous graphics with regards to how the grid lines up. And then it will be on row number 7, the Team Brit 68 ahead of the 721 Woodrow Machine, and from them to row number 8 it'll be the 110 118 Rescue Darton Motorsport Machine ahead of the 162 SVG car, and that being the car of none other than Alex Turnbull, who's here by himself today for SVG Motorsport. And then we do have in row number 9 EDF Motorsports number 60 ahead of High Row Motorsport 62, and the top 10 we'll have the Mac G Machine running there in the 33 ahead of Jeff Steele Racing, and then we will have behind them on row number 11 the Ellison Racing 189 ahead of the Woodrow Motorsport number 10, with Brookspeed UBI Qs 888 ahead of the 25 Capture Motorsport. On row 13 it's going to be the 24 Full Throttle Motorsport with Race Machine ahead of the 32 SG Racing car that starts 26th, with in 27th place the 114 JLC Group Motorsport car ahead of the Team Brit number 4. The final full row of the grid will be the number 79 No Pressure Racing by SVG car, and it'll be joined in the company of the EDF 34, and then starting last on the grid will be the number 38 Team Britcar. But that's how they all line up for our first race of the day, ladies and gentlemen. And as the field makes its way around here behind the Hyundai Ioniq 5N safety cars. It makes its way through that very present safety car, as MSV recently formed that partnership with Hyundai with regards to all their machinery at circuits, whether it be medical cars or safety cars. What our leaders are making the way through, and shortly they'll go from single file all the way into what will be a double file formation, and we will be going green flag racing for the first time for this day with the Britcar Endurance Championship, as they all get themselves set and ready to go. And of course, we look forward to seeing how all of our drivers get on, including our special drivers out there, our celebrities such as Colin Turkington, the 4-time BTCC champion. But let's not also forget we do have a huge celebrity right at the front of the field, one of the most decorated drivers out there, and that being none other than the number 16 driver of Johnny Molem. And indeed, he's raced in a little bit of everything in his career and done very well in it. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, as all the drivers make their way on through the final corner, well, it's time for us to go green flag racing for the first time here today at the Snetterton 300 circuit in the county of Norfolk in the United Kingdom. And as the field all piles out of the final corner, here they come then at pace, and it is going to be, without further ado, well, they make the way along, and it's lights out, and away we go as they roar the way down to Richards Corner at turn number 1. Now as they come down into that right hander, while leaders going side by side, further behind we do have our two BMWs doing battle already. Through the right hander they go, and it looks so all of our drivers safely on through the opening corner of Richards. Very tricky one to get right, particularly on cold tyres and cold brakes. But coming in towards the Wilson hairpin, well, our number 16 at Ferrari there starts to pull away, as already the Toro Verde at Porsche is now starting to play chase. Oh, going to be a big lock up there from our, I believe, one of our McLarens. And as our Ginetta tries to get it back on track, well, the 118 struggling along there. I wonder if it's potentially stalled or something's broken on the car. I'm not quite sure. We'll have to try and find out when we can. But as always, the field make the way into Palmer Corner. Let's look to the front of the field, and then we do see our top two runners starting to pull away. It's going to be that battle of the 16 and the 8 for the overall, as we believe. A little bit of a dicey move being made there by the Team Brit McLaren looking up the inside, not quite able to make that happen. And further back, it's 2 by 2 they go, as we do come back to the one, well, in fact that's the 118 rescue machine, apologies, the 110 car that's just stuck there and stalled there. I wonder where it's stalled or whether something's fouled on the car. As they come charging through Hamilton and towards the end of the 100 lap for the first time, and back onto the outer loop to complete the 300 run. Well, the field right now is gradually starting to compress the way down into single file formation, albeit you can see there move around the outside from one of our Cup class, or one of our TCR machines, and I believe that might have been the TCR machine of what was Capture Motorsport. But as the field roars their way in towards Brundle into Nelson, well, now we can start to see all the drivers coming on down. In fact, I think we may have a safety car, unless I'm mistaken. Give me a brief moment. No, we're still green flag racing by the looks of things. We'll just get an update on that as the drivers make the way on through. We are, in fact, I think we are under safety car. Yes, we are. We get that confirmed there, and we are under safety car conditions, ladies and gentlemen, due to the broken down Ginetta that has not been able to move forward after coming out of Wilson. We'll have to try and understand what happened to it with regards to that early instance. It looks like there's a big lock up from a number of drivers and a bit of a concertina effect and a bit of contact, and in the end, well, unfortunately, it does look as though our drivers have come off the worst there with regards to our Ginetta run, as the field makes its way across the line to complete its first lap of racing. Unfortunately, not quite a full pace at the very end of it. But there's your standings after one lap, and now on the safety car, and it is still the car of Grimes that leads. And starts on pole, we'll get in the jump there and Gambrel, and just starting to pull away, but suddenly all that progress being nullified by our first safety car of the day. In third, we do see the car of Barton there, right now being driven by Barton. That is the BMW E46 M3, our pro guest driver, who did a brilliant start. And we have Smith sitting in fourth there, the Smith and Turkington pair, and Turkington will be taking over the car in the second half of the race. But as our drivers make the way on through, it looks like that Ginetta has been moved aside there. At least I can't see anything visibly wrong on the track surface. And so perhaps a little bit there of just an issue on the car, something breaking. But as I say, we'll get an update when we can. But as all the field makes its way, this little wonderful hairpin shot there demonstrating all of our cars making the way around. And one of the biggest machines, which is going to be a big question mark over the course of the racing today, will be one of our TCR machines. And that being, I believe, as we just double check regards to the TCR machines, one of them definitely having a bit of a nightmare day, and we're just trying to get the name of the driver there, as it does escape my mind. And I believe it was none other than Darren Ball, the number 25, who had a nightmare day this morning. He had an absolutely fantastic day yesterday in practice, was looking absolutely brilliant. But coming into qualifying, things started to break on the car very quickly. The first thing that went was a bit of a noise coming from the car, and they worked out in the end it was the drive shaft, so they had to replace that. Now, after replacing the drive shaft, something else started to go wrong, and the car started to misfire in his qualifying. So in the end, he was only able to get out on the circuit for 5 minutes right at the end of the qualifying session. Was Darren Ball for Capture Motorsport, and in his Coupe TCR competition Gen 1 machine, well, he's had to start all the way from the back of the field and try to carve his way through by looks of things. But to be fair to him, he said, regardless of where he starts, his plan was to try and carve his way through and look to try and take victory, given he feels so confident in the car, and well, that confidence may be paying off here in the fact he has made progress already all the way up to 20th from a 24th place start, and that's moved him up into 3rd in TCR early on. But as all the field makes its way now onto the latter half of the lap, coming in towards Bombhole Corner, well, they all settle down once again here. No sign at the moment of when the safety car will be coming in, and well, I'm sure we'll get an update on that in due course as time gradually trickles away. However, as time does trickle away, well, one thing you might be wondering at the moment, well, how exactly does the pit stop work out here in the Britcar Endurance Championship? Well, for 90-minute races, such as the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit a little bit earlier on this season, there's 2 mandatory pit stops. However, for these 45-minute races, there is 1 mandatory pit stop, and it must be served within a defined pit stop window. That opens after 18 minutes of the race, so when we have 27 minutes or less remaining, as you see in the top left corner of your screen, that timer there, you can use that as your reference to the pit stop window, and we close it when there's only 18 minutes remaining. So as soon as that clock strikes 18 minutes and counting down, that's when the pit stop window closes, and the pit stop must be taken within that window. If it's not, there will be a penalty applied to the team that doesn't take it. On top of that as well, the pit stop has a mandatory pit stop time, and there is a defined pit stop time for each and every circuit. Here at Snetterton State, it's 128 seconds, or 2 minutes and 8 seconds there. That's the base pit stop. It doesn't include any success pit stop ballast, alternatively BOP additions, but we do have another car, I believe, being towed, and that is the number 40 machine there with the green sun strip over the top of it. So that's one of our trophy machines, and we'll just try and discern who that is, but it has not worked out for them at all. I believe that's the car of Jasper Sapra and Brian Bransom, who here today, a single car, and well, something has broken on it, and broken too soon after they ran that unique combination, the relay combination at Silverstone last time out. They're in a single car today, and the single car seems to have let go, and they were in trophy, but however, well, in fact they are in trophy, and I was going to think of another driver there, but looking at my notes, my eyesight getting a bit poor. But unfortunately, their race has come to a close. But hopefully, we'll see them back on the grid for race number 2 later, as all our drivers make the way down there. And it looks as though one of our Coopers flash its lights in the TCR class, and I believe that might be the TCR there, unless I'm mistaken, of Woodman in the Cooper Leon competition on Gen 2. And well, he's currently 2nd place in the TCR class there, and perhaps enjoying a little bit of camera time. But as all the field makes its way on around, well, right now, all the drivers there still trying to keep it at pace, and at this point, with the time gradually coming down, remember, we don't freeze the time when we have a safety car. What it does mean is it does change the complexion of the racing a little bit. So in terms of that pit stop window, teams might now be thinking, but if they were going to do a driver swap at any point, okay, how do we potentially modify the pit stop, or where we take the pit stop in the pit window in order to get the most out of our driver pairing? And for individual drivers, they'll be thinking about, okay, take the tempo down, cool things down a little bit, and get ready to go racing again. But also for all the teams, regardless of whether it's a driver pair or a single driver, what they'll be thinking about is, okay, how does that change things? The fuel in the car, the tyres. Well, we can push a little bit harder potentially later on in the race. That's going to be a fault in the fact that you're not driving as aggressively for the whole 45 minutes. And in fact, we've already lost the best part there of 6.5 minutes to 7 minutes, as we do see there the 110 being lifted off the circuit. Well, it's gradually making its way on through, and very unfortunate there for our number 110 machine, that being the Janetta class machine from 118 Rescue and Data Motorsport, that would have been in the hands of Dave May when it comes to an abrupt stall. And well, Mark Skeets in the end will not be getting to drive that car, at least in this race, but hopefully they'll get it back on the grid for later on. But as all the field comes on around then, time continues to wear away, and what we'll notice here as well is the fact that we've got relatively consistent conditions here. So this Snetterton circuit really giving a lot of time to our drivers. We've got a lot of cloud around, an ambient temperature currently of around 22 to 23 degrees centigrade. With the cloud, we will see the track temperature oscillate up and down a little bit, but not be as aggressive as it would be clear, sunny conditions. So therefore, it does mean this circuit's going to feel quite comfortable. And when I spoke to a lot of drivers down in the pit lane earlier this morning, they were saying to me about the fact they were really enjoying being here at the Snetterton circuit. The circuit seems to just keep giving them pace, giving them confidence, and that's going to be reflected in the race, and we do go back to it once more. Now, coming back to a little bit more context with regards to the wider Britcar Endurance Championship as a whole, it's in a new format for this year, as we mentioned earlier on, but it also does have, later on this year, the return of the infamous night race at Brands Hatch, and that will close out the season, and that will be all the way in round 8, and that will be on Saturday the 8th of November. We'll see races 11 and 12 of the championship calendar. Add on to that as well, that with regards to how this works out in terms of points, well, there are 8 rounds, 12 races, and the best 11 races count as the final standings with 1 drop score. So it means these smaller 45-minute races, they are worth just as much as the 90-minute races. So you've got to be as good as you are on 45 minutes distance as you are at 90 minutes, and that's what makes the Britcar Endurance Championship so intriguing. And a number of drivers were telling me that's why they like racing in this championship, because sprint racing, where you see 15 to 20 minutes, not quite satisfying their appetite, and by the time you've got yourself up to speed and you're starting to feel really comfortable with the car, the race comes to an end. But if you double it at least to 45 minutes, you can really start to make the most out of the car and really get to grips and to terms with it. And on top of that as well, over 90 minutes, you have even more time available to you. Now, as the drivers make the way around and rolling on through, I do believe we might be seeing the safety car coming in soon. I can see our marshals at the moment towards the start-finish line, getting the green flags already, and the lights on the safety car are off. We can just see that on the camera there. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be going racing at the end of this lap. So we may have had an absolutely frantic first lap until it all came to a halt, but we will be going back racing very soon. But as all drivers make the way around, we do say hello to a number of you in the BARC YouTube chat there, including Enoch and H2.0. Also carries Bailey there cheering on Team Brit. We can see a number of fans here for Team Brit, which is absolutely fantastic. We'll say hello there to Paul Rusian, who's cheering on Colin Turkington for today, and also Tezza Boy there. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, as they all make the way on around then through Coram Bend, the field all staggers up together. But it will be one car that dictates the pace at the very front of the field, and it is going to be none other than our drivers there in the Ferrari and the Porsche that get ready to go racing once again. And without further ado, it is time to go green flag racing as they roar the way down the start finish straight, up the centre straight they go in towards Richards Bend, and as they do, the top 2 pulling away immediately. But there's the battle between Barton and Smith heading into the opening corner and rolling the way on around in towards Richards and the hairpin. We'll see all that field come together soon, and we'll get to see who's been the quick restarter and who hasn't. We see the number 7 there going on the offensive as well. That being the car of Jones there in the TCR class, looking to get on the attack. And your class leader, but looking a bit further up the field there, we do see the number 47 Ginetta there under a little bit of pressure from the BMW E46 behind, but it looks as though right now the Ginetta being in a BMW sandwich, and why it's a tasty fill in there in the Ginetta machine, a very different style of machine. But there's your leaders coming on down, and Grimes starting to open up a little bit of a gap there. Went onto this lap, a second clear under safety car conditions, but then look at the rest of the field, and right now it is going to be the number 11 of Barton that keeps everybody behind him at the moment as they roar their way out of Agostini and in towards Hamilton Bend. But as they come on through there, we also do see Anastasi in the 47, or the leading Ginetta car there on the move. And as he does so, well, his next target will be to try and move a little bit further up the running order. Marco Anastasi, the Darton Motorsport car, looking to be in a happy place as they roar the way through Williams Bend. And we can see the top 7 starting to gap the rest of the field here, everyone picking up the pace, which is to be expected, of course, given the fact that we do have multiple classes here, multiple generations of machine with all different levels of power and also levels of discipline and drivetrain. But down they come into Brundle, into Nelson, and as they come on down, well, the 2 leaders have disappeared, but Anastasi under pressure right now from Fielder in the 147 BMW, trying to get nice and close there. Can't quite find it at the moment. Meanwhile, further back, is that going to be a change of position there, as we do have the number 7 TCR, and that is Jones under pressure from the 68 of Morgan, and Morgan running there in none other than what is, I believe, the number 68 driver. Let's just double check our records there. Well, he makes his way down looking for that move. Can't quite find it at the moment. Can the GT drive it? The McLaren find? Well, in fact, that's not McLaren looking for a move. But meanwhile, we've got to change of position here, and that is the 38 McLaren, the Team Brit McLaren, up the inside of the number 70, and that's going to be a move made there by Cosby versus Goldsmith, moving a bit further up the running order. But for overall position, as they roar the way on a round's complete lap, back to the front of the field we go, and that's the fight there between Anastasi and Fielder. And Fielder up the inside, darts all in, and that's going to move him up into 5th place overall there. An important move for Fielder, because he wants to go chasing after Smith, and he wants to chase down Smith for one important thing, and that, of course, is to try and take on GT leading honours. But once he clears that Ginetta initially on circuit, can he pull away from it is the problem. And that's going to be a bigger question. We'll have to wait and see. As you can see that Anastasi close under braking into Palmer corner. but can't quite find a way to come back as they roar the way out. But will he find a bit more in the infield section? Well, we'll have to see here, as that Ginetta's going to be very lightweight, but that BMW is no slouch on the straight. Into the braking zone they go. No change for them, and it looks like Anastasi right now giving up the chase there for 4th place, and letting it, for 5th place, and letting it go. Meanwhile, further back, that is going to move up the inside as we do have the number 68 McLaren of Morgan looking to take on another driver, and that's going to be a move on one of our Ginettas there, moving upwards and gets the job done. So a lovely move there from Morgan to move up now into, I believe, what is going to be 8th place. Oh, goodness me, that's got a bit tasty there between the Aston Martin and the TCR car, and was a rejoin with the Aston Martin's been demoted. That's the 25 of Ball there having a bit of an excursion, and I wonder what exactly's happened to Darren Ball. We'll have to try and find out when we can, but looking all the way to the end of the Bentley Straight, and as we can see there, the field gradually gapping itself out again, particularly at the front, but all the fighting right now happening outside the top 10 or at the bottom end of it. Now, we do see a little bit of brake dust being kicked up there, or at least bodywork dust being blown up there. We're saying it's rubbing against a wheel arch potentially, but it looks like everybody A-OK as they come into Brundle into Nelson. That wonderful chicane combination of left into right. A number of drivers saying having to get already acclimatised to it and having to get used to how you balance the brakes. Further back, we do almost see 2 wide there, and oh goodness me, it looks as though there is a problem for Ball as he makes well on. That's Darren Ball's TCR machine, and right now it looks as though, when I was speaking to him earlier, he was saying to me he wants to see some highs rather than lows, but I think this weekend has introduced a new low for him, because that car is limping along right now, and the man who was looking incredibly quick in practice yesterday, well, right now for Darren Ball, he's not looking quick at all. It's going the wrong way, and you've got to feel for him, because right now he's had a lot of bad luck, and I presume he'll be coming into the pit lane and his team will be doing some investigation work as to what exactly has happened. And as he makes his way on through, well, we look back to the field as they come charging out of Coram Bend to complete their lap, and then we look all the way out towards the front. I believe we're looking at the fight for third here, albeit I say the fight for third. Martin just charging off into the distance in the number 11, our guest pro driver, and behind, well, look at that, the fight for fourth. Smith in the number 36 right now being closed up by the 147 of Fielder. Fielder absolutely on a charge here, and that is for the GT class lead. Further back, we do have a couple of our Gianettas started coming together, and roaring from them will further on back. We see the number 7 there of Jones, the TCR, under a bit of pressure as Malone and McGregor starting to get very firm with each other. They're fighting in the Cup and TCR classes respectively, but as they all are out the corner, a bit of a run wide there, and will they all negotiate the situation quite well as they head in towards Hamilton Bend. And right now these two definitely trying to make some progress there. So that's the number 60 of Woodman that's got past the 10 of Bates, and Bates falling down a position as they head out of the infield and back onto the outfield section. But Bates making an important pass there, and well, in doing so, moving himself a little bit further up the running order, and that was ahead of the Mazda of McGregor and Tomlinson. I believe that is McGregor behind the wheel of the MX-8, the RX-8 I should say at this time. But as the drivers continue to push onwards, well, we can see this field further on down, there's no sign of it abating, and remember, this field later on in the race is going to come round to act as traffic for our 2 overall leaders, and the challenge class leaders are Grimes and Gambriel, and that is going to be where things get very interesting, because they may be the fastest drivers in clear air, but how they can negotiate the traffic, and traffic can be kind, it can be menacing, it can be everything in between. As has to look up the inside there, Woodman trying to get a little bit further versus number 7, or charging away onwards then. Well, here we're at the start-finish straight, and right on past there will be one of our Ginettas, and then another one as they all start to gap out towards the front, and that was Wilson just making his way on through, then Morgan as well, and Casey will shortly be coming up in the number 3, and Casey being none other than our runner in second place, the Ginetta G55 Super Cups. But coming down in towards turn 1, a dive up the inside. Dive on the braking, but gets it done just about. And Will Jones being passed there by Woodman, and I believe that is a change for TCR lead. Yes, it is. Woodman moves up the inside then and takes the lead of the TCR class, and a very bold statement there. But sometimes you've got to be bold and brave, and does exactly that. But as the field all comes out, and up towards turn number 3 they go, in towards Palmer. Well, there's even more side-by-side going on here. Well, here's a look at a bit of a picture of Ball's car currently parked up in the pit lane. Well, there were issues with it, and he's made it to the pits, which is great to see. And well, as then we come back to the front of the field, where it's all happening further back, but it gives us a bit of a breather for what's happening right towards the front, and that is the number 8 Porsche of Gambriel chasing after a leader, albeit Grimes already put in a bit of distance over his rival. But as all our drivers continue to push onwards here, well, we are almost 20 minutes into a 45-minute distance, and the pit window has opened, I believe, as of only 20 seconds ago. So pit stops will now start to be on the minds of our drivers. And in fact, we do have Grimes already into the pit lane. As soon as I say that, it's almost as if we're psychic here, because the pit window is open. As I look at our contact booth window, I can see our marshal on the pit lane straight, also with the board up saying pit window open, and we'll be turning that around later on, say pit closed. We'll be not on your pictures, ladies and gentlemen. Let's focus on what is on your pictures. And here we do have the number 10 and the number 33. Well, they've had a swap of position quite recently, and that's some progress being made there by McGregor. And Bates right now on a charge as well, albeit starting to fall backwards into the clutches of Turnbull and Harrison. And all these drivers right now, well, they're enjoying a great little scrap in the trophy class there. A mixture of BMW, Mazda and two Ginettas, but the Mazda is the one that makes progress. McGregor up into third place in the class, and well, right now trying to get a little bit eagerly away, but I don't think he's going to be given that opportunity, because it looks as though Bates is right behind them as they roar the way into the start-finish straight. And as they come on down in towards turn 1, well, they are going to be battling all the way there. We'll have to wait and find out how that's changed as we continue to see the field gradually making its way on through the final couple of corners here. And we can see some of the drivers a bit further back, now spaced out, but still great to see so many of them running out there. And with these races, it's just as much about survival making to the end as it is about fighting for position. But fighting for position, well, here's a bit of an exchange, and that is going to be a move there being made on the 147, a fielder by, I believe, that's one of our Porsche runners there. So they come through, including at blue flags as well. So this is getting very tasty as they make their way into Hamilton Bend. And let's give it a swap position here. That's the 147 up the inside of Anastasi. And Will Fielder right now trying to get the place back that he's lost. Anastasi falls back behind him as they roar the way out of Oggy's Bend in towards Williams. And I think Fielder's got it for now. Well, he may have. Indeed he has, but I don't think it's going to be for long there as they roar the way on the start-finish straight. And Smith, your class leader in the GTs, well, he'll be running off even more into the distance as we see the continued chase by Bingham, Wilson and Morgan, who wants to try and get into that pack, and Wilson being your number 22, but more importantly for him, being the trophy leader, where he's trying to make a bit more progress. As we do look there to our drivers coming out of the last couple of corners, well, there is your number 8, your leader then has come into the pit and will be in service there, and a quick service, no doubt about it. But as he does have the pit stop, well, of course, it'll be the mandatory pit stop time, and also some tyre changes and a bit of fuel going in the car potentially. But from the driver in the pit lane to drive out on circuit, well, we may have seen our challenge leaders both coming to the pits on different laps, with Grimes coming in first, all the way down the pile on the left-hand side of the screen, the time and tower if you will, and Garen will be rinsing and repeating the same. We've also got into the pits Barton coming in from third place, or second effective on the road, but third overall, we believe, when you consider how the pit stop, and a lot of the drivers making their way into the pit lane now. Indeed, it could be pit stop season here, and I can imagine for any AM and Pro parent, or Pro-Am parent, we could say, if the AM's in the car right now, they'll be wanting to swap the Brian sooner rather than later. But remember, they do have that pit stop penalty for the driver combination. But there's your number 74 making its way on through, and that is the car of Malone heading around, and I believe that is your Amspeed challenge machine of Don Malone, the Porsche 991 Cup car, just enjoying itself out there, trying to make a bit more progress, albeit all the way down in third place in challenge at the moment, 11.3 seconds off of Grimes, so trying to use a bit of early strategy there to try and make some ingress. We then look to number 4, and that's the Team Brit machine making its way around, and that is in the hands of none other than Trunley as he heads on through. Bobby Trunley there, the pro driver of the pair of himself and Asher Silver. And Team Brit, of course, trying to give opportunities for all of our drivers around the world to be able to go racing, and the innovations they've been able to make to cars to enable drivers who may not be able to use their legs or may have certain disabilities, given the opportunity to go racing. As, hold up a second, we go from, I think, one Team Brit machine to another. Is that the Team Brit McLaren 570 GT4 that's parked up there? And if so, I believe that might be coming out of Rich's Bend. Well, that's gone very wrong for them. We'll try and get an update when we can on what's happened to them. But as all the drivers continue onwards, well, it looks as though... Well, there we go. Oh, goodness me. Now that's definitely come out of Rich's, and it's gone straight onwards to the barrier, just trying to see which car it is, but I definitely think it might be the Team Brit car there. I apologise if I'm wrong, not the best camera angle there, but we have to work with what we have, to be fair, and it's just gone off of a difficult challenge place. But thank you to our cameramen and women for catching all the action as it unfolds, and as it does, well, that is one, I believe that is one of our 2 Team Brit McLarens that has succumbed to the circuit. And well, we do have, well, I saw the safety car sign of flashing there, and we are under safety car once again, ladies and gentlemen, as a result of that. Now, with the safety car, this is going to lead to a bit of a conundrum, because we're in the pit window time at the moment. and with the pit stop window being open, and the fact that we've only got 4 minutes left in the pit window, it's going to make taking that pit stop very narrow. There might be an adjustment to the pit window, and if so, that is going to enable drivers who have yet to pit to be able to pit. However, they will still need to take a pit stop, and this will compress the field together, and that's why a lot of drivers and a lot of teams, as soon as the pit window open, want to get the pit stop out of the way, because if there is something like this, it suddenly completely changes the complexion of strategy and throws everything that you've been gambling on out the window. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I do believe we're going to go down to the paddock, because we've got an interview with one of our drivers. Over to Ewan.
Here with Dan Lloyd, regular partner of Steve Gambrell. He's doing quite well, isn't he?
He's doing really well. He's just taken the lead of the race, but I've just seen there's now a safety car out there, so it's going to mix things up a bit. Molen's going to get onto the back of us with the safety car, so he's got a tough job ahead of him now.
Now, you two usually race together, 3 wins out of 3. He decided to go solo this weekend. Were you in that decision as well?
It was his main decision. I agreed with it. I'll back him up. It's his decision, and the other cars don't have pros in as well, other than Molen car. He wanted a real challenge, and I think he's definitely getting it. So yeah, I'm sure he's having fun.
What were your last words of wisdom to him?
Just then, it's just consistency and thinking about exits. It's hot out there. He's under a bit of pressure, so just about to keep the consistency. Like I said, we got into the lead of the race, but I don't think the safety car is going to help either.
I'll let you keep on watching. Good luck.
Cheers, thank
buddy.
you.
Back to you, Paul.
Thank you, and well, hearing there from the man who's not behind the car today of our race leader, albeit with the challenge there of the safety car changing up the nature of the pit window. Well, definitely hearing it from Dan Lloyd there, and now onwards we go once again back to the circuit, and well, everybody grouped up behind that safety car, and a lot of drivers, they have made their way into the pit stop window just about. I think everyone who was yet to take a pit stop has quickly dived in before they've been picked up by the safety car, so therefore it is going to mean all the pit stops will have happened, I suspect. We'll try and give you an update if anybody has not taken a pit stop in the window, and if there's any penalties or permutations. It definitely has been a very big change up, and indeed it's been a bit of a thorn in the side of many teams that are trying to gamble on staying out as long as possible, as we do then continue behind the safety car for at least one more lap, as the McLaren at GT4 from Team Brits extricated out of the barrier, and we believe that was on the exit of Rich's corner, but again that's what we believe we can see from the wonderful 13 corners of the Snetterton 300 circuit. But as the recovery is ongoing, and as all drivers settle back in, we'll see how the film all factors together shortly as they come across the line. But at this point, all the drivers as well trying to keep some tyre temperature there for the resumption of the racing. But as we do get set, we do say hello to a couple more of you in the YouTube chat there, including This Is Cool Games. Is this a new commentator, you ask? Well, you have myself. My name is Paul Walsh, for the uninitiated. I'm in the commentary booth for this weekend, but enough about me, more about what's going on there, and well, the marshal's definitely right now and deciding what to do, and I believe we also do have the medical teams there as well, and well, completely precautionary of course, to make sure that driver is all okay and that they can be extricated from the car and things can proceed in the safest possible manner, and we'll give you updates when we can, ladies and gentlemen. But don't be alarmed if you see that all standard procedure with regards to how incidents at circuit side are managed at any race venue in the United Kingdom, and indeed safety first is the most important priority. And also we should give a big shout out at this point to all the Orange Army, no, not the Dutch Army, although some of them may be Dutch or Hell from the Netherlands, you never know, but to our marshals are out there. You'll see them all in their orange high-vis, because if we don't have them we can't go racing. But speaking of going racing, I'm sure we will be going racing a little bit more in due course, albeit we will be at the helm of when the safety car is called in. But the pit stop's mostly complete now, and everybody set and ready, I suspect, to go racing, albeit waiting on the mercy. What else is there to talk about in the meantime? Well, we have definitely seen a few mix-ups there. And we say hello to Miguel Andreasen from Denmark tuning in, and it's great to see so many of you tuning in from around the globe, not just in the United Kingdom. And well, we do say hello to our Scottish compatriots there who are tuning in as well. We treat you as part of the United Kingdom there, don't worry, we're not forgetting about you. And also we say hello to Sikari at 666 who's cheering on from Finland. But as everyone gets set, and we say hello to Jamie Ewan as well, do let us know if you're cheering on any particular car today, who you're cheering on, or if you've got any little tidbits out there, or bits of information that you may know and want to share with everybody there. But as all the field makes its way on around there, it definitely has been a big shuffle. And also we do have what is a number of drivers Well, we have a number of drivers who are coming to a lap down, but we will have the field brought together. But as they all come on through, well, we are still under safety car. And in the meantime, well, what have been the biggest gains so far in the course of this race? Well, at the very front of the field, it is the Porsche 911 Cup car of Steve Gambrell that is leading. So as a result of how the pit stops played out plus this safety car, Gambrell has in fact made the jump there. So by going a little bit later in the pits, funny enough, he's actually been able to leap his way in because of the way the safety car has shuffled the field. So it means that the Ferrari 488 Challenge Evo machine of Grimes and Mullen will now need to try and carve its way back into the lead out on circuit, albeit they're going to be very close together. Now a little bit about Johnny Mullen. For those of you who don't know, he is perhaps one of the most decorated British racers of all time, or at least within the last, I want to say, the last 30 to 40 years. In the fact, he has raced in practically every discipline of sports car racing machine you can name. And he's not just raced in them, he's also been incredibly successful in them. In the fact that he has been your 2013 European Le Mans Series GT champion. He's also been a full-time British Le Mans champion. He's also taken class victories in the 24 Hours of Daytona in 2004 in the GT class, and also in 2007 for the 12 Hours of Sebring in the GT2 class, and even been on the podium at the 24 Hours of Le Mans, the ultimate holy grail, you could say in a way, of motorsport, that one race, and that was in the year 2000 in GT class. So therefore, Johnny Mullen, who you can see at the rear of the pitch there in the Ferrari 488, tucked right in behind the number 8 Porsche 991 at Gambrell. Well, they're right at the back of the field that they're going to try and put a lap on. Well, he's not going to be any stranger to looking to go hunting in that car. And well, having had the car handed over to him from Bonamy Grimes, he'll look to go on the hunt as quickly as he possibly can. And well, it's going to be the experience that Gambrell will need to draw upon his own experience in a way in order to try and keep that ferocious Ferrari behind. And as he's mentioned earlier, expecting that Ferrari to be fast, it has looked faster by comparison. And well, therefore, it's going to be an absolute challenge there for the number 8 driver to see whether he can hold on and make it what will be 4 wins in a row. But looking further on back, well, 15 minutes left on the count there, or a little bit under, in fact heading towards 14 minutes now. Field still behind the safety car there, and as they all make their way on through, you can see a few drivers, they're doing a bit of bobbing and weaving. One of our TCR Coupe drivers were really weaving from side to side, and that is simply to try and get as much tyre temperature as possible. Lights are still on the safety car there, so I think we are going to be doing another lap. And as they make the way on around and in towards the bomb hole corner, well, I believe we might be getting a word from other drivers down in the pit lane in a brief moment or two, ladies and gentlemen. Always good to hear from them. We'll let you know when we can, because I know Ewan is frantically running up and down the pit lane trying to get a word in where drivers have jumped out the cars. And as they all head on around, well, we do see there the field all together, albeit, in fact, they feel quite spaced out. Let me correct myself there. We've got half the field heading through Coram and half the field heading through the 100 layout. But in all the madness, let's come down to something that is certain, and we certainly got an interview down the pit lane with one of our drivers. Over to Ewan.
Cheers, Paul. Here with Jazz, driving with Brian. We didn't see what happened. Can you tell us?
I think the Ginetta went over the grass at the hairpin.
Yeah.
I think trying to avoid it, and I think I little touch with one of the McLarens on the rear wheels, broke a drive shaft.
Because you qualified well, didn't you?
Yeah, we qualified. You know, in free practice we were quite good. Qualified, I think second or third or whatever. But you know, it's broke the drive shaft now. So
is that something we can fix for race 2?
Well, yeah, they're trying their best now. Yeah, I think they're on it. So I think it should be done.
And you'll be starting race 2, fire in the belly?
I'll be starting from the back and I will be at the front by turn 1, I reckon.
Did you hear that? Mate, good luck.
I'll try.
Anyway,
thank you.
Cheers, mate.
No problem.
Just separate look at in race 2. Over to you, Paul.
Thank you, Ewan, and we're hearing there from Jasper Sapra, and it sounds as though the SGM Motorsport BMW F80 M3 in the trophy class, everything has been sorted despite what happened right at the start, so they're going to be back on the grid for race number 2 later today. Starting from the very back of the grid, but in his own words, he's going to be all fired up and looking to go, and I love that. I love to see drivers who look to try and charge their way through the field from the back. And well, everyone loves a good last to first challenge, or what we like to refer to as not the hero to zero challenge, because that would make sense, but from zero to hero, because you start with nothing, you look to gain up the plate, races. But as everyone makes their way on through, well, no further update at the moment, unfortunately, for the number 68 team Brit Machine. I can see their number of you cheering it on, a bit gutted for its departure from this race. And, well, as everybody gets themselves set, we are still under safety car conditions at the moment. Indeed, it's been a bit of an extensive time, but I believe there's just a little bit more effort being needed in order to extricate driver and car from the incident earlier on. As you can see, the machines, particularly the vans there and the ambulance making its way on through. And again, don't be alarmed by seeing the ambulance in the rear of the picture. That's all part of standard precaution. You have plenty of medical cars and also ambulances stationed around circuits around the United Kingdom for any race day event, and it's all part of a standard procedure, which is they normally over prepare, because by being prepared for the worst you can be also prepared for the best, but you can't be prepared for the worst if you're only prepared for the best case scenario, as they say. But as everyone comes on through, well, again, we can start to see this field now gradually coming together, albeit at safety car pace, and that does mean therefore the whole field will bunch back up, albeit it will be a bit of a shuffle, because our challenge leaders of Gambrel and Grimes, they will be on the lead lap with Malone right behind them, and then you do have an extensive gap to your fourth place runner, and your fourth place runner being a class leader in his own right, that being your trophy class leader of Murphy in the BMW E36 M3 GTR. But he starts all the way back in fourth and the best part of 41 seconds off, and then he will have your Pro Guest GT driver of Barton in fifth. They're still going to have a brilliant fight, but what it does mean is because the field now has all been scattered, they've been scattered onto different laps and all around the circuit, was they all bunched together, I believe, with the pit window also closed. We might be seeing the resumption of racing very soon. Just trying to see if we can find out. Don't think we can at the moment. I think we might be under one more lap of safety car. We're going to find out soon enough, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just double checking all my devices here. We've got all the electronics in the world and trying to see whether our safety car is coming in. As we do see there on number 8, that's our race leader, who's got all the field in front of him picked through. But right behind him, he's got pressure from Grimes, he's got pressure from Malone. This is going to be a 10-minute sprint to the finish. And goodness me, for our challenge leader and our overall leader, it is going to be the ultimate game of trying to calculate exactly how to make things work at high speed and how to cut through the field. But I think we are under one more lap under safety car at least. I'm just checking out my window. Yep, safety car lights are definitely still on, and there it comes on past us now. And as it does so, on your cameras, thanks of course, ladies and gentlemen, well, we are still on that, so we are going to see that race time continue to trickle away. But it will set us up for an incredible ending. But there's the number 68 team Britcar. There we see the pictures where it looks as though a good chunk of the floor panel on the underside of the front has come off, plus also that front bumper. And well, we're going to cut down to the pit lane, ladies and gentlemen, for another interview. Who's Ewan got for us? Let's find out.
Cheers, Paul, here with Mark Smith, co-driving with Colin Turkington this weekend. I just came to find you. Have a nice casual cup of tea, just enjoying yourself, relaxing.
I wasn't relaxing, I was actually on TSL looking at the times and can't work out why we're so far down, but I think it was...
How was your stint, Mark?
It was great fun. I had a belting start, and they came on the road, that's a brilliant start, and of course the safety car came out, and I said I've got to do it all over again now, so I got up to fourth. I think I brought it in fourth place, I think, and Colin will go out and he's chunks quicker than me, but we had this our pit stop was like an extra 30 seconds over and above everyone else's, so we'll see how it unfolds really.
Okay, cool.
But we've got the pro in the car now, so that's probably why I was relaxing having the tea.
Trust him, don't you? Now you say he's the pro, but you're a previous winner in Britcar, aren't you? God, I haven't raced in Britcar for probably 15 years, something like that at least. I mean, I used to race in the early noughties. 2000, I did about 1, 2, 3, 4 24-hour races. It's a great championship. It's great to see Claire and everyone. What brought Colin here this weekend? What was he said you got an invite from you.
That's right. Well, we're quite pally now, and he loves the team. He loves AM Speed. They know how to build a car, and it's the whole BMW package that he's into. And he's been driving with me now for about maybe 10 years, something like that. Mainly in historic in the E30s. But I said, "Do you fancy some of this?" And he said, "Sounds great." And he's racing at Brands, and he shot up here just for this, and he's got to go back to Brands tomorrow. But he's dialed into it.
A bit bitty with 3 safety cars. Not the race we all wanted, was it?
No, it's not. But you have to live with it. Another day you get none, so you roll with the punches, really, don't you? It's a great championship. It's well organised, and love it to bits.
Fantastic. I'll let you get back to your cup of tea and your stats over there.
Oh, thank you, buddy. Cheers.
Thanks, Mark. That is Mark Smith driving with Colin Turkington today. Back to you, Paul.
Thank you, and we'll hear in there from the man partner Colin Turkington over the course of this race day. And well, the highs and lows there of motorsport, but still, you roll with the highs, you also have to take the lows with it, and in all of it, a nice cup of tea as well. That's always a pleasure to have one of those as well. But as we see all the drivers making their way on through the car ramp they go, still behind the safety car. Lights still on there, so it does look as though we're going to get another lap here. Well, goodness me, we're going to go from 10 minutes remaining to what will become the end of the next lap. I suspect somewhere in the region of about 4 to 4.5 minutes remaining. It's going to be incredibly tight when we do go racing once again, so much so I can imagine that right now Gambrel's going to be thinking, you know what, the longer we spend behind the safety car, as much as drivers don't want to finish races behind the safety car, they want to finish it at full speed because that's what they're here to do. The adrenaline goes pumping. But you can understand right now, he's probably thinking to himself, you know what, with everything around, you can see, look at how all this field is interspersed together. Our lead lap runners in the challenge class, also our GT runners up there, and then we do have really a whole lap down, the number 47, the class leader on 12th place, and that is the combination car of Anastasi and Siglio, and they're really a lap down, but at the head of this field, if that makes sense to you guys and girls, because of how all the traffic has worked out. So therefore it does mean that essentially you've got your top 11 sandwiched in amongst the rest of the field. The top 11 are on the lead lap. The rest of the field is a lap down, if not more laps down, but they're going to go racing as well, and we've got plenty to look forward to in terms of the battle for the second and third podium spots in the class as Smith and Fielder, and that being the class of none other than GT, and of course that being the car in the hands of Colin Turkington at the moment. We only heard from Smith only moments ago, and well, here and there about the highs and lows and looking to go once again. Meanwhile, also we do see there the car Fielder looking to try and get into the mix. So everywhere you look, when we do go green flag racing, hopefully we are going to get a little bit of green flag racing, it's going to be absolute bedlam as they all come down. That wonderful camera shot there as they head away into Agostini, seeing all the field in its splendour. And as our leader makes swam through, well, of course, our pack leader, the front of the pack, that is the car of Anastasi and Siglio. That is a lap down, but it is a lead in this pack on around the number 47 Ginetta, class leader there in 12th place of the Ginetta class, so be very happy with that. And the nice thing they've got in their hands is the next Ginetta is in 14th, and that is the car of Casey, the Ginetta G55 Super Cup. But between the two of them, you've got a GT4, an Aston Martin Vantage GT4, the GT class machine of Addison. But the lights are off that safety car, I believe, ladies and gentlemen. So with 5 minutes left, well, they are going to make their way on around through the last few quarters shortly, and we will be going to race it again, albeit it is going to be a very short race all the way to the end, ladies and gentlemen. It has not been a race without safety car disruption, but that's what happens in endurance racing. You have to deal with it. It comes with a roller coaster ride of a long-term race, but as they all make the way on through, this is going to be a sprint. And we look there at the number 8 in particular, because that's the Toyo Verde car of Steve Gambrel, and right now he is going to have at least 2, if not 3 laps where he's got to manage the entire situation. He's got to manage the traffic, but he's also got to manage the pressure from the number 16 Ferrari behind, and that number 16 Ferrari of Johnny Merlin, who's behind it now. Well, that pro driver is going to be breathing down his neck. But here they come then, ladies and gentlemen, through the last of the corners, and the safety car peels on through, and very slowly we are going racing one more time here for the final 4 minutes in this Snetterton 300 race. And as they charge away through, well, here they come, and it's going to be to Anastasi Virgin, the 47 of Siglio. In fact, they roar the way through. The rest of the field now comes charging on past. And what will be changed here? Well, immediately you can see a bit of pressure being applied there by none other than the car of Casey, trying to look for its way past the Aston Martin. That's going very deep there. Is Woodman trying to cut on the inside, battling with field as they roar the way down into the braking zone for Wilson Hairpin, coming all the way through, all the field safely on through this time around. I believe that's a bit of change. I think that's number 7 of Jones in the TCR second place car, trying to make some progress for all the traffic. It's absolute pandemonium here. It's practically free wide into bottom of the corner. You don't go free wide there, even in the narrowest of cars. But then they back out, and it's going to be 2 wide all the way round as Woodman's still on the attack, and that is going to be a charging run for the number 60. He wants to try and make a bit more progress in order to move forward, run away from Jones in the TCR lead, but down to the brakes they go, and into Wilson, well, not Wilson, Agostini corner they come, and well, Woodman gets clear there. It's a big run deep there for the Team Brit McLaren, albeit they just about down the circuit, and behind them there's your challenge leaders as they head in towards Hamilton. And right now Gambrel does not want to be caught up behind all this, but as they all come out, Hamilton is 3-1 on exit. Well, the Team Brit 38 moves forward. There comes Gambrel at the inside of 1, up the inside of 2. He goes for a 2-for-1 special, and he gets it. My good lord, and that is a decisive dive there, and that's important because look at how he now frustrates Grimes. Grimes trying to go around the outside of the traffic. He does so, Williams, but my goodness, take a deep breath. That was absolutely brilliant from Gambrel to put the space between himself and the rest of the field. He had to gamble on it, did Gambrel, but as he has done so, he's opened up a nice gap to himself, but there's still more to come. Because they come down into Brundle, into Nelson, well, right now onto the brakes they go, and what we can see there, even more fighting happening on the cars that are a lap down compared to our leaders, as the leaders come onto them, but now Gambrel's got to try and find a way into bomb hole. You're never going to make that free wide, that's going to be a nightmare move, but what he will do is pick his way up the inside of Woodman, but you can see here the fact that you do have now, Grimes has caught right back up to the back of him, or I should say Mullen has caught right up to the back of him, and right the way on around here, into from Coram, in towards Murray's. It's going to be tight, and in the end, Gambrel's going to have to really drag the car in the corner. He goes to park on the apex, but I think a move's coming from the Ferrari. It's going to be too wide as they make the way down the start finish straight. Who's going to be leading into turn one? When in the Ferrari's got the straight line legs, and I think it's going to get them through as they head in towards turn one. That's a change for the change lead, and normality is restored, or is it? Well, as they come out to Rich's Bend, Gambrel's not going to give up here with 1 minute 42 on the clock as they come down towards Wilson Hairpin. Well, it looks so there. Unfortunately, the Porsche has fallen, and the Ferrari 488 has made its way into lead the overall race, and now it's trying to break away. But heading in towards Palmer Bend, where there's still traffic to come, and this could still have a new twist in the tail before all is said and done. Well, through the left-hander they go, and you can see here in the infield section, this is where it looks as though the Porsche does have a bit of strength compared to the Ferrari. The lights flashing there from Molan in the Ferrari 488. He knows that he needs this traffic to be compliant, otherwise he's going to find himself back under pressure. But a big run wide that takes a little bit of grass with him. Good lord, I thought that was going straight on. Well, he manages to get a Porsche that would normally oversteer to understeer, and in the end coming on through, that's going to be a change of positions there as the 147 of Fielder is passed by your overall leader, puts a lap on it, and I think now we are going to see Molan just gradually walk away into the distance here. He'll catch up to the leader of the entire pack of cars making its way around, and that is going to be your other than Siglio, and as they roar the way down the back straight, I think we are going to see there now our overall leader pull off into the distance. But rolling the way down in towards the braking zone for the last couple of corners. Well, that's going to be a swap of track position there between our second place runner and also our 12th place runner. But we can see there some pressure being applied by Fielder to the back of none other than Siglio's Ginetta. They head the way into bomb hole corner. Further on back to wide there, that is going to be the number 7 Jones trying to break away from Smith and Woodman. I believe with that's going to be Cosby moving forward there. Where is Smith in all of this? I'm just trying to see. I think Smith has got ahead, but 10 seconds left on the clock, making the way then out to Murray's. Will we get another lap on the board? I think we are not. I think that's going to be it, and the checker flag is getting ready to be waved, and as they make the way onwards, here's your winner, and it's going to be none other than number 16 at the crossline, victorious overall in challenge, and that's going to be a victory for Evercourse and Red River Sport, and it will be ahead of none other than Toyo GT's Steve Gambrel, who finishes second. Malone takes third in number 74, and then we will have our pro guest machine in the GT class taking fourth of Barton in 5th place overall. It is going to be a victory, I think, for the machine. Is it going to be victory? Well, they cross the line, and it is going to be victory there for Murphy ahead of Turnbull, and we will see Goldsmith complete the top 3 of the trophy class, and further on down, still more to come. Ginetta winner's going to be the Anastasi Siglio car, and well, more coming across the line, ladies and gentlemen. We'll give you those race results when we can. For goodness me, what a way to wrap up the race. We may have had a lot of time behind the safety car, but the racing we did have, we got to see some absolute brilliance in the space of a very short number of corners. But here are your provisional results, subject to any Stewart's inquiries, ladies and gentlemen. As we can see, victory in the end, overall in challenge, going into the combination of Grimes and Molam, your pro winners there, after 18 laps turned in the Ferrari 488 Challenge Evo. Gambrel taking second place in the Porsche 991 Cup, and it means that Toro Verde's run of 3 wins in a row ends at 3. It doesn't go for a 4th win. Malone taking 3rd place ahead of your guest pro GT driver of Barton, and then it was your trophy winner of Murphy ahead of Turnbull and Goldsmith to complete the trophy podium, with 4th place in that class going to Bates ahead of the Wilson combination pair. McGregor and Tomlinson completing your top 10, 6th place in trophy ahead of Harrison family car, and then we did see in 12th place your Ginetta winners of Anastasi and Siglio, with Fielder taking victory there in 13th place overall, and that being in the GT class, just holding off the charge of Smith and Turkington right at the close. Further down the order, we also did have some other performances there that stood out. In TCR, we did have Jones and Ellick take 16th overall, and in the Cup class, we did have the Hayes family set Super Corpa, and what I can tell you, they were very eager to try and make a good impression on victory. Well, they took victory in the Cup class all the way down in 21st. Didn't quite achieve their goal of taking a top 20 overall, but I'm sure they'll go for it in race number 2 later on today. Fastest lap being set by our winners, and that was the Grimes and Molan Pro car. Well, in fact, the Molan Pro, I should say, with Grimes in the AM, and the Ferrari 488 Challenge Evo setting the fastest lap with a 1 minute 52.49 set on lap number 7. But wow, 45 minutes of racing and it's over like that. And the Snetterton 300 circuit absolutely delivering. And was the circuit gradually falls silent? There's so much to pick apart in that race. And whilst we did have the best part of about 20 minutes of full pace racing, it was absolutely brilliant, no doubts about it. And absolutely superb in the fact that we did see the safety car, which really compressed the field back up, and it caused the field to essentially be on 2 different laps, with our lead lap runners being right in the middle of the lap down runners who really were at the front of the field. But I think, ladies and gentlemen, in the end, we may not have had the full 45 minutes of full throttle racing, but what we got in the end was a scintillating set of sprints. But enough about me here in the commentary booth. Let's go to the heart of the racing, and that's down in the pit lane, and we're going to go to Ewan to speak to some of our drivers and dissect it all.
Cheers, Paul. Well, not too much actual racing there, but when we did get some, pretty exciting. Going to speak to Bonamy Grimes, our winner, in just a moment. Going to get Steve Gambrell first. We spoke to him before the race, going solo for the first time this season. Oh, so close.
So close, yeah. I mean, Bonamy Grimes, what a driver. It was off the line. I knew he'd pick me off the line. I was just trying to stay up with him. But yeah, best race I've had so far. It was great. It was adrenaline the whole way. Got unfortunate with the safety car, the penalty didn't really play in my favour at all. But these guys, I got handed to them, they won the race. So. You
said this was about kind of like proving yourself. Have you done that?
Yeah, I think so. There's no other factor. I know we had a long safety car period, but the Ferrari and the Porsche are on the road together at the same time, albeit their favourite track. But yeah, loved it. It's great.
Well, congratulations. See you in race 2.
Thanks a lot.
Well, let's speak to Bon. Bon, congratulations. What a race. When we got going.
Yeah, it was really good. I mean, I hope everybody's okay in the various safety car incidents, but yeah, shame it wasn't green all the way because it was so close. I mean, it's a piece of paper between us, so it's really great race.
It's great to see the 2 reds, the Ferrari, the Porsche. You could have gone at that for 25 laps, couldn't you?
Oh yeah. Well, we get to go again this afternoon, so we'll try again. yeah.
Well done, great start to the weekend.
Yeah, excellent. Thanks a lot. Cheers.
Now our 3rd place driver is just come in actually. And we'll have a very quick chat. He had a bit of a race of his own actually, wasn't he? I'll let you get your helmet off, but well done. Another Porsche in the top 3. Again, one of those races, 3 safety cars, not the perfect race for anybody to watch, but 3rd place podium, happy?
Well, I didn't think I was going to start the race, so the car had a new clutch put in it between quali and the race, so the car was still in bits when everyone was lined up out here, so I had to start from the pit lane right at the very back. So I mean, amazing job by Amspeed to
That's incredible.
do the clutch in an hour, just about under an hour. So yeah, I was like in the car, lit it up, ready to go, and they were still like putting all the bits together underneath it. So unbelievable job by them. Obviously start from the back, then it's kind of damage limitation. I think obviously the safety cars and things helped out with that for me, which is, I'll take that.
I bet that's great fun though, isn't it?
It was good. It was a bit, it was hard work at the back there because a lot of those cars, the other cars they're quick cars. When you're kind of stuck in with them, it's they've got they drive well and they've got a lot of pace. So no, it was good fun, really good fun, and I'll take P3 all day long.
Finally, how was the heat?
Yeah, it was okay. I think the safety car lets you kind of chill out a little bit. So I hope everyone in the McLaren was okay. But no, it was fine.
Even better formulator, yeah?
Pardon?
Even more formulator?
I hope so. I'll be starting in a better position. So hopefully we can get away a little bit.
Well, go and get a trophy. Well done.
Thank you so much. Cheers. Thank you.
Okay, coming up next, it is the OT Coupe Cup with Toyo Tires. Race 1 of 2 this weekend. For the time being, back to Paul.
Well, that was a word from our top 3 finishers over on in the challenge class there from our first of our 2 Britcar endurance races today, this fine Saturday afternoon. And what a race it was. We didn't get to see the full 45 minutes at full pace, as Ewan was saying there, but we saw an absolutely brilliant sprint to the finish, no doubt about it. And well, with 1 race ticked off, we've still got 3 to go. And next up is the OT Publishing Coupe Cup with Toyo Tires, and we head into a sprint format as of 3:05, where we'll see our Hyundai Coupes from the best part of 4 different generations machine go racing. Then there'll be a breather, and then we'll have the second of our Britcar Endurance Championship races. That'll be at 4:05, and then we do head, of course, to our final race of the day, and that will be race number 6 of the OT Publishing Coupe Cup, and that's expected to get underway at 5:10 this evening. So not too many races on the schedule, ladies and gentlemen, but what we lack in quantity will make up for most definitely in quality. And we've already had some quality racing, and we've still got plenty more to come this afternoon. And well, as the sun has ebbed its way away, it's been hidden behind the clouds a little bit, it will cool things down, and indeed I think many will be appreciating a little bit of cool weather, where it be our drivers there. You could see they were absolutely matted with sweat getting out of the cars because the adrenaline was running at full tilt, and well, that's always a big challenge. But as things do cool down, the one thing that also happens is it may get cooler on circuit, but it's only going to get hotter in the minds of our drivers as they get ready and eager to absolutely go hammer and tongs at racing once again. Now, in terms of the Hyundais, you might be thinking, okay, so we've gone from a whole mixture of 6 classes from TCRs, Cup cars and GT machines and Challenge machines, but what is the OT Publishing Coupe Cup with Toyo Tires? Well, it is a single make series focused on the 4 different generations of the 2-litre engined Hyundai Coupe. Heavily controlled regulations and parts to balance out the performance, and it really is considered to be a driver's cup. Now, we should emphasise it's not a championship, it is a series. So what does that mean? Well, if the Britcar Endurance Championship is a championship whereby you score points every round. At the end of the year, it's about who scores the most points takes home prizes. Well, there's none of that up for grabs in the OT Publishing Coupe Cup with Toyo Tires. Instead, it's all about coming to each and every race weekend and delivering your best to try and take home the winner's prizes or the top 3 prizes to be on that overall podium. And at the end of the year, there's a celebration for the driver who brings home the most wins. Last year, in 2014, indeed, it was a driver who's not on the grid this time out in terms of this year, and in fact he's moved on to racing older generation minis, and that was Dan Munro, who had an absolutely brilliant time over the course of 2024. But in 2025, with a gap at the very top, we have seen the rise of one driver in particular, and it's been none other than Nathan Williams from Kersley Motorsport, who has become the one to beat, because we come into this day of racing after a brilliant time of racing at the Thruxton circuit back on the 3rd and 4th of May, where we saw doors out, elbows out, everything was out in the end, particularly right at the end of the racing at Thruxton in the final race, and it was a battle side by side between Nathan Williams and Adam Jones that went the distance. It went to the grass for a little bit, and whilst Adam Jones took victory in round number 4 of the Coupe Cup, he was demoted to second via a post-race penalty because it was deemed that he gained an unfair advantage by doing so. But the whole point about this is, we come full circle to talking about it, with the fact it's all equal machinery, as close as possible to equal machinery, it does mean it really comes down to the drivers, and it means the drivers will give it their all, and you really do see that elbows out racing, and we're going to see plenty of that here when our drivers do make the way onto the circuit. But as they get ready to go, some other things to note about the OT Publishing Coupe Cup is it was started in 2013, founded by a gentleman named John Winter, who ran it in combination with an MR2 racing series and also the Tricolour Trophy. But at the time, only Gen 1 and Gen 2 Hyundai Coupes were permitted, and over time what has gradually happened is that we've seen the Gen 3 and Gen 3.5, or the quote-unquote 4th generation Hyundai Coupes, gradually added to the grid. It first ran as its own series in 2016, and as of 2019 we saw the introduction of the Gen 3 and Gen 3.5 cars onto the grid. And what it does mean is that it's an absolutely accessible racing series, and indeed a number of drivers you will see on the grid in that may one day fancy their chances of going racing in the Britcar Endurance Championship. You've got to start somewhere, and these smaller entry points into motorsport are where it all begins. It is a gateway, if you will, into much bigger disciplines, and indeed we've got a number of drivers on the grid for the Hyundais who have already gone from one gateway, including, I do believe, one of our drivers who actually came from the Junior Saloons Cars Championship with the SCC, making his way from racing little Citroen Saxos into Hyundai Coupes, and will the next step up, who knows where it's going to be from there. So we are going to see one of the most grassroots cups or series in Britain go racing in due course. But as we do wait to go racing, I do believe there's just a few inspections going on around the circuit to make sure that everything that has happened over the course of our Britcar Endurance Championship race, everything has been resolved in terms of there's no bit of body work out, there's no spilled oil or anything along those lines, always standard circuit inspections. Well, the circuit does fall silent there, but do let us know what you're up to this afternoon, as well as tuning into the racing and how you're doing there. And we do see a number of you. We say hello to a couple more of you in YouTube, including Stoney MC, who has a little bit of a surprise face there. I'm not sure what that emoji is about. I'm not familiar with my emotional language, if that's what they call it these days. We also do say hello to Section 59 there, saying with regards to the drivers we interviewed, they did look a bit sweaty, and I think they were a little bit sweaty. And also saying with regards to the third place finish at Porsche, it looked a bit boring, could do with a brand fix kit. And I believe there in the fact a little bit of a single colour, but perhaps not as many sponsors on the car. We'll say hello to Lord Miles Spencer there, and well, indeed, so great to have so many out there. As we'll say hello to Finley Edwards. Now, as we all get set and ready to go, a little bit more perhaps about the Snetterton circuit. Well, this is the second longest circuit in the United Kingdom, 2.98 miles or 2.97, depending on the lines you take around here. It is a permanent road racing circuit. Indeed, there's plenty of them in the United Kingdom, and most of the corner names you will find here, most of the corner names are being named after key individuals in the history of British motorsport, if not in the history of the Snetterton circuit. And none more so than at turn number 1, and that being Rich's Corner, named after John Riches, the man who owned the land when it was given back to him after its use as a Royal Air Force airfield. And he was the man that the Aston Martin Owners Club went to and said, we want to use this venue as a racing circuit. And that's why it all began at Riches, and it's only appropriate the circuit's lap only begins at Riches. Well, there you go. If you ever go to a pub quiz and want to know why turn 1 at Snetterton is known as Riches Corner, you now have an answer to that one. And we'll try and feed you a few more pub quiz trivia things about Snetterton as the day goes on. Also, another thing to note, of course, the turns 8 and 9 complex of Brundle into Nelson being named after Brundle and Nelson, not Martin, well, Martin Brundle. There we go, getting my names in the wrong order. Although I'm sure some of you might be able to tell me as to why the next corner is named Nelson. I'll let you guess that one in the YouTube chat there and feed it on back. And I guess we've got a little bit of time to talk about, well, to talk about Bombhole Corner. Why is turn 10 known as Bombhole Corner? Well, it's not because a bomb was dropped there in the Second World War. I can't repeat the real name of the corner because if I do, we'll get this broadcast banned very quickly. But if I wind the clock back to the 60s and 70s, when we did have motorcycle racing really take place at the Snetterton circuit, back then on its outfield layout, or what would be the closest approximation to the 200 layout in this modern era, motorcyclists used to find, with Bombhole Corner having a major depression towards the apex, it was a very sudden change in elevation to the corner. It led to an unnatural camber. Now, racing on four wheels in a closed cockpit or an open wheeler, you can manage that. On a motorbike, it's very different. And I've never rode a motorbike, so I don't know exactly how different, but I'll take the word from the people I know who race motorbikes. However, the motorcyclists at the time used to give the corner a particular name. I can't say that name. It started with a word beginning with B, and it ended with a word that was hole. Not allowed to say what the first word was, but because at the time presenters on the radio weren't allowed to say those words either, through fear of having the broadcast shut down, they changed the name to Bombhole Corner. And that's the story. It's not because a bomb was dropped there, it's purely because the slang that was used to refer to the corner, where being an absolute challenge of a corner, well, they had to go with something more appropriate, and Bombhole just fitted the corner. And there we go. But with that thought in mind, let's come back to a little bit more irrelevant here, as we do say hello to Race Coupe Cup in the YouTube chat there, who says, we're looking forward to seeing how Mike Evans gets off from his maiden pole position, and we do have a new driver on the grid. Or at least a new entrant compared to the entrance list we saw earlier in the week, and we will be seeing the number 5 of Michael Evans out there, and he'll be looking to take off from his maiden pole position, and well, that is going to be a huge challenge. And really, the story so far of the Hyundai Coupe Cup has been one dominated by Nathan Williams, the Kersley Motorsport driver, with 3 wins out of 4 so far. But could we see a shake-up today? Because the other man who's taken a win, Adam Jones, the only driver to take the other win, and that was the second round at Alton Park, all the best part of a couple months ago. But of course, different circuits, different strokes, different folks will take to the front of the field, and that's what's going to make the Snetterton 300 circuit so intriguing, as we do see there our marshals doing the final repair work to the barrier, in which the Team Brit McLaren was embedded earlier on, and that's why we are taking a bit of a breather in terms of the racing before we do resume it, because they are just doing that inspection work. But as everybody gets set and we do look to the exit there of our final corner, we also say hello to Jay, Joshua, Johnny, and also to Dan the Paint. Everyone cheering on Michael Evans in the Coupe Cup, saying it's your time and hope Lady Luck is on your side today. Indeed, it does seem as though that when you have somebody take that pole position and maiden one at that, well, the thing you want to do with your maiden pole position, you want to convert it into your maiden win. And well, Michael Evans will be in that company, of course, of Nathan Williams. So I do believe right now we have our machines getting themselves ready down there, but we are going to be patiently waiting a little bit longer, because we just need the thumbs up from our circuit organisers to say we can go racing. If you don't mind, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to take a quick sip of water to make sure my throat doesn't get parched before we do go Hyundai racing. So I can tell you one thing. If you've never seen the OT Publishing Hyundai Coupe Cup go racing, I've only seen it once in person, and that was at Mallory Park last year. You are in for a treat, because if you love touring cars, they will be going absolutely door to door. So we're going to take a quick sip of water, and then we're going to walk you through that grid that will make up the field. Well, in fact, I think, ladies and gentlemen, we are still having that grid finalised and sent over to us. We can't quite walk you through it entirely as of yet. But what we can tell you is it's going to be a very interesting first 4 positions on that grid, because it will be the maiden pole sitter of Michael Evans, Nathan Williams alongside him, the 3 out of 4-time winner. And then behind him, it will be the 1-time winner, Adam Jones, and Max Papworth, the driver who wants to get absolutely in the thick of it. And Papworth only taking 2 podiums so far this year. He's had a 3rd in the first race at Alton Park, and his 2nd one, in terms of 2nd, at the 2nd race of Alton Park. And well, he hasn't been on the podium since then. Thruxton not working out for him. So right now it does seem as though it's the story of Williams versus Jones, but Papworth does want to become a player in that battle. And then we do have Evans, who also wants to play into it. But as everyone does wait eagerly to make the way on out, well, what else is there to note about the Coupe Cup? Also, other things to note about it as well is the fact that it does see a limited number of changes between the base car that you can buy and the actual car, as I do see our drivers making their way onto the grid now. They've just been released from the assembly area, so everybody making their way out there. And well, all these machines that you'll see, they are essentially the base car with some liveries wrapped on them firstly, with all sponsors and titles, that's to be given. But they do run a standard set of R888 RGG Toyo Tires. It's a standard spec tyre from the title sponsor of the series. Also, you'll see that they do have EBC brakes, Blue Stuff pads. They have gas shocks on ABS suspension kit for shock absorbers, a dedicated pipe cross induction kit, also a Mocal oil cooler kit. That's entirely optional if they want to go with it, or they can go with the manufacturer's oil cooler. And they also do have either the base rear wing that's mounted to the Coupe when you buy it, where you bought it off the shelf all those years ago, or they have a dedicated Type A touring car style double deck wing, and that'll be for some extra downforce. But as we do look down to the grid, there they all filter away in, and there's our scroller. And as we can see, Michael Evans, your pole sitter, then taking his maiden pole position in the pink machine there for Willow Sport, getting ready to go in the company of Nathan Williams on that front row, your 3-time winner looking to make it for. And when I did speak to Nathan Williams in the build-up to today, he was saying he's going for more wins today. Well, that's a given. So what else can we tell you? Saying, well, it's his first season of real-life racing. Yes, would you believe it? That number 50 driver, that youngster, this is his first season of going racing in real life. Before that, it was all about sim racing, so he's made the transition. And one of the big challenges he's been finding with this machine, given he's been driving a lot of front-engine rear-wheel drive drivetrain machines on the simulator, the fact that these coupes, they're front-engine front-wheel drives. What do they naturally want to do? They naturally want to understeer all the time, and with that, you've got to try and manage it. But as he gets ready and roaring to go, well, he'll be looking to manage that understeer, as indeed all of our drivers will. And behind them, well, you will see that number 43. And the number 43 car of none other than what is Adam Jones. Well, he's the man who has a point to pick in terms of trying to add a 2nd win to his tally. But they're all practically in position. We do have 19 cars there on the grid. And in terms of how the rest of that grid lines up then, because they will have one formation lap, that's why they pull away now, as they do. And as they roar the way on through, next time around, we will be going stationary, and then we will be going lights out and away we go as they make the one to their green flag lap. So walking you through that grid, Michael Evans with his maiden pole position, a 2-minute 26.294, a staggering lap there, and the best part of 2.5 tenths faster than Nathan Williams over qualifying distance. Adam Jones lines up in 3rd, ahead of Max Papworth on that 2nd row of the grid. On row number 3, it's going to be Ben Wilkinson, who starts 5th in the number 10, ahead of Matthew Watson. We then have on row number 4, the pairing of Dave Hemingway in the number 51, and the 47 of Sean Jones, the 2 of them being separated by half a second in qualifying, and a sizable gap there. Well, then you come to the very compressed qualifying period between Sean Jones, Mark Jones, and Neil Huron. In the end, the 3 drivers being separated by only 4 tenths, with Mark Jones, that is, starting on the 5th row in 9th, ahead of Neil Huron, who starts 10th. In 11th, it'll be Roger Owens ahead of Harvey Kersley, and keep your eyes out for Kersley there, because he's chasing a podium today as we do look through that grid. And well, as they all make the way through, then we do have Gary Hobbs there in number 8, starting on the 7th row of the grid, ahead of Ian Brunning. And then it's Darren Ford and Tim Prince on row number 8, ahead of Kevin Middleton and Simon Smith, with Spencer Herons starting in 19th place, your 19th starter of 19 runners, and there in the number 65 on row number 10. But that's your grid. And as they all make the way around, well, it's going to be quite a long formation lap here. Given these machines, they don't have more than approximately stock 140 horsepower. You've got multiple generations here of the 2-litre 4-cylinder engine. And the original Gen 1 and Gen 2 cars are known as the RD1 and RD2 cars, 137 brake horsepower in their G4 GF Beta engines, as they were labelled. You go to the Gen 3 machines all the way from 2002 up to 2006, or the Gen 3.5 machines from 2006 to 2009. They've got G4 GC Beta 2 engines, 140 brake horsepower, so slightly more power. but at the cost of slightly more weight in the car, and that's how they're balanced out. And the fact you might drive the heavier car, you've got more power to it, but because it's heavier, you naturally lose that performance advantage you gain through the balancing of the weight in the car compared to the older generations. And we do have an interesting mix of Gen 1s and Gen 3s primarily on this grid. I don't think there's any Gen 2s here today. I couldn't see any. I think we might have one or two Gen 3.5s as well. And for those wondering if you are a Hyundai Coupe Anorak, you will not be seeing any F2 Evo models on this grid. The F2 Evo being a special version of the Hyundai Coupe that was made in 1999 through to 2000, I believe, in commemoration of Hyundai's entry into the World Rally Championship in that year with the Coupe machine. So you won't see any of those there because they were a special edition machine and not a regular edition car. But here's the field all coming on through, and right now a lot of tyre warming being done there from our pole sitter, trying to make sure he's got the car in absolute prime condition to go racing. You can't blame them for it, but as they all make the way through. Well, these coupes, they are cars from another time, but they wouldn't look amiss if they were sold brand new today from Hyundai. Indeed, why don't they bring the coupe back? I ask myself, but they did bring, of course, the wonderful i30 machines, the i30Ns, where it be the hatchback or the fastback, and as they all head on through, everyone absolutely set there. Some cars will definitely be sporting some wounds from Thruxton compared to others, as we do see the number 21 there in absolutely lovely and delicate colours, and that being the car of none other than Simon Smith. Ask about mortgages with Pretty Vacant Racing. Well, he's not going to be vacant from the racing scene, no doubt about it, as the field now comes towards the start line and gets ready for its standing start. As they all make the way through, of course, for your pole sit in the front couple of rows, when they get stationary on the grid, they're going to be waiting there for some time, because it is an extensive grid here, a very popular grid at that, as they all get themselves set and ready to go. Well, good, we see the man, the youngster, he's not even turned 18 as of yet, started in second. Can we see him make it a fourth win in 5 races? Could we see our pole sitter, our maiden pole sitter, convert that pole position into victory for Michael Evans? Or can we see Adam Jones make it a second win of the season? But alongside him, don't count out Max Patworth, a regular, as all that field gets 7th position. You can see there Williams creeping forward. They both are. They want to be absolutely right at the front of their boxes. Well, they're both teasing each other on. And, well, as the last couple of cars just filter into position, also keep your eyes out for the Kersley Motorsport machine further on back, and that being the number 50. Right towards the back of the running field, because of the fact that number 80, I should say, of Haby Kersley, in the fact that he wants to try and go for a podium here today, but he started all the way from the back, so therefore he's got his hard work cut out for him. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, they're all in place, and I believe we're awaiting the lights. And it's lights out and away we go then for the first of 2 races, as round number 5 of the OT Publishing Coupe Cup with Toyo Tires gets underway here at Snetterton 300. A brilliant start there for our pole sitter, but where is Nathan Williams? We had a lot of wheel spin, but he finally gets it launched. He's into second still, as meanwhile Adam Jones, he dropped down 3 places. Yes, in fact he's dropped 2 places down there, almost at risk of losing the third. The same for Patworth, as they make their way down in towards Wilson Hairpin for the first time. Onto the brakes they go then, and well, it's a lot of pressure early on for Evans from Williams. Williams may have had a slow start, but now he's got himself engaged. 3-4 wide there further on back, as that's a big switch back being moved there from the Kersley Motorsport machine. There's a tap incentive one way, then the other. Does he get under control? Yes, he does. He powers through a huge sideways moment there. Goodness me, there could have been drama. And speaking of drama, I think we've got one of the drivers having to park it on the grass there, coming up towards Palmer Corner. We'll find out shortly enough. But as they roar the way onwards, well, what an opening couple of corners. I don't think we're done yet, ladies and gentlemen, because now here comes Williams looking for the move up the inside. But of course, on the inside of Agostini, it gives you a slow run towards Hamilton Bend. But we'll see how they come out as Jones fights his way back into 4th place. And as our leads come through, yes, we had a change of lead. That is Williams up into lead. A runway there from the number 8. A bit of an excursion there for cars further down the order. Everyone deciding to see how warm the tyres are before they've even completed 1 lap. 2 wide there into Hamilton. That's Patworth versus our number 12. And our number 12 there making his way through. That's Watson trying to hold on here as the 97 tries to go all the way around the outside. It's Max Patworth. And Patworth here definitely digging in deep. But as the leaders make the way around, we can see there Williams right now is not running away. If anything, he's under increasing pressure. Patworth still side by side, as that's the number 18 coming off the circuit, making its way home, and that's Ian Brunning's car. We'll get a story on that later, I'm sure. Indeed, it's been the one in the worst woes of all of them, but goodness me, what an opening lap as they head on down. Is that too wide? They're coming down to Brundle into Nelson. Yes, it is too wide, and Williams going defensive here, and right now feeling a lot of pressure. And indeed, this must feel like it's already Thruxton Part 2 in terms of how race 4 ended, albeit race 4 in the championship, but the point being he hasn't got Jones harassing him this time. Indeed, it's a very different drive at the front of the field with him, as we see a brief run wide there. That is a long run wide, in fact, and that's our number 12 driver heading on the round. And we're right now trying to bring it together. That is Watson still exploring those track limits, and then some trying to turn it into a rallycross car, but he does bring it back on. And I think they're just a little bit of understeer, carrying him out of Nelson corner, brings him back together. Fight further back there for the number 8, trying to keep one of the Kearsley Motorsport machines at bay. But as they all come out of the final corner, well, here they come, and it's 2 by 2 in terms of packs at the moment as they complete their first lap, albeit as our leaders make the way through. There's still more to come here further back in the order, and we've even got a scrap right at the back there. There's a bit of power oversteer there, or lift-off oversteer, I reckon, going on through Murray's. But as they charge across the line, well, it is none other than Williams who leads ahead of Evans, followed by Wilkins. Then we do have Adam Jones in fourth, ahead of Packworth, followed by Hearn, then Watson, and then in 8th place we do have your runner, or Sean Jones there, trying to make a bit more progress. But as they roar, in fact, that's not Sean Jones, it's a different Jones entirely, who's jumped all the way out the running order there, and that's Mark Jones has made as well. 3 members of the Jones family all together there. We're going to get them wrong at some point, I'm sure, but as they come on around, there's still more to come, as it's 2 wide there down into Wilson, and that's further on back. And I believe the 51 of Hemingway is now just trying to make its way away from that two-way fight between Kearsley and Hobbs as they fight over the final top 10 spot. We're coming out to Palmer Corner there as our leaders begin to gallopant off into the distance and enjoy their battle right at the front of the field. There's still more to come, as you can see, the fight for third between Adam Jones and Wilkins. Well, Wilkins there defecting to the outside, taking that race in line, but Jones starting to tease out a potential move here. But Jones not quite on the pace of the top 2 at the moment. It's a little bit of surprise there, but perhaps he's just seeing where the pace is. Perhaps he's trying to find a little bit more out there. And well, qualifying definitely not putting him on that front row of the grid, but anything can happen over the race distance, and it normally does, as we do see there. That is number 43 of Jones. In fact, he made his way ahead. I think he has. I think he made his way ahead through none other than Hamilton Ben. We didn't quite catch that on camera, but we've seen the aftermath, and the aftermath being that Wilkins has dropped behind Adam Jones, and Jones now trying to make his way onwards, and that is Wilkinson, I should say, use his full name there. Exclude our time and towels, they make the way down, but as they do, well, going very far over to the right side, and you're probably wondering what's the problem there, as we see a big run. That's a big run wide, and that is the Kearsley machine of the 88 taking a run wide. But as they come down, well, Williamson's still under pressure. Now look at Adam Jones, he's already up into third, and he's roaring away there from Wilkinson. He just needs to be released, and they've released Adam Jones onto the field, and well, now Evans and Williams will know he's coming. And meanwhile, more fighting going on here for 10th place as Kearsley trying to keep Hobbs behind, and Hobbs looking one way then the other, and just about keeps it on the road. As meanwhile, just a bit further up the order, that's the fight for 7th between Watson and Mark Jones. They go 2 wide there, I believe, unless I'm mistaken. There's quite a bit of damage on our all-white machine there on the left-hand side door panel. It's definitely bearing some war wounds from earlier rounds this season, but coming all the way to the front of the field. Lovely timing there to see our leaders make the way around, and well, you can see that Adam Jones right now is absolutely charging onwards. It's almost as if they've told him, right, we need you actually to go 100% now, Adam, and he said, yep, I can comply with that. But roaring the way across the timeline in terms of lap times, well, Jones may not have had the pace on that lap because he was in traffic in terms of battling with Wilkinson, but I can imagine the next lap we will see a fastest lap of the race, or at least a personal best. But as our leaders made the way through, here's more fighting going on, and that is side by side between the 87 and the 32. In fact, I think that's between the 87 and the 51. It is indeed, and that's another place came her and up the inside of Hemingway, but well, Hemingway, and as they roar the way down in towards Wilson, will there be a change from again? I can't see anything, but we do see there our 3rd place runners. There's a lot of smoke up there. Is that just a brake lock up there? We'll have to try and find out. We've had to change a leader, in fact. Well, that's happened, and now we do have Evans back into lead there, and it looks as though Williams, well, he's had a bit of a poor run. I suspect that was either Richards or Alternative Hamilton. Well, either way, it's a change for lead as they make the way down into Agostini. But the thing with these cars is as well, you push them hard on one lap, it gives you boiling hot tyres and boiling hot front brakes for the next lap. You've got to pace them out. These cars are not as easy as they sound to drive. They have very little power, so you've got to drive them aggressively, but drive them too aggressively, and the front tyres will just completely go away before you've even completed half the race distance. And that's what we saw at Thruxton, with the amount of degradation around the left-hand side tyre. The fact that by the end of the race, everybody was struggling to get these cars stocked into the final chicane. But right now, it looks like everyone's pushing onwards, but I can imagine some tyre temperatures are starting to come up, and this is where we'll see those exchanges. Speaking of exchanges, right towards the back of the field, we love to see this as well. The fight for 15th, that's between Smith and Owens as they continue to push onwards, and Smith does seem to have broken away a little bit, in fact, as he makes his way on around there. And well, in fact, I believe that might be Owens, in fact, that's jumped ahead. Excuse me there, as meanwhile our drivers roar onwards down the Bentley Straight, well, as they do, still fighting there between Kearsley and the Hobbs. But back to the front of the field, well, Evans was ahead. And he's still ahead, but not by much anymore as they make the way out to Nelson. But look there, the looming orange machine of doom. That is Adam Jones. Doomed for the right reasons, because of the fact he is right now an absolute manifest of foreboding pursuit as they roar the way around there. And as they do, heading towards Bombhole Corner, we'll further on back when see now it's line astern here as they all roar the way inwards. We've got the number 88. They're still trying to make some progress. It has cleared Hobbs for a brief moment, and now it's going to breathe down the neck of Jones, the number 32 of Jones there. And it's going to be one of those challenges for Mark Jones, where he's going to have to look more rearwards than forwards. As we get towards the halfway point of the race, well, we have completed the best part of three laps there. We're now going to a fourth lap, and as we do, these laps gradually accrue upwards. We are expecting a grand total of 6 laps, perhaps the 7th if we get a cheeky one in. But our leaders head down towards turn number 1, and as they do, no change at the moment. Evans still holding on to this lead, and Williams right now close, and I think he's just teeing up where he can get ahead of his rival. And it's a very different story here in what is a brilliant performance from Evans so far. Let's not put the commentator's cursor on him, however. You could see the rear right tyre lifting up slightly and stopping rolling there. To be expecting these cars, there's a big lean over the front of them. We also do have a black and white flag. I think that's been applied for track limits for one of our drivers. The number 88 has been warned about track limits, so that is the number 88 Kersey machine running in 10th. As being reminded, keep it on the track, not off of it, and well, if they keep doing it, they will pick up a time penalty. Albeit as our leaders make the way onwards. Here comes Williams then, looking up the inside. Close, but not close enough. But look behind, you'll see Jones even closer. That's a big look up inside there from Williams. That's going to cause Evans to go out wide. That will bring Adam Jones closer. Further back, the fight for 4th through to 6th. That started to space out. The fight for 7th, meanwhile, well, that's still ongoing here. You have 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, and 13th all together. But back to the front of the field. Through Hamilton they go, and that's Williams back ahead there. And now Evans has got a problem, which is he's between a rock and a hard place. He's got the rock hard pace of Williams in front of him, and behind him he's got the hard place, which is Adam Jones getting closer and closer as they move their way forward. But as they come up through Williams, well, right now they roar the way on through, but with the draft here down the Bentley straight, you can imagine that Evans will want to move forward, not backwards. But roaring along then, we'll have to see what's going to happen here as they make the way on down. Will Hyundai say never just drive? And right now these three are definitely never just driving as they make the way onwards, albeit heading in towards Brundle into Nelson. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be close. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a replay of what happened a little bit earlier on down into Agostini, and a break, and they went, and this was the Kersey 88 machine under a lot of pressure and just went straight on. And well, it looks like that might be a problem with the brakes, and the car just in the end coming to a halt only a few inches from the barriers there. A bit of a nightmare moment. But as we come from what was that replay there of the 10th place Kersey machine that taking the excursion, and hopefully all's okay, back to the front of the field. Well, our leaders right now, they could not be closer if they tried, because Adam Jones was a second behind them going onto that lap. But where's he going to be come the end of the lap? And the answer is he's going to be right on the back of them. And all three drivers set personal best, but Adam Jones sets the fastest lap over 2 minute 26.45. He is roaring onwards here, and we have got a treat for the eyes now. It's a freeway fight all the way to the end. We'll make the way through turn 1 into 2. It's close, and how much closer can it be? Well, we have got some more track limits warnings between drivers, and I don't think we've got any for the top 3 here, so therefore they're all going to be absolutely staying on the straight and narrow. They love the racing, and they're trying to keep it within the limits wherever possible, although I think the limits might be a little bit subjective come the end of this race as they make the way onwards. Albeit now, what is noticeable is it does look as though Williams starting up a little bit of a gap here as he absolutely attacks Palmer. Lovely line through there. Evans, meanwhile, starting to be drawn a little bit further back. And speaking of further back, what we can see there, looks though there might be a bit of rubbing bodywork there for our number 8 machine, unless I'm mistaken. The number 7 looking for a move there, and that's a good attempt from the number 7 car of Kevin Middleton, trying to make a bit of progress into 10th place. The position of 10th place definitely seems to be a very enjoyable one that everyone wants to scrap over today, and well, a very popular one, no doubt about it, as we see the 57 there pushing onwards, and as it makes its way on around, no change at the moment further on down, albeit I can imagine there's more to come outside of the top 3 later on this race, you can guarantee that. But going through Oggy and in towards Williams, right now the top 3 staying as they were. Adam Jones, they're falling back a little bit. Was that a brief run wide there, kind of Oggies? I think it might have been a bit of an error from Jones. Well, it's very easy to make mistakes in these machines. You push them hard and you push them a little bit too hard, and suddenly, well, the proverbial wheels come off the bus, albeit they're not coming off right now as they make the way down the Bentley straight, and here they come then, and we're making their way down in towards that braking zone. Well, they weave from one side to the other, and Williams right now dictating that race in line. It really feels as though it's the Tour de Hyundai as they roar their way into that braking zone of Brundle into to Nelson. A bit of a lock up there on the front left brake from Williams. He made his way on through, but that's going to be expected there, and also a bit of rubbing of the tyre. And as they roar the way into bomber hole corner, no change error this time, and it looks as though now, whatever Williams has done this lap, he's brought stability to this top three, because they're all keeping each other honest, but nobody's going to find a move right now. I say that, but you know it's going to be wrong when we go to the next lap as they roar the way onwards. Further down the order, we did also briefly see an appearance of Wilkinson there in 4th place in the number 10, looking happy. But speaking of looking happy here, well, that's a change of position. That is the number 7 of Middleton up ahead of Hobbs for 10th place. And behind, you do have the Lightning McQueen machine now trying to make a little bit more of an ingress there as he roars his way on through. But as they make the way onwards, well, now we come back to the front of the field, and look at that. The top three still together. And on that lap, fastest driver of the three, it was Adam Jones, who's running in 3rd. As they make the way onwards all the way down, and will roaring the way onwards at the moment. The battling is absolutely brilliant between them, and it is only 6.5 tenths that separates the top three, but more of the field coming on through, and as they do, well, that was her and Hemingway and then Mark Jones all making the way on down. We saw Middleton almost starting to get into the picture there, as looking up the inside a little bit. That's offensive defensive driving if I've seen it, and that was Evans there going very tight to the inside of Wilson to say essentially to Jones, no, I want to chase the leader, I don't want you fighting me. And Williams meanwhile not under too much pressure there, being far enough ahead, but Evans right now definitely has to take a little bit of offset lines here in order to keep himself safe and hold on to that 2nd place, because even if he doesn't bring on home the win, taking a 2nd place after your maiden pole position when you're in the competition of these two drivers around you, that is an achievement. That is going to feel like a victory, and they're going to be celebrating. Further on back, we do have there the 87 of Hearn being chased down by the 51 of Hemingway, and well, as they make the way down towards Agostini, we'll see how that battle ends in due course. They head onwards, but before we come to that battle, let's come back to the battle for 2nd place. As our cameraman tries to cave up, and it does look as though they're going a bit fast, but in the end our cameraman does catch them as they head into Oggie's Bend, and with 1 minute 20 on the clock, we will have one more lap before this is all said and done, I do believe. Well, we're on the way out then of Williams Corner and onto the Bentley Straight, and again Evans a bit further back there. Meanwhile, looking further back, we still do have that fight for 7th going on, and it's a lovely little battle that is, albeit with the 32 of Jones starting to close up. It might be able to play a factor on the final lap. Down they come in towards Brundle into Nelson, left into right they go again. Will we see a potential opening here? And the answer is Adam Jones gets close, not really close enough, but it does seem as though Williams has started to pace this one a little bit, and I wonder whether all three drivers here are perhaps sort of the mutual mindset, which is we've got another race to enjoy later on, so let's just keep it calm in this one. Albeit I can imagine all three are not thinking that way at all, but it does feel that way a little bit. But then again, what we see on the camera versus what's happening in the car, two entirely different worlds now. I don't mean to presume, but what we can presume right now is it's not going to be peaceful there. Number 87 Hurren, who continues to try and run away as he does, and well, roaring his way onwards with 20 seconds on the clock. Black and white flag for the 87 of Hurren. That will be for track limits, and well, that's going to be a warning there. Go any wide any again, and you will be into the pit lane, or alternatively you will be taking a post-race time penalty. But here we go then, ladies and gentlemen, one more lap. Personal best from Williams, personal best from Evans, and Adam Jones right on the back of Evans as they head in towards turn number 1. 2 tenths is the gap between them. Jones looks up the inside and he can't quite find it there. However, he does show his intentions very clear there to Evans, and in fact the fastest lap race was 2:26.45 earlier on, set by the 3rd place man, and right now he's going to be laying down another mark here. If he can't win, he's going to take 2nd place. He'll be 2nd best to the man who does take the wins. We'll come out of Wilson and in towards Palmer Corner. You can see there, look at the lines that Adam Jones is using. He's using all the track and then some. The exit curves, he'll use all of it, and that's only fair to him as he wants to try and make the movers. Meanwhile, Williams continues to try and creep off into the distance here, making his way down. The hammer's down here as he roars his way out towards Agostini. That gap now up to about 7 tenths as they head in towards the turn 4 hairpin. Further on back, the fight for 4th. There's not really a fight at the moment. It's a 2-second gap between Wilkinson and Papworth. Max Papworth in the end having to really settle for that 5th place at the moment after a difficult start. Oh, goodness me, now that is a fight going on again. That's a 10th, and that's going to be Hobbs looking around the outside of Middleton, coming through Palmer Corner, and Indian Middleton will hold on for now until it's an excursion for Ford in 12, a little bit further back. And the Lightning McQueen machine may not be able to battle against the Bumblebee and the all-yellow machine, but from them, now looking back to the fight for 2nd, we can see Williams has definitely pulled away. That's almost a second's worth of daylight now between the two of them, but it's Evans and Adam Jones here staying close all the way through Williams. Then they go, and as we look to the end of the Bentley Straight, we'll very shortly see a little bit of the visor make its way over the distance. There it is in the distance, and that is going to be Williams here. He's running away with this right now. All he knows is there's 4 corners between him and victory if he can bring it on home. But look at this, you'll see Evans there. He's in the middle of the road. He's still in the middle of the road, and it's Sonny peeling out from behind him. Adam Jones reveals himself to the spotlight, and as they make the way for a left into right here, Jones now trying to go for the ultimate move Brundle into Nelson, but he hasn't quite got it on the brakes. Can Evans get it stopped, however, is the question, and the answer is yes, Evans can. Just hold on there, and now into Bomhole corner, then Corrigan, then Murray's. There's only 3 corners left here as they make the way around. And as they roar the way on through, well, here we see that wonderful view of the final corner, but who's going to get to it first? Well, I think the answer is going to be Williams. There you see him emerging into the camera shot as they come around the second half of Corrigan Bend in towards Murray's. They go through the left-hander, and well, he's had 3 wins out of 4 so far. Today has been round number 5 so far, and it's going to be 4 wins out of 5 as he makes his way down the start-finish straight. And right now, can anybody beat Nathan Williams? The answer seems to be no, as he comes to line and takes the checkered flag. In the 5th second, is it Evans or is it Adam Jones? I think it's Evans, literally by only 15 thousandths of a second. And then it is going to be Wilkinson in 4th, ahead of Matt Patworth in 5th. Then we'll have Watson in 6th. Goodness me, and then we've got a sizable 5-second gap there to Horan in 7th, who just holds off Hemingway to the line, does he? Yes, he does. And then it will be, I believe, Mark Jones in 9th, and then completing your top 10 of Willoughby Middleton and Willoughby Hobbs. We're about to find out as they make the way on through. Well, here they come. And in the battle of the yellow machines, I think in the end it is going to be Middleton who just holds off Hobbs to the line. But as we come back to the front of the field for a brief hunt, there's the celebrations of Williams. He'll be absolutely happy to make a 4th win of 5 this season. Goodness me, ladies and gentlemen, I'm absolutely breathless here for seeing all this brilliant racing. But as all the tries come to a close there and the field completes its running order, well, we did have the unfortunate retirement early on, but here we do have a little bit of a replay here potentially, I'm not sure. With that note, we're just going to go straight to the results, and here they are. Provisional subject to Stewart's inquiries, and Nathan Williams taking victory after 7 laps of racing, ahead of Michael Evans by 2 seconds. Evans holding on for his maiden pole position to take 2nd place overall, ahead of Adam Jones, where Ben Wilkinson just missed out the podium, but taking a happy 4th place. Max Patworth, a difficult start, takes 5th, ahead of Matthew Watson, with Neil Horan holding off Dave Hemingway for 7th, ahead of Mark Jones and Kevin Middleton. Middleton holding on to 10th place ahead of Gary Hobbs by only a 2nd, with Darren Ford, Tim Prince and Simon Smith completing your top 14. Fastest lap of the race on lap number 3 at 2:26.45. Adam Jones with a brilliant drive there. And in fact, we should correct ourselves there, ladies and gentlemen. It was accounted for after the race that it was Adam Jones who took that 2nd place, not Evans. So Evans in just missing out there as the time was updated. It was literally fractions between them, but it does look as though when the time's been updated again, Adam Jones just squeezing his way ahead. So apologies for the misresult representation there, but that's the way it goes when it's so close. They do have to double check with regards to the times because it was literally a hair's between them. But what a race for our Hyundais, ladies and gentlemen. Goodness me, round number 5 of their series, the OT Publishing Coupe Cup with Toyo Tires. I mean, as we said earlier on in the build-up, it's close, it's fast, it's furious in sprint racing, and in the end we got to see plenty of that. But what we also got to see is after a bit of a slow start for Nathan Williams, he picked up the pace and he moved into lead, and he never looked back from there. And well, I'm sure we'll get the story from a number of drivers down the pit lane in due course, but there's so many stories out there in a 15-minute race. I mean, it just leaves me absolutely breathless with regards to all the racing out there, and it's good to see so many of you in the YouTube chat enjoying the racing, whether it be at Matt's and us, or alternatively Section 59, and we're saying that someone's about to blow a head gasket. Well, we almost blew one here in the commentary booth with how incredible the racing was, no doubt about it, and we look forward to plenty more when they have their 2nd race right at the end of the day. But as the circuit calms down for a brief moment, and indeed the sun comes back out, it shines once again, and it smiles on us as we get ready for what will be more racing this afternoon. Well, just a reminder, we are going to, after this race, have a bit of a break, and then we will be back for what will be our 3rd race of the day, and that will be a return to the Britcar Endurance Championship with 45 minutes of racing from them, and then we will come to the 2nd of our OT Publishing Coupe Cup races, as powered by Toyo Tires, and that will be around number 6 of their series. So plenty more to come, and indeed you've just had a taster of what's to come here at Snetterton 300, and we'll see more of it as we get set and ready for more racing action. But as all the drivers are making their way into the pit lane, the marshals are back out there once again doing their absolutely brilliant job of making sure the circuit's in the best possible space. We did see quite a bit of smoke coming up from some cars at certain points. They'll be checking if it was bodywork, whether it was oil or something in between that went down the circuit. But as everybody gets themselves set, well, we'll have to wait and see exactly what's to be in our other 2 races of the day. But we are now looking potentially for our winners of the Hyundais to make their way into the pit lane. And I believe they're all just being escorted down into the Parc Ferme area as we speak, albeit no word when we'll get a word from them in the pit lane. as the circuit does fall silent. We've got plenty more to come this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, we're going to take a bit of a breather here for now, and we'll be back for plenty more racing, which I believe is due to get underway in about, well, if I double check my watch, in about 20 minutes. About 20 minutes time. But we're going to have some interviews while drivers down in the pit lane, and we'll be over to you accordingly to speak to some other Hyundai runners.
Right, here we go then. Four-time winner now. Quite incredible, Nathan.
Yeah, the season's been going really well. Obviously, added to it this round, and yeah, couldn't have wished for better this season.
Now, do you come into these races now expecting to win? It's only round 3, but you're doing incredibly.
Oh dear, ladies and gentlemen, having a slight issue there down in the pit lane with regards to our roaming camera. We will try and get a reconnection there as quickly as we can. In fact, we are back, so let's carry on that interview there. Back to you and once again with our race winner.
I think it's just staying behind Mike and just trying to pick your opportunities. I saw Adam was catching us, so it's trying not to battle too hard that he caught us and then made it a three-way fight. So it's just trying to pick the opportunities and know when to overtake.
And how was the heat in there?
Very, very warm. Yeah, it's like a sauna in there, so I'm happy.
Aircon full blast?
No, fortunately.
Mate, good luck in round 2 later.
Yeah, thank
Cheers,
you.
buddy. Thanks a lot. Well done, Nathan. Let's go and have a chat with second and third place. First of all, have a chat. Happy with that race?
Yeah, really happy with it. Best position I've ever got, first podium, so yeah,
That's
really happy.
Amazing. What was the key?
Different car. Matt Watson's very kindly lent me his. So yeah, I like this one very much.
Fantastic.
So,
are you allowed to keep it?
No, but I'm going to build my own one of these. So already got that deal done to buy a car. So this was sort of a test to just check that I liked it after I'd agreed to buy another one, which doesn't make much sense, but seemed a good idea at the time.
And we know it's hot in the car. How are track conditions? Because it's blistering.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not too familiar with these and how quickly they usually cook the tyres. I definitely cooked the tyres about halfway through. I was overdriving it. I'm not sure how the other guys got on. They're used to driving the cars that they've been driving today, so they'll probably have a better idea. But yeah, didn't feel too bad.
Expect more of the same later?
I hope so, but yeah, I'm not going to be too optimistic because, yeah, set yourself up for disappointment. So
Mate, well done.
A bad result.
Well done.
All right, thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. Thank you. Right, we're going to speak to our third place driver in a second, Adam Jones. Now, Adam is other than Nathan, Adam's the only person with a win in this series so far. One win from earlier in the rounds. Nathan's now got 4, and the way this championship works, it is done on most wins in a season. So second and thirds don't technically count until it goes to countback. Adam, is it not absolutely roasted with that helmet on?
Yeah, but my haircut is terrible with how sweaty I am, so I'm not taking any chances.
How was that one for you?
Yeah, no, it was good. I had a bit of a rough start, but we managed to recover, got some places back, and then, as I say, it was quite defensive up the front. I tried where I could. It seemed like I was lacking a bit in some areas, but better in others. So we'll try and work on those and get there for the race 2. So
now we know all these cars are identical. Can you make any changes before race 2?
So we'll have a look. There's obviously some setup changes in terms of turning and stuff like that, but they're fairly standard. So we're just going to have to try and find some more talent to take it to Nathan.
Good luck.
Cheers, thanks.
Really enjoy your break. Right, I'm going to speak to a few chaps over here who are just enjoying the sunshine. Guys, enjoying the Norfolk sunshine. Good race for you all?
Really good race, yeah. We had great fun. Yeah, the 3 of us, it was a good battle. Yeah, it was really good fun.
What do you like about Snetterton?
It's just a fast flowing track. Yeah, it's really good. It's a bit of a journey for me to get here. It was a nightmare yesterday, but it was worth it now. You know, get on the track.
Where are you from?
I'm from Portsmouth, but
Oh my goodness!
M25 was a nightmare yesterday. But yeah, the track when you get here, it's just such a nice track, so well flowing. Yeah, enjoyed it. really
And
good.
the paddock here, I mean, I cover lots of series, but the Coupe paddock, it's so friendly.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Everybody wants to get everyone out. So yeah, if we can help anyone out to get them out, that's what it's all about. And yeah, it's a good bunch of lads. And yeah, we were just saying, really clean racing.
Yeah.
The three of us had a really good battle, but really clean. And that's nice. All
Good luck in race 2.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Cheers, buddy. Right, let's just get one more conversation in here. You come in here, sir. How has the day been for you so far?
Brilliant. I'm learning front-wheel drive today.
Oh, you really?
First time ever in front-wheel drive.
What are you used to?
Rear-wheel drive.
What cars have you raced?
I raced MR2s normally.
Oh, okay, fantastic.
So yeah, rear-wheel drive, mid-engine.
And you used to Snetterton?
Yeah, I've done Snetterton a few times, yeah. Yeah, it's one of my favourites, obviously.
Fantastic. Can we see you any further up in race 2?
Hopefully. I think I might have found my limit. Sort of found my level at the minute. I'll try and beat Neil this time. I had a good battle that time.
We'll look forward to it.
All right, cheers.
Enjoy your break. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, that is our Hyundai OT Publishing Coupe Cup with Toyo Tires, race number 1. One more of those coming up later. We've got a bit of a break now before we go Britcar racing again and back to the Coupes. So it's just a 4-race day here at Snetterton, so a short one, but no lack of thrills. Back to Paul in the commentary box.
Thank you, and well, absolutely wonderful to speak to all of our drivers there, and that's the wonderful thing about the Hyundai Coupe Cup with OT Publishing and Toyo Tires, and how friendly it is, and everyone just wants to be on the grid and enjoying themselves round to round, race to race, weekend to weekend, and helping each other out to go racing. But here's the schedule up on screen, ladies and gentlemen, so 2 races down, still 2 to go. We've got 45 minutes of Britcar Endurance Championship coming up, and that's expected at sometime around 4:05. Of course, due to the schedule revolving, we'll always try and run things a little bit early, so we will let you know if we are coming back to that race sooner than expected. But after that, if it proceeds to time at 5:10, we'll have the second of our OT Publishing Coupe Cup with Toyo Tires races, and well, we go back to endurance racing and then we come back to sprint racing to wrap it up. So we give ourselves a breather. Then we go into some rather calm and strategic racing, unless the safety cars make it a sprint like we saw in their first race of the day. And then we come back to fast and furious sprint racing, where it's front engine, front wheel drive all the way. And goodness me, ladies and gentlemen, I can tell you one thing. If you're able to hold on to your breath as spectators in the YouTube broadcast, and well, if you're enjoying yourself, we'll do our best to hold on to our breath here in the commentary booth, because it will be absolutely breathless racing action all the way through. In fact, it will be breathtaking out there. But that's our schedule, and the Snetterton circuit right now looking absolutely fantastic. Indeed, it's absolutely delivering right now, and I can tell you that our drivers up and down the grids, they're enjoying themselves out. They've even heard from some of our drivers saying about the fact it was an arduous journey to make it all the way to Snetterton, because it may not be the easiest circuit to get to, particularly if you're coming from the ways of Portsmouth, for example, but once you get here, the journey is worth it every step of the way. And in fact, I can be honest with you, ladies and gentlemen, a little bit of personal fee about me. My first ever time out on circuit in my own car was here at Snetterton 300 circuit. I hailed from a bit further away. In fact, my local's Brands Hatch, to give you an idea, but I wanted to go to Snetterton because it's a nice long circuit, nice and open. Plenty of variety here, and that's what makes Snetterton so charming. The fact it is the ultimate variety circuit. And if you want another pub quiz fact to throw in with regards to this Snetterton circuit, well, in fact, it's the first circuit in the United Kingdom to host a 24-hour race, or I should really say the UK's first 24-hour race of any 24-hour race hosted in the United Kingdom was hosted here in 1980, and it was known as the Will Hire 24-Hour, and it was run here from 1980 all the way through to 1994. And since then, the Snetterton circuit has been the regular host of the Citroën 2CV 24-hour race on its 200 layouts, the outfield layout. That's ever been since 2003, albeit we should say the outfield layout that became the 200 after the redevelopments of the circuit from 2010 through to 2011. But this circuit is definitely one that's enshrined in the motorsporting legend and history of the United Kingdom. And while Silverstone may be the one that gets all the headlines, Snetterton is also one that in its own right deserves its headlines, because it is one of those circuits that without it, motorsport in the United Kingdom wouldn't quite feel the same. But with the circuit being quiet there, in terms of other things to give, well, that's our schedule. We're still on screen there, and we are on time. We will keep you posted if we do see things shift there. But do let us know in the meantime if you do want to give us a little bit of information. Whether you've ever been to Snetterton, have you driven around here? Have you just watched motorsport here, or everything in between? If you haven't been here, now that we're trying to sell it to you, would you like to come to Snetterton and see motorsport? Even drive your own car around it? Because I can tell you one thing, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not being paid to say this. It is an absolutely fantastic circuit to go on around. But we are going to very shortly be getting our grid for our next race, although I don't know if we're going to be seeing any cars make their way out there at the moment, but we will bring that grid up on screen for you, I believe, ladies and gentlemen, just to get you set and ready for our second race of the Britcar Endurance Championship here, and that will be race number 5 of their year, albeit we'll wait and find out when we do have that grid. But at the moment, at least I look at my content booth window, nothing's happening at this time. I think everyone is definitely still on a bit of a comfort break. So I'm going to take a brief breather, and in fact, I'm not going to be taking a breather because we do have our grid for the second of the Britcar races, and there we can see they will be lining up. In terms of how they line up on this grid, if you're wondering how they get to their respective positions in the Britcar Endurance Championship, well, that grid is going to be set based on the race 1 results for the other driver, if it's a driver pairing starting in the car. So we will see the Grimes and Molem machine, the Ferrari 488 Challenge EVA, that took victory in race number 1 right at the end. They line up in pole overall and in challenge class for race number 2. They're joined on the front row by Steve Gambrell, who just missed out in the Porsche 991 Cup car, and on row number 2 it's going to be the bit of the lonely Porsche 991 Cup car, the 74 Malone. At least it was lonely at the end of the race, but he's going to be in the company of our guest pro GT driver Barton, who'll be starting in 4th in number 11. We'll then have what will be your class winner from race number 1, and that was in, I do believe, the GT class without our guest driver, and that being Murphy, starting 5th on row 3 ahead of Turnbull in the Ginetta G56 GTA. And now on row 4 we continue the theme of GT drivers, because it will be Goldsmith there lined up in that 7th place slot. He'll be in the company of Bates, and then completing the top 10 will be the Wilson pair, and then we will have the combination of McGregor and Tomlinson in their Mazda RX-8, the Mazda that definitely got itself right in the scrap in each and every race. Well, they'll be back out there again for race number 2 in due course. In terms of the rest of the grid, because that's our first 5 rows, I'm sure we'll get the extra rows up there in due course, but we'll see that grid in a moment. And indeed, an absolutely brilliant grid in our first race, no doubt about it. I'm sure more is to come. Can we get the second half of the grid? And I think we will in a brief moment, and where I continue walking you through. And there we are. In the fact, we will have the Harrison family pair starting in the 11th ahead of Anastasi and Zilio, and that will be our Ginetta winners from race number 1. They'll be lined up there for race number 2 on the pole of their class. We'll then have the combination of Fielder and Smith and Turkington. That will be your pairings there, who they'll line up on row number 7, starting 13th and 14th as they go to do a battle. And then from them in, I believe, the trophy class, we will then see the battle between Addison and Jones and Ellick there, albeit Jones and Ellick being in the 16th place slot, and they will be your pole sitters for TCR in the Coupe TCR Gen 1 machine. Then on row number 9 we'll have Cosby McDuff in the number 38 ahead of Woodman, the Coupe Leon competition Gen 2 car that found itself battling with practically everything towards the bottom end of the top 20. And round off your top 20 it will be the pairing of Bingham, who starts 19th, and Hall and Avery together, who start in 20th in the number 24, and they will be your 3rd place starters in that TCR class. So that's going to be your top 20 for our second of our grids in the Britcar Endurance Championship. And then coming a little bit further, because of course it's not just 20 cars out there, there's the best part of 30 plus cars. We'll then have the Hayes family, Seat Super Cobber. They'll be lining up there on 21st, and well, they'll be going racing from now. I do believe they may open your cup winners, and they'll be ahead of Case, who starts 22nd. Then in 23rd it'll be the Story McNullough combination, and then we will have Wright the Pro driver in combination with the 888 of Dorber's Am driver in the BMW M2 CSR. They lie at 24th ahead of Trunley and Silver, who begin this one in 25th. And there will be Ball there. It didn't quite go right for Darren Ball in race number 1 with the issue seeing the car have to be retired or brought back, and well, he'll be looking to try and have a happier end to his day. He'll be starting 26th. On row number 14 it will be the Morgan Fullett combination versus Sapra and Branson, and keep your eyes out for Joseph Sapra in the fact that he's going to be looking to go charging through the field as quickly as possible. In his own words, when we spoke to him in the pit lane earlier on, when it all didn't quite go right in race number 1 and completing the top 30. 29th it'll be May and Skeets together in the 110 Ginetta G55 Super Cup and the Porsche 991 Cup car of Cunningham. The 2 Cunningham family members, they'll be lined up in 30th spot and hopefully on the grid for this one, because they did have an absolute nightmare in qualifying. I do believe it was a brake caliper and a brake disc that all shattered together, and that stopped them from being on the grid in race number 1 of the day, and perhaps they've been able to get repaired. And then completing the field it will be the Farrow and Byford car. They will line up in 31st place. Now it's all to do from the back of the grid in the Cup class. So that will be your grid when we do come back for what will be our second of our Britcar Endurance Championship races there, and that grid being set based on the results of race number 1, albeit with the driver pairings where they are swapped over. So that way the driver who started the car in race 1, they can't start it for race number 2. Each driver in the pairing has to start the car at some point over a doubleheader race weekend. But with that field there, and I believe we are still running to time, we've still got a bit of time to go on our break at the moment. well, we haven't quite got anything going down in the paddock here. I think everybody, all of our drivers, all the teams are all having a bit of a breather at the moment. So, with regards to other things we can talk about in the meantime, as we do say hello there to Richard David Moxley in the YouTube chat, who's saying hello to a number of people there. It's great to see so many of you coming out and not just tuning in, but interacting in the YouTube chat. And also, we should give a big shout out to Race Coupe Cup in the YouTube chat, because I believe that is the official YouTube channel of the OT Coupe Cup with Toyo Tires, the OT Publishing. Let me say that in full. And if you have got any questions about the Hyundai Coupe Cup, get in touch with them, tag them, and ask them your questions, because if you need the answers, they're the ones who will know all the answers. As we also say hello there to Alan Thompson, who'll be cheering on the Hayes boys, or the Hayes family members, as they go racing for the Britcar Endurance Championship. But as we do wait, well, in terms of what's hosted at Snetterton, you might be wondering, I mean, what else happens other than the Britcar Endurance Championship here? Well, one of a number of premier events that happens at the circuit year in, year out. You also do have the Bennett's British Superbike Championship that regularly visits here, that being on 2 wheels, and coming back to 4 wheels, where it's only a weekend ago that you did have here, of course, the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. And we saw history here with the return of an independent winner only a week ago, of Mikey Doble, spoiler alert, I should say, taking victory in race 3 of 3 at the Snetterton circuit ahead of Ash Sutton. And the last time an independent took victory here in the BTCC, of course, was Jason Plato in 2019, but I believe that was not at Snetterton, but I'm sure somebody will correct me on that. But of course, the Snetterton circuit then are home to both club racing and also national and international racing, a whole variety of levels, and that is the expanse and indeed the appeal of the circuit with its variety. And what it lacks in elevation change, it makes up for an absolutely brilliant set of corners, with the best part of 12 corners, or 13 depending on how you want to number them. Some like to say that Oggies with its double apex at turn number 6 is actually 2 corners, whereas others say it's a single corner. We treat it as a single corner and say there's 12 corners in fact. But as everyone gets themselves set, in terms of all the corners around here, well, as we mentioned earlier, all named after big names in the history of the circuit, if not the history of British motorsport or big events in the history. The only exception really being Bombhole Corner at turn number 10, and we told you a little bit about the story about that one earlier. We're not going to repeat that story. But with the circuit being silent, and indeed I think just everyone being entitled to that break at the moment, well, looking at my contact booth window, we're definitely seeing the sun gradually hide itself away at the moment, and it looks so, if anything, things are only going to get cooler and cooler as the day goes on. And with it going cooler there, we can see the wind is definitely picking up. The flagpoles there definitely demonstrating how much wind is blowing across the circuit at the moment. And that wind, you may be thinking, well, it's just a smattering of wind, it's not going to make the difference. It makes a huge difference, because if you're driving head on into it, it will change how much speed you carry down the straight, and in turn that actually changes your approach speed into a given braking zone, particularly if you're going down the start-finish straight of Senna in towards Riches, for example. One lap you might be going along at the best part of 100 plus miles an hour. The next lap you may not be quite braking 100 miles an hour, depending on your car. I'm not saying it for a specific car here, because of the wind blowing against your direction of travel or behind you, so it gives you a bit more speed, and it causes you to actually carry more speed into the corner. So those are all little things which you as a driver have to get used to, and that's the thing with circuits like Snetterton, in the fact that it has a lot of hidden elements which people don't normally notice. Wind is a big one, and the reason why we have so much wind around here is because of the fact it's situated on the site of a former airfield. And well, of course, the one thing about airfields is what they need most. They need clearance, because if a plane's going to take off, it needs to be able to make its way over any deformations in land, or what is altitude differences, or mounds of turf, if I want to put it simply. And well, of course, around an airfield you don't have that many mounds of turf, albeit over the years we have seen banking introduced around the circuit, and it's not just to act as windbreaks, but it's also to give places for spectators to sit on the grass and look over particular corners. And with those mounds or those banks, it does reduce a little bit of wind feel around certain corners, particularly on the back end of the lap, going through Brundle all the way round to Murray's Corner. So we're talking really about turns 8 through to 12. That's where you notice a little bit less wind these days, but still is quite a bit of a blow over the circuit, and that is something which the drivers have to contend with over the distance. But as we do say hello there to Dylan Edits as well, and Richard David Moxley says, love Britcar. Well, fantastic to have you with us there, Richard. And well, talking about a bit of history in Britcar, I do believe, as well as our drivers on the grid today who have been in Britcar in the more recent years, we also do have some drivers who have been around in Britcar for a very long time. And as I just double check my notes here to make sure I'm quoting the right driver when I ran up and down the paddock earlier, and I don't misquote somebody and they come after me afterwards saying you said something I didn't say, which has happened every so often. We don't always get it 100% right here, we're all humans at the end of the day. Well, as everybody gets themselves into position, I do believe one of our drivers out here was one of the very first racing in Britcar in its early years, and well, we're just double checking as to who that was because I don't want to get that wrong. But as I cross over my notes here with regards to who one of our earlier drivers in terms of the racing in Britcar is, well, with that mixture of machines out there as well, the one thing that has to be considered is the fact that the Snetterton circuit gives an opportunity for different styles of machine to shine. TCRs, with their front engine front wheel drive layout, very strong cornering machines, perhaps not as strong on the straights by comparison, but of course you've got a wonderful infield section for them to be able to carry all the speed through those corners. Meanwhile, things like the Ferrari Challenge and the Porsche 901 Cup car, well, they're able to carry speed everywhere, but particularly in the infield, that's where they can use their powertrains that are located behind the car to get natural rotation and get the power down. I should say located behind the driver, not the car, as the engine V out the back of it. I just realised what I've said. But with regards to the engine being behind the driver, it gives you that natural rotation to blast the throttle out of those corners. And then on the straights, it's about the setup and the performance of the machine. Meanwhile, you do have a variety of GT class machines out there, typically front engine rear wheel drive, and they have their own challenges with regards to power oversteer on corner exit, particularly from the mid-apex all the way on around. So therefore, there's a little something for everybody around here at Snetterton, and that's what makes it so engaging. Why we're seeing such a difference in form in the Britcar Endurance Championship today compared to Silverstone, which has been host for us for our opening free race of the season over the opening 2 weekends, with the 2 45-minute sprint races being on the international layout, and then our 90-minute full endurance race, albeit they're all endurance races, but the full 90-minute race being on the Grand Prix layout. And if you want another little bit of trivia, if you go to your Motorsport UK manual, you'll actually find in there is a definition of what qualifies as an endurance race versus a, well, in fact, not an endurance race, let me get myself corrected, what qualifies as a sprint race versus a feature race. And a feature race is any race which exceeds 60 minutes in length, if I remember correctly. I think I had to write this down on my Motorsport UK racing licence exam. If I get this wrong, I have my racing licence taken away from me. And right now I'm putting myself under a lot of pressure to get this right, aren't I? But I believe it's any race that's 60 minutes or longer is classified as a feature race. So now I'm doubting myself and thinking it's 90 minutes. I'm sure somebody will correct me there. And anything shorter than that is considered a sprint. But as we do see there as well, a mention from Richard David Moxley saying, with regards to the Britcar Endurance Championship, came to Croft Circuit in 2016 for a 3-hour race which featured 2 GT3 cars and which were a Ferrari 458 and a BMW Z4. Goodness me. When I think back to the fact that in terms of GT3 machines, all the way back then, the BMW Z4 car definitely stands out in the mind. Of course, the BMW Mark then moving to the M6, if my memory serves me correctly, so changing to that rather large Grand Tourer machine, and nowadays moving on to the M4 with its very large kidney grills, if you will, albeit that being the nomenclature, the grill that's quite controversial. Some love it, some absolutely loathe it by comparison. But indeed, that goes way back, and thank you for sharing that memory, Richard. That's very nice of you to share in the fact that Croft Circuit, I've never been to Croft in person and will be later this year, and a wonderful circuit out there. But, of course, all circuits wonderful, and Snetterton being one of them. In terms of what else we can expect there in the Britcar Endurance Championship for their second race when they do go racing again, well, definitely a number of drivers to watch out for that will be trying to carve their way through the field. That number 25 in particular in the TCR class, Darren Ball, if they can get it fixed again and get rid of all the problems that have plagued it and continue to plague it, it is going to be a very quick car, and Darren is going to look to absolutely roar his way through the field as quickly as he possibly can. Of course, we do have the brilliant fight at the front between Toyo Verde GT and FF, of course, and Red River Sport. They'll be looking to go for honours once again. Now that the stranglehold that we have had Toyo Verde GT have over victories has been broken at long last by the Ferrari 488 Challenge Evo as their first race of the day. And outside of that, well, we've still got plenty of other stories down there, particularly all the battling inside the trophy class with the whole medley of drivers out there. Also in the Cup class, I should say, whereby we had our runaway winners. However, we didn't have a runaway second place or third place finishers, and they'll be looking to mix things up absolutely to the maximum. But one nice thing about this break as well is it gives all of our camera crew a great opportunity to take a breather, and also our broadcast director to take a bit of a breather. And I just want to say a big thank you to them for all the hard work they're putting in behind the scenes, and there's more work to come on through in due course. And I do believe, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just being fed through who our starting drivers are for the second of our Britcar races, and so we'll have that equipped and we'll know who's exactly going to be in the cars, and essentially it will be the drivers who didn't start the cars in race number 1. That is the short summary of it. There might be some exceptions out there depending on what's happening, but that information has just been shared with us, and very much thank you to Steve Wood and all the team at Britcar who make all the magic happen. Without them, we couldn't go racing the Britcar Endurance Championship, and they deserve a special mention, no doubt about it. But as everyone gets themselves set for that one, well, we're only the best part of a couple minutes away before we will likely start to see their cars make their way to the grid, because this break period, well, it's almost coming to a close. I believe the start procedure is shortly going to get underway, and of course we will know that start procedure when it happens, because we will see cars make their way out of the pit lane and onto their initial grid formation lap, and then they will make their way around after a little bit of tweaking on at the start finish line. They'll make their way around for their green flag formation lap, and there'll be a double file rolling start when they do get underway. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to take a brief breather here in the commentary booth. Also, we need to run and grab just a little bit of information with regards to those pit stop times. So we're going to leave the schedule up on screen, but don't fret, we're going to be back soon, and we will be back for a brilliant 45 minutes of the second race of this day for the Britcar Endurance Championship in what will be round number 5, or in fact, race number 5, round number 3 of their championship. We'll be back with you shortly, but in the meantime, I should say, enjoy the schedule. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it does look as though we might have a slight delay to proceedings, because we were expecting the starting procedure, or the procedure to get all of our Britcar racers out onto the grid. It's been slightly delayed because of what's going on your screen right now. A bit of repair work ongoing, and this is up at Rich's corner. Many of you will remember from race number 1, the Team Brit McLaren GT4 that was in the barrier there, and that brought out an extensive safety car in the second half of the race. Well, work is just currently ongoing to take a look at and do some further maintenance and repair work on the barrier. They would have done some provisional patchwork so to enable the racing to go on, but I think they've decided to go back and take another look, and the marshals decided, you know, it's not quite safe enough to go racing yet, and therefore they would prefer to take a look over it. So safety prevails. miles as always, and that's why we are just running a little bit now off a schedule. And when we can, we'll give you an update when we are expecting to go racing. But at the moment, at least everything is silent down in the paddock there. All the drivers are itching to go. Indeed, the adrenaline levels are high. We're itching to go here in the commentary booth in terms of plenty more racing. And I'm sure you guys and girls are absolutely itching to go there in terms of watching and seeing more racing. But if you haven't gone to the bathroom, if you haven't taken a break at the moment, or you haven't got yourself a cup of tea or a cool beverage, depending on what your preference is there, and also perhaps a bite to eat, now might be a good time just to grab yourself a little something. Because when we do get back to the racing, well, it is going to be hot in your mouth, staff, and you're not going to be able to walk away. Then you'll need to stay glued to your screen. But we're going to stay with these pictures, ladies and gentlemen, and we will be back when we have a further update for you. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, well, we've had a bit of a breather. It's been a bit quiet. We are running about 20 minutes behind our originally planned schedule. However, repair work to the barrier up at Rich's Corner has now been completed, as I'm to understand it. And with that, well, there's a lovely shot here, shows you the start-finish line straight. And the fact we've got our marshals out there, our teams, and also the organisers of the Britcar Endurance Championship. And from what we've heard, and you may be following right now on TSL Live Timing Solutions as well, we can stay up to date with all the latest lap-by-lap timings of each and every race as it unfolds here today. We have been informed that the pit lane is going to open at 4:25 this British summer time. So that does mean in less than a minute we should be seeing some activity in the pit lane. It is a little bit more active now than it was about 5-10 minutes ago. And, well, apologies for the slight delay there. But, of course, all in the name of safety, as well pointed out there in the YouTube chat by Harriet Lister, saying Jackie Stewart approves of the delay to restore safety. Indeed, a number of big names over the years of motorsport being at the helm of pushing forward motorsport safety, and Jackie Stewart being one of the big names there. British driver, very well accomplished driver, particularly in open wheel racing, and then right at the forefront of encouraging safety where possible. But as we get ready then, well, with a bit more downtime, what it does mean is circuit temperature has been able to drop a little bit more because we haven't had anything out there rubbering down on the tarmac. And on top of that as well, we continue to have quite a bit of cloud out there. So much so, in fact, that it does feel as though the sun has gone away and we're in a different kind of day in terms of it being very overcast. And I must admit, in the commentary booth here, which does have a little bit of air conditioning being fed down, so it does feel as though things have got a little bit cooler. But I look out my commentary booth window, I think we can just see there over the start-finish line wall, the pit wall, that we've got a couple of cars starting to make their way out. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we are now starting to get back on track again, quite literally, for our Britcar Endurance Championship drivers as they make their way out of the pit lane, and they will head around to the start finish line straight where they'll queue up and they'll get themselves set to go for what will be another 45 minutes of racing, albeit with that all important green flag formation lap. As they make the way out and around, well, keeping in mind that the qualifying order, or the grid order I should say, for this second of their races today, the second of their two 45-minute races, is entirely determined on the finishing positions of race number 1. And, well, after that first race, an absolutely brilliant battle right towards the front of the field, and a very unique battle, shall we say, and safety cars have had a big role to play over the course of the season so far. Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, it was an extended safety car midway through the Silverstone Grand Prix race, which really interrupted the pit window and meant those two pit stops had to be served in some rather intuitive ways, including some drivers opting, or some teams opting, to take both the pit stops back to back on in terms of lap after lap in order to eliminate them and get them done. And sometimes you've got to be smart, you've got to be reactive there and use strategy to your advantage. And, well, in the end, strategy working out, no doubt about it. And in fact, I do believe there was one driver or one team that absolutely made it work out. It was the number 10 trophy from Woodrow Motorsport of Callum Bates, who received the Tessero Driver of the Day at Silverstone Grand Prix last round, with victory in the trophy class because of this strategy where he opted to take both of his pit stops back to back, going for a very long opening stint, and that enabled him to avoid the challenge of the safety car interrupting the pit window. Well, we only have one pit stop here, so we won't be seeing pit stops back to back unless it's gone very, very wrong for somebody and they make their way out the pit lane only to have to come back in again, or they pick up a penalty. But as they all head on around, well, we can see there everyone immediately trying to get a little bit of heat rotating the tyres because those cars have been sitting cold. Some may be on the same tyres that they were on in the first race, some may be going to a new compound, and we do have that lovely Aston Martin V8 Vantage GT4 making its way on around here, and as it does, we're heading on through there. But as all the field winds its way on through, indeed they won't be too big of a rush to get around. They'll want to do things at their own pace. That's why it's known as what is a pace formation lap here to head to the grid. We'll come in on through and down the Bentley Straight there, and well, from them we do also look to some of the other drives a bit further on down the circuit, and we do see our red Porsche there, the number 8 Porsche being piloted by Steve Gambrill, and we're looking to try and take a second podium, at least in this race, if not go for the win after just missing out there, despite some absolutely brilliant theatrics both from him and also Johnny Merlin, the pro driver in the number 16 FF course and Red River Sport Ferrari 488 Challenge Evo. And the both drivers there going for moves which I think would definitely earn the award of Driver of the Century. And only it worked out one way in the end. But look at this, what's back out on the circuit. The 110 Ginetta that came to an abrupt halt with only 2 corners covered in race number 1 of the day. Well, it's back out there. It's great to see. And well, the 110 right now, there's going to be a smile on all the faces down in the pit lane for the 118 Rescue Dalton Motorsport team. And that's going to be in the hands of Mark Skeet, who actually gets some circuit time this time around. And he'll be hoping that both he and also his fellow driver there, and I believe that's Dave May, they both get an opportunity to deliver more than just partial part of the lap. And well, we hope that as well, because we want to see everybody out there giving it their all. And sometimes motorsport throw spanners in the works, and that was a big spanner in the works for them. Never quite got the story as to what happened to them, unfortunately, but what we do have is the story of they're back here now, and that's lovely to see. The one thing, sadly, I don't think we're going to see here today, I don't think they've been able to get the parts replaced on the car, and it was the father-son combination in one of the Porsches out there, and I believe it was the father-son combination in number 32, the Cunningham Porsches. Oh no, and that's a bit of a sad start to this race before they've even made it all the way around. That is the number, I'm trying to see, is that the number 83 there? Is it being towed, or are they trying to push it along? I think it is being towed. Oh, so they're trying to get started, but right now just making its way along there, and the tow truck pulling them along, and that's all gone wrong. Well, as it just gradually makes its way forward, that is the number 83 by looks of things, and that would be, if I look at my chart here correctly, well, in fact, the number might not be correct there in terms of what my eyes are seeing. The camera's definitely seeing at the right number, but I'll let you know who that is very shortly, ladies and gentlemen. But that, from one of our Ginetta runners, has been a very abrupt end to what would be their second race. In fact, there we see them coming down towards Agostini, and very shortly, I suspect they will turn off to, on our camera, it'll be to the left, but from the driver's perspective, to the right, and they will take the escape road there, the infield escape road, to go back into the paddock. But that's a sad sight. Indeed, we've had a couple of instances of that over the course of the racing today, but also prior to the racing in the practice and qualifying session. We don't have the 32 Cunningham Porsche out there, the father-son combination, as we were alluding to earlier before this happened. And well, going from the SG racing car, that's the one I was going to say, of the Cunningham family. Well, right now we do have one of our Ginettas just limping its way back home there, still being pulled along. But to give you a recap of the grid then, as we see it going on the stroller at the bottom of your screen, well, it'll be the Grimes and Merlin Ferrari that lines up on pole as the number 63 there. I said 83, the number 63 in fact. And well, making its way down, talk more about in a moment. Gamble will be starting second alongside. Malone starts off row 2 alongside the guest GT Pro driver at Barton. We then do have the 71 Murphy line up in 5th place there in the company of Turnbull. Now it'll be Goldsmith and Bates on row number 4 ahead of the Wilson family pairing, and then we'll have the pairing of McGregor and Tomlinson who complete your top 10. Outside the top 10 at starting length, best of the rest, as we like to say, it will be the Harrison family there in the number 62 ahead of the Ginetta winners from race number 1. That'll be the Anastasia Cilio combination, and then we will have the absolutely packed field of machines from Fielder and Smith and Turkington together, and we look forward to seeing what Mark Smith can do. Mark Smith being an original racer in the Britcar Championship in the 2000s for multiple years, and then they'll have behind them Addison and the Jones-Elliott combination there. They will be in the pole-sitting TCR, and then we'll have the Cosby McDuff pairing starting on row number 9 alongside Woodman with Bingham and Horn Avery, those pairings there being on your 10th row of the grid. It will then be the Hayes family lining up 21st. After their brilliant drive in race number 1, they'll be chasing that top 20 this second time around, and I think they needed a few more laps to get it. Casey lines up alongside in 22nd, ahead of Story and Manila, and then we do have the Wright Pro driver and Dorber combination starting 24th, ahead of Trunley and Silver, and then in 26th, keep your eyes out for Darren Ball in the TCR, who'll be hoping that this race has some positives to it, because he's not had any positives so far this day. And then we have Morgan and Fullick line up 27th, ahead of Sapra and Branson. Watch out for Jasper Sapra, who'll be starting that car in the number 40 and looking to gun his way through the field as quickly as possible. Mayan Skeet and Cunningham family there, they line up in 29th and 30th respectively. And last on the grid, it will be the Farrah and Byford pack. But of course, we won't have the Cunninghams, so that will bring the 34 forward. And well, we've had some difficulties there. And that number 63 Janetta you saw being pulled off the road, that was the Janetta G55 GT4 of Chris Bingham for Raceworks Motorsport. Not the way they wanted it to go at all. But one thing that we do have going is we are going to be having our formation lap in 3, 2, 1, and there it is. And the field gradually pulls away. And as it does, well, of course, ladies and gentlemen, next time they come around, it will be green flag racing for 45 minutes of race number 5 of the 2025 Britcar Endurance Championship season. In round number 3 here at the Snetterton 300 circuit, we have 2 45-minute races. We had one earlier that was beset by safety cars and was turned into a number of short sprints, albeit a strategy thrown over the top of it and everyone just squeezing their pit stops in. But this second race, will it be more calm? Will strategy go the distance? Or will it be another series of sprints or everything in between? Well, place your bets, place your guess, let us know who you think could take home victory in our respective 6 classes, whether it be Challenge, GT, Janetta, Trophy, Cup or TCR. It's absolutely brimming grid for the Britcar Endurance Championship. This is what we love to see, and indeed absolutely brilliant direction for 2025 in terms of this new amalgamation of the British Endurance Championship and the Britcar Trophy Championship. The grids have never been so more packed and stacked, and out there so many drivers looking to give it their all. But who will come away the victors in their respective classes? Well, we're not too far away to go. But as we do get set, and we say hello there to Creason Jackal D, and it says best of luck to drivers, looking forward to some good racing. Steve Crompton as well saying let's go Team Brit, and of course Team Brit being the team that changes motorsport and is changing lives, indeed working with drivers either with physical disabilities or mental disabilities to get them into cars using a number of innovative means, including innovative hand control technology. And indeed you'll see that if you go to the Team Brit garage, you look inside the car, it'll be very different to your standard race car, but enables them to go racing, and it's fantastic to see. Well, as our drivers now make the way out of the infield section and onto the Bentley Straight, we're only half a lap before we do go racing. That gives us time to take a breather. Don't worry, Rich G in the YouTube chat, I'm definitely going to take a breather because I'm going to need it before we do go racing. But as they all make the way on around, well, a lovely field there indeed. All the drivers now starting to build up a bit of tempo here, all itching to go. And that's going to be a sign of what is to come potentially between them all, as we do see that 110 making its way at the back of the field. Great to see the 110 Janetta back out on circuit and going ready to go. The 118 Rescue and Darton Motorsport machine all set there. But at the front, of course, we have the big story of our 2 red challenge machines. One in the traditional Ferrari colours, the other one in perhaps non-traditional Porsche colours by comparison. But who is going to come out on top? We will see what happens as they get set and ready. And as they get all the way round, we wait for the green flag to go. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, they make the way out the final corner, the revs start to rise, and for the second time today, the Britcar Endurance Championship is going to get underway. But as they make the way along, then it will be our pole sitters who set the pace, and well, it'll be Johnny Merlin who takes us away for 45 minutes of green flag racing here as they roar the way down towards turn number 1. But coming in towards that braking zone there, we can see the Ferrari holds on to lead as they make the way through, and well, a little bit of dust kicked up there, but no change at the moment. It looks like the fight for third is going to be more centred around our 2 drivers just behind, but down into that braking zone. Well, so far at least our leaders all clear, but further back, are there any battles going on? We do have one of our BMWs looking for a move, one of the F80 machines trying to make some progress, and doing so there, all coming out 2 by 2 they emerge, everyone's safely on through the opening few corners, and well, a few more corners to go, no doubt about it, as we see our TCR starting to get a bit firm there, with Woodward falling backwards. But as they roar the way out, well, up towards Agostini into the infield for the first time they go, and onto the brakes here. Well, right now everyone dicing the position, it's almost 3 wide there further on back, a little bit of a look for a move there, no way forward for a 147 driver, and well, even further back there, it's 2 by 2. You think it was an even faster formation that, but not quite, as we can see Ball already making some progress there, now looking to do battle with the Mazda RX-8 as he looks to exchange places with another class driver. But coming in to that left-hander then for Hamilton, we're coming back a little bit further up the field, our TCR leader there, the number 7, making some early progress, at least in the overall field. Oh, goodness me, and that's why the Team Brit cars are around. That's the 38, the one that was in arrears and in the barrier in race number 1. It's got back out there. They're going to get it turned on the grass there. Oggies finally get it around, and well, a frustrating start to the race, but not heartbreak, and they carry on as our leaders are torn off into the distance. Down the Bentley straight, the rest of the field comes, and into the braking zone here. Well, it does look as though it's 3 wide a bit further back there, albeit the camera suggests it is, but in fact it's 2 wide there as our TCR number 7 looks to try and hold on through Brundle into Nelson. Move being arranged by the outside there, and in the end it's now going to be a staggered line as the 70 comes on through, as does our Ginetta. That's going to put the 36 a bit further down the order, and the Aston Martin now starts to close up behind as they come towards the end of their first lap of racing. But after 1 lap, it is your Ferrari 488 that leads ahead of the Porsche 991. Now that is Grimes ahead of Gambrel as they roar the way on through. In fact, I think that's Merlin leading at the moment, the pro driver taken into the car, and Gambrel making his way on through. But then after the leaders come through, here comes the rest of the field, and well, as we can see there, a sizable gap from 4th to 5th, but Sonny 5th materialises, and well, all these drivers absolutely close together, with Murphy being your leading driver in the trophy class, trying to keep Bates behind, and the GT leader of Fielder making a lot of progress, 6 places gained right at the start, and he wants even more here as he looks around the outside at does Fielder. Can he get it done? A bit of a tap to the rear of the 721, and Murphy right now under huge pressure as Bates looking back around the outside here, and well, it may only be the early stages, but they're getting very fighty early on. Right the way through left hand of Palmer, and right now 3 BMWs go into it, and there's going to be 3 BMWs abreast exiting it. There's a little bit of run wide, and that's going to be Bates taking a bit of an excursion to the grass. Down they come onto the brakes, Anastasi behind there watching on. Or that'll be the Siglio car, as it'll be a Siglio who leads in that car in terms of driving it right the way through. Oh my good lord, a big bit of power oversteer there as they come out of Agostini, and well, in the end Bates will fall behind Fielder, and he's going to have to try and go again a little bit later on. But heading in towards Oggie's Bend was quickly as that battle started. It ends for a brief moment. It gives them an opportunity, but I suspect we'll see more fighting between them come the end of this lap, if not the next one. But right the way onto the Bentley Straight. Well, here we come then towards the back end of the Bentley Straight, and we can see there are number 11, the Guest GT Pro machine, just making its way on through as the top 3 challenge cars run off into the distance. But in terms of that fight, then still for 5th place, Murphy still holding on there in the trophy class. Down they come in towards that braking zone, no change at the moment, but further back this is going to be a bit of a square off there as they come down, and we briefly do lose our camera there for a moment. The camera getting a bit overexcited, but we do come all the way to the exit of Coram. There we catch your 3rd place runner Malone, that being overall. Oh goodness me, and well, the camera stopped and there's come back, and the number 47 Ginetta there from Darton Motorsport has had a bit of a run-off, and that will be the car powered by Maurizio Ziglio, and well, I believe that car's come to a stop, but as they come back together, we'll have to see what happens to that one in due course. As all the drivers come on around, we do see the BMW field there still looking strong as the Aston Martin looks to go on the attack, and I believe the Aston Martin there, Paddison, trying to make some progress there as it chases after its fellow GT cars, but it's got a sizable gap to chase after Colin Turkington's number 36, which is all the way up into 8th place at the moment. So Turkington having a great start, and Mark Smith being his partner in terms of in that car combination, and one of the more experienced drivers on the grid in terms of being in Britcar in particular. But coming back to the fighting here, that's the 36 going side by side versus the number 721 there, with Bates falling behind the pair of them. So Bates had a bit of a difficult start to this lap, but coming out of Palmer Corner shortly, well, Bates right back on them there as they roar the way down towards Agostini, and well, these 3 absolutely neck and neck as they do battle here in towards the infield hairpin. Fantastic side by side racing, and in the end it will be a change of position, and I believe we are going to have Smith moving up there ahead of Murphy into another position. But looking back to your leaders here, well, there's the gap, and already a sizable gap being opened there between the top 2, and that gap now up to the best part of 3 seconds come the end of this lap. They started at 2.5, but it's going upwards from them, and we can see the BMW's battling further back here, and this is going to be Bates now looking to go back on the offensive. He looks up the inside there, the 721, and Bates is going for the lead of the, I do believe, the trophy class there, and that's going to be the lead exchanging hands. So moving onwards there as they roar the way onwards and down the stretch, but in towards the Brundle into Nelson combination they go, and as they come on down, well, no change further back, or is there? Well, it looks like 2 Ginettas starting to size each other up, but Bates definitely feeling safe now, and he does secure that move there. So Bates into lead of your GTs, and as he roars his plane around with that lead of the trophy class there, and as he comes on around, well, now it's going to be whether he can pull away. It's behind him, the number 162 Ginetta of Turnbull running in 3rd place in that trophy class, under a bit of pressure from the Wilson family Ginetta G56 GTA, and the fight for the final spot of the trophy podium is looking ever tighter. As they make the way out of the final corner, then no change at the moment from them. Looking to the front of the field, a flash of the headlights there from our race leader, our challenge and overall leader. I presume the flash of lights there is to try and send a distant message, with the blue flags now starting to go on for our runner a bit further back, and that being the car right towards the back. I believe that's the Horn Avery at TCR machine running in 4th in TCR. That's down in 25th place overall, so they'll be seeing those blue flags and getting ready for them. But as they continue on a lap, we've got a bit of a side-by-side there coming across the timing line. Couldn't quite see who that was, but what we can see is there's still this huge battle going on for the lead of the trophy class here, and indeed it does seem as though right now, as we had somebody run wide, they're coming out of turn number 1. Well, the battle for third between Wilson and Turnbull, that is now going up another notch, as it's going to be the Jetta being chased furiously by one of our BMWs. Onwards they go, and then we come back to our overall lead. There is a little bit of oversteer. They're sliding loose going through Nelson, albeit he's going to make a move there on the number 40 to put the 40 a lap down. So that is the car of Sapper and Branson. In fact, we were wrong about the TCR from earlier, so Sapper and Branson being passed. That's Jav Sapper in the car. And going back to the Britcar machine right now, well, one of them ended up going around, but the others are carrying on. But carrying on, there's the battle as well here between our BMW and Ginetta. That BMW of, I believe that is going to be, I'm trying to see the door number there on the front of it, couldn't quite discern. I think that's the 888 of Wright making a move, and Wright is up into 4th place in the trophy class there. So good progress being made, and the BMW's really come alive in trophy compared to the Ginettas from race 1. And it seems like the relatively cooler conditions, at least to start this race, are favouring the BMWs, albeit the Ginettas may be able to come back a little bit later. But coming down in towards Brundle and Nelson, and behind them, well, there you do see Darren Ball. We might have had an absolute nightmare race number 1, but Ball right now is absolutely on the charge. He's into lead of the TCR class as quickly as that and started from the back of it, and now he's continuing to make his way on. And that's the one thing he was hoping they'd be able to do today, because he's been absolutely on fire all weekend in terms of being in practice on Friday. And it all went wrong, starting in at practice this morning and then going into qualifying, where with the drive shaft failure, then plus also multiple misfires, not able to get any time really in terms of this morning's practice and qualifying, and getting only a very small handful of laps in. So he had to start from the back, and it all went wrong in race 1 with technical issues with the car. But race number 2, right now it's looking as though everything's holding together, touch wood. As all the field makes its way towards the end of another lap. We come towards the end of the opening at 9 minutes. We've still got plenty more time to go. We're not quite at the pit window as of yet, but there is Darren Ball right now, continuing to pick his way through, and he wants to try and make some more progress. He wants to try and put as many cars between himself and the rest of the field. That's going to be another place. That'll get him ahead of the 162 at Turnbull, and that's going to move Ball all the way up now into 11th place. Can he get himself into the overall top 10 before this is all said and done? We'll have to wait and see. Ooh, that is a very big drift there as he makes his way around, and Ball right now pushing, but perhaps pushing a little bit too hard in that TCR, albeit the Gen 1 Coupe, they're definitely responding well as he's corrected it. But I can imagine that's going to probably send a message to him right now, which is, okay, we're doing good, we don't need to do much better than that. But as I head in towards Hamilton, well, then we look a little bit further up the road and we can see there some more fighting going on. 2 BMWs coming together, and now we've got the number 22 there of Wilson trying to go for the lead of the trophy class. This is versus Bates, so Wilson has picked up the pace. Up the inside he goes there, squeezing into the apex of Williams, but roaring the way on down, it will be the black and orange Ginetta versus the all black BMW in towards Brundle and Nelson. They couple down. What's the change going to be here? We'll have to wait and see. Well, we will find out in due course, because meanwhile, well, in fact, there we do come now down to that battle, and it looks like Bates has been able to hold on. So for all the speed Wilson has got through the corners, he hasn't quite got it on the straights. Behind them, the battle between the 721 and the 888, well, that's definitely starting to fire up even more, as Wright is looking for moving the more modern BMW, albeit right now not quite able to make some magic happen. I think he's going to have to wait until the next lap. As they come all the way in towards the next set of corners, more still coming around here in terms of these battles, no doubt about it. And out of Murray's corner, it's going to be a run there from Wright, looking for an opportunity to go all the way around the outside. We'll have to wait and find out a bit later. More coming there, as that's going to be our 3rd place runner of Malone, looking to put a lap on the number 40 BMW. No change in terms of position on the lead lap between them. More drives heading across that timeline, and as they come down, well, at the moment, at least on the start-finish straight, all the field making its way safely on through. Pit window is yet to open, of course. It will open when we've got 27 minutes or less remaining on that clock. But looking to the final corner there, a bit clear at the moment, albeit more action to come then down the Bentley Straight, as that is going to be Malone in the 74. Continue to push onwards there, bit of a change further foot behind. I believe the number 40 BMW may be trying to make a pass on the TCR machine, or the Cup machine I should say. Looks like they have been able to successfully do it, but right now Malone running happily there in third place, but not quite on the pace of the top two. But then we come all the way back to the infield section, and you can see here the lead battle between Bates and Wilson in trophy class, fighting over 7th place. These two absolutely still nose to tail as they come on around, and something tells me this might be settled a little bit more in the pit lane, given the fact there will be some pit lane penalty times added in terms of finishing positions from race number 1. We'll see how those all fit together. But as they make the way down the Bentley Straight, then here they all come into our field of view. And as they make the way onwards, well, we can see there, look up the inside here. Will the Ginetta have the speed? No, it won't. In the end, pull out the dirty air and back onto the racing line. Has to call the car down. I think, was that a bit of a lock up there for our trophy cars leader as they made the way on through? Well, as we also see the 110 making its way on down there. A very happy 110 back where it belongs, right at the front of its respective class. As all tries to head into front where Nelson, no change further back there, although we do see the team Brit McLaren, the one that did have a bit of an incident earlier on, number 38 with that spin through Oggie's corner. It's now back together, coming out of Bumhole corner and onwards towards the remainder of the lap. A bit of a run wide there from one of our BMW drivers. That's going to enable Ball to make his way out the inside, albeit it's the outside down towards turn 1 on the right. Albeit we'll see the BMW now start to get a bit of speed. Here they come then, charging away on through. And Wright's going to look for an opportunity to come back. In fact, that'll be Murphy, my apologies. Going down, will he go up the inside? No, he won't. And Darren Ball now up into the top 10 for the first time in this race. And that Coupe Leon is absolutely shining in his hands. And this is the pace he wanted to have all day today. As our BMW makes its way on down there, that I believe is going to be the BMW of the 147 of field, unless I'm mistaken, with a best part of a 9, well no, that's going to be not a 9.5 second gap there. We'll try and understand that was in due course, but looking meanwhile to that battle for the trophy class lead between Bates and Wilson, they're still carrying on. And then from the infield, we look all the way down to the Bentley Straight. And on that Bentley Straight, we do see there was that run, and this is going to be the number 11 of BARC in the rear of the picture, but in the foreground, that is going to be our number 79, and that's the 79 machine of none other than, just trying to discern who that is. I believe that's one of our Cup cars. Indeed it is, and that is the No Pressure Racing BMW 130, which is being caught up there by a GT Pro guest driver, the 4th place runner of Barton. So they'll swap places there as we look to the start-finish straight. But we have an empty start-finish straight at the moment. I think everyone right now starting to think a little bit more about strategy, because we are only 4 minutes away from the pit window opening. And we can see there still the ongoing move forward as the 888 to right, in fact, moved into second in the trophy class, has jumped ahead of the Jetta. It's going to be a move here from Wright to try and take the lead of trophy. Through bomb hole they go, and well, not quite able to make the move there, as we do then see the return attack of Wilson through the corner. These three getting very close together. Balls catch up to the back of it. Your TCR leader, so he's going to have a role to play in this very shortly. I don't think he's going to want to sit, wait, watch and listen to the fight as he rolls away around. I think he wants to become part of it. That's a swap of places. Ginetta back ahead of Wright, so it's going to be a change. Wilson back up into second place in trophies. They come towards the end of this lap. They've still got half an hour to go, and it's back and forth. But there you can see the speed difference between the Ginetta and the BMW. The Jetta has it all in the corners and under braking, but it doesn't have the straight line speed, and that delta is what's leans that back and forth. There's another move being made there. That is going to be the 118 Motorsport machine making its way on through, and that being none other than the 118 Rescue Data Motorsport. Ginetta in the lead of its Ginetta class at the moment, making more progress. Another move there. They're up into what is now, I believe, 12th place overall, so good move from them. And they're making more progress as progress continues to be made here in this battle for second and third trophy. And again, it does look as though our class leader Bates is able to pull a little bit of daylight. Wright and Wilson still locking horns there as they come down to Agostini, and behind them Ball just watching. But I can imagine when that pit window opens, depending on how it falls, one of these drivers, if not multiple, might duck into the pits here and decide to try and use a bit of an undercut strategy in order to leap their way ahead, or at least buy themselves some clear track. But with the field starting to fan out, I think finding clear track is going to be a big challenge. But more battles to come between all the drivers, no doubt about it. Still very close behind there. It really is a battle of two polar opposite machines, and that's great to see, because you'll start to see as time goes on whether a driver can offset their weaknesses and find a way to make their strengths just that little bit stronger. But coming down towards Brundle into Nelson is offering the opportunity for Bates to start to pull away in that number 10 BMW. Through left into right, down they come onto the brakes. Further on back, we've got a bit of a side-by-side moment there. Well, not quite. The Team Brit machine in the end does back off versus the number 70, as that is the McLaren of Gosby in the GT4 class, trying to make his way through. He's going to go up the inside here, or try to into bomb hole corner, but the 70 Goldsmith holds him behind right now. Gosby still trying to make a bit more progress as they come on around and in towards Coram Bend. Roying their way through turn number 11 in towards 12. There you can see that fight for 8th place continuing on, and then the rest of the field gradually comes up behind it, and that's going to only get closer and closer. The more fighting they do, they'll just compress together as our top 10 runners then give way to the fight for 11. That is Murphy versus the car of May as they come across the timeline, so they're going to be fighting for the best of the rest spot. And then we do see the scramble between the 162 and the number 38, but as Cosby continues to stay close, the Team Brit McLaren getting closer and closer, but not quite able to find a move as of yet. He has cleared Goldsmith, however that move being made through Coram and down. But looking here to our car, the BMW 130, well, from them we come to the pit lane because the pit window's not quite open as of yet, but into the pits. Is that Jones in the number 7? Yes, it is. And well, have they found something that's wrong in the car? I think they're having to do a little bit of investigative work with regards to the car. Working away on smoking brakes there, so it looks like something's gone wrong with that front right brake. Might be a bit of a story to that one later, but is that going to be Jones out of the race? We'll have to see. If they can't get that service, they will have to serve another pit stop, remember, because this hasn't been during the pit window, so it's going to be very frustrating, literally being forced to come in right before it is the right time to come in, or at least you're eligible to come in, we should say. As the drivers make the way on through and continue to rack up the laps, we're looking all the way then down the Bentley Straight, and the pit lane is going to be opening 3, 2, 1, and there we go. Pit window is now open, and well, now that is going to see a number of drivers here start to think, okay, what's the strategy going to be? As your trophy leader there, Bates under a little bit of pressure from right, further on back, that's the 71 and Murphy under pressure from our GT4 Cosby. The McLaren Team Brit driver here looking for an opportunity, putting himself between a number of drivers in the process here, really breaking up the battle in. Wants to go hunting after Smith and Fielder in the GT class, albeit they're a long way up the road. I don't think he's going to be complaining about enjoying the battle here as they make the way around through turn number 11, again coming through Coram, but through there, and now coming out to the final corner in due course. Well, have we seen a change of position there? I don't think so at the moment, albeit what we can see there is our overall leader of the number 16 of Molan has now caught up to that field, and I wonder whether they're going to duck into the pits or stay out there in order to avoid the traffic. Well, they're into the pits. We do have a class leader and an overall leader into the pits, so that's going to be a change up there. Will we see Steve Gambrell also coming in from second place? Yes, he has come into the pits as well, from what we can gather from our data, because we haven't seen him coming through. So therefore, our two challenge and overall leaders deciding, okay, come into the pits and avoid the traffic sooner rather than later. I think a smart move, and there they go. Work being done here on the second place runner. And can Steve Gambrell close the gap? Can he jump ahead? Well, the pit stop times would say that yes, he is going to make the jump ahead, given the fact that we do have the 20-second pit stop time penalty for there being a pro driver, a pro-am pairing, if you will, to the Grimes and Molan machines. That should put Gambrell back ahead, as we see they're getting ahead. Well, that's getting very firm between our two trophy runners, the 22 and the number 10, so that's Bates and Wilson there having a bit of fun and a bit of an exchange as they fight, and I believe Wright has taken the lead of trophy whilst all that's been happening, so he's stuck ahead, and those two now fighting over the second place spoils, but anything can happen, and it normally does over the distance. From them, a little bit further back, we do also have the 721 of Murphy under a bit of pressure from the 110 Ginetta of May once more. But as more of our leaders are making their way into the pit lane, you can see there on the top left-hand corner of your screen in terms of the timing tower, our top 5 now all into the pits, and I can imagine more drivers opting to do so. And given the safety car that we saw in race number 1, I wonder whether a number of teams have decided, you know what, as soon as that pit window opens, we've got to go for the safety car, offset the risk. A bit of gaffer tape going on there to our third place runner overall. That's Malone's Porsche, I believe, having a lot of the lovely gaffer tape, or duct tape as it's also referred to, going on. But that's going going to be to most likely plug a gap and keep something together for the remainder of the race distance. It's always good to have a massive real gaffer tape wherever they go. And, well, from our drivers there in the pit lane now to those back out on circuit, will we see any of this group peel their way in? I suspect we may see some. In fact, we have had our TCR leader at the time of ball make his way in, so he's dropping down the order. Same for the second place runner at the time of ball in the 24. So a few pit stops being made. And, well, with those battles, they will take a brief breather, a lot of these battles, and then they will re-emerge onto the circuit once all those pit stops occur. The only exception is the trophy class at the moment, where they're all scrapping. And, well, speaking of scraps there, that's the 25 picking its way past the 79 of Story. So I believe Story's car there a little bit further back, but that's a roll back and go for the 74 of Malone. So there it goes, and it will take the, I believe, the lead of Challenge Class and overall there, because it doesn't have as long a pit stop penalty, given there's penalties applied from the finishing positions of race number 1, but from penalties in the pit lane exchanges to exchanges out on circuit. Well, once again we have a battle here for the second place spot in trophy, and it's Bates and Wilson, the two regulars, as they go side by side through the infield and then go line astern out of it. And it does look as though right now Moobin made a big dive up the inside from the 22. A lovely move on the braking there from Wilson, goes a win. Bates meanwhile respecting the space, because I think Bates is cognizant of the fact whatever he loses through the corners he'll gain back on the straights, because that Ginetta really has not had the speed anywhere but in the corners. There's your class leader and overall leader at the moment, so right, enjoying a good run in the 888 BMW as they come on down. But here goes over to the inside of the circuit. That is going to be Wilson peeling over to cover that inside line, and Bates not close enough here to try and make a counter attack. So it looks as though whatever happened at Williams, well, it's worked out in the favour of Wilson in terms of being able to get a good enough run, as he runs almost off the road there, going out to Nelson Corner. He's pushing hard here, and I think the idea is they want to try and keep that Ginetta ahead before the pit stop. Understandably so, track position can always dictate a firm position when they come out of the pits. Albeit Bates, I think, has got other ideas. Through the left-hander of Murray as they go, and throwing away on out. We'll see Wright coming to the pit lane this time around. We'll see any of them, or they stay out a bit longer. They can stay out until 18 minutes remaining, so it does mean they can go another lap, but they would have to pit, I believe, at the end of the next lap to be eligible to be within the pit window. I don't think they'll be able to get 2 more laps in, given the amount of time they're expending lap to lap. They are running on laps of 2 minutes and 2 seconds currently. And speaking of personal best, our race leaders just set a personal best of a 2:02.418. Fastest lap of the race, however, overall has been from one of our challenge drivers, that being the Ferrari 488 of Grimes and Molam, and that has been a 1:52.457. That's all the field that continues to make its way around here. And there you can see the Ferrari challenge machine we're just referring to carrying on, and it has, I believe, come back out in second place. Gambrel, meanwhile, still in the pit lane, in fact, a very long time in the pit lane. I'll try and find out what's happened to them, because it does not seem to have worked out as that. It's going to be a change of place. That's the 147 making its way on through Agostini up the inside of our BMW on, well, it's not our number 10 BMW, trying to discern who it is he's just made a pass on, but that is going to be Fielder, your leader in his class. Fielder leading what I believe is going to be the GT class there, and continue on his way, trying to break away from the Aston Martin Vantage GT4 of Addison. But coming back to the Agostini hairpin, change of position, potentially coming in, a big look up the inside, and there's going to be a tap between the two of them, and in the end they settle their differences, but that was almost around for the 110 of our Ginetta class, and behind we have one of our larger Ginettas, the G56, is trying to make some earnest progress here, but not quite working out, as I think that was the number 3 of Casey, and I think Casey trying to battle for position there. Looking to number 8, well, there's a surprise. And not a welcome one. That car parked up in the pit lane. Is that it for Steve Gamble today? Because race number 1, it was a run to second. We can't see anything on that car to say there is an issue, but clearly there must be, because it's been pulled back into the garage. Work's being done, and that explains why it's only Malone and Grimes out there as your top 2 in the challenge class, and what we suspect will be your top 2 once all these pit stops are done. But come the end of this lap, our leaders at the moment, our trophy class leaders, surely have got to come into the pits. Right, Wilson and Bates, in fact they are already starting to peel into the pits. So to say that, we do get the update down the timing tower to say they're all coming into pit lane, and well, they couldn't go any longer, because otherwise they would be outside the pit window the next time around. So that is going to readdress the field once they're coming in, because we will see our challenge cars now make their way in. And as they make their way into the lead for Malone and Grimes, well, hold up a second, that is the car Smith, so that will be, at the moment, I believe that's Colin Turkington behind the wheel a bit, and the number 36 has come to an abrupt halt there, and that is on pit lane entry. Well, that's going to be a difficult one for them to clear. They want to try and get that car moving. It's not too far away from being recoverable, but the problem is is where it is on circuit. That's going to be the challenge. But then look into the 147 here, your GT class leader at Fielder. We does have a comfortable 11.5 second gap to Addison in the 189, and well, as we see more happening in the pit lane, that's number 82 making its way on out. In fact, the 62 there, let's get that correct, and roaring its way onwards. Well, it's another successful pit stop, as we also see the number 24 there being given its service. It's all happening left, right and centre at the moment, and it does seem as though there's plenty of more strategy going on as we come to the end of the pit window. And as we do, with only 50 seconds left on the clock, all the drivers at the moment will complete those pit stops, if not complete them, and now it becomes a run to the finish. That's a move there trying to be made. Still this battle for the Ginetta class lead, and the 110 holding on here, but it's a look from the number 3. Casey again trying to look for that opportunity, but can't quite find it at the moment, as Dave May behind the wheel of the 110. We're trying to hold on after the heartbreak of their first race. They're looking to bring home what will be a miracle win in race number 2. But from them, looking to our Aston Martin Vantage GT4. Or the number 89 machine making its way around 189, trying to chase after Fielder, but I think that gap being quite pronounced, and if anything, the number 38 I think has made its way through. But there's the car parked up, and that is going to be the Smith Turkington machine just waiting there, and well, driver out the car, which is absolutely great to see, but not the way they wanted it to be. But coming back to those making their way into the scene of the static car, there is your leader. In fact, that's a change of position there at the front of the field. That is Grimes in the number 16 Ferrari, who has swapped places to take lead overall over Malone in the 74. So we are now back to having our Ferrari 488 Challenge Evo machine running at the stakes right at the front of the field, and comfortably on course it would seem, but back-to-back victories here today, and looking to strike back versus the car of Steve Gambrell, which is still in the pit lane, the number 8 Porsche 901, not going anywhere, and I don't think going anywhere for the remainder of the day. But as our Ginetta driver makes the one down, that being one of our lonely Ginettas a bit further down the field, that being the number 63, but holding from a lonely car to one's full of battles here. Side by side they go, the 25 of Ball versus the 721 of Murphy, and Darren Ball right now trying to pick up more places. In fact, he's made up 2 on this lap, where he's trying to, because that behind, side by side, is going to be Addison in the 189, picking his way past Murphy. So 3 different cars, 3 different classes, all fighting over for them 8th place, and roaring the way on around. It's absolutely close between them, no doubt about it, but Darren Ball right now is absolutely fired up and moving even further up that running order. Well, he's in the top 10 comfortably. I think he can go even higher than this with time, but from time there we've got a blue flag being waved for an exchange of places, not in front of us but further back in the rear of the picture, and that's going to be our overall leader cutting his way through this battle for 8th place overall. The change machine makes its way on through, and Grimes having a lot less pressure this time to try and make moves happen here, given the fact his main competition is a couple of seconds back at this moment and not really close enough to try and pounce on any opportunities as they wind their way towards the end of this lap. First Ball just holds his line there, waits for the Ferrari to do the smart thing, which is go at the right time out to the final corner. Will be most likely where you'll see that Ferrari just blast its way past. Out they come from the final corner onto the start-finish straight, and plenty of racing going on down towards turn number 1. A bit of a side-by-side moment there. Oh, that is a very big send on the braking, and in the end, well, I think we've got even more to roll them through on those corners up towards turn number 1, and then we do see the lonely number 70 Ciara Jones just making its way onwards. But side-by-side down the start straight they go. Multiple cars there side by side. I believe that was the battle still ongoing between Casey and May. In fact, there's been a swap of places there. Casey's moved into the lead of the Ginettas, but there goes May all the way up the inside, trying to make this happen. And between them, they've got Woodman, the TCOs, acting as the arbitrator here as they head down towards the hairpin of Wilson. We'll catch them when they come back around in due course. We see a bit more happening further up the order. This is going to be the fight for 8th that's still ongoing, a lap down, and as they make their way down in towards Agostini hairpin, no change at the moment there, but the 721 holding on. But, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to cut away from the circuit and down to the paddock, because I think we've got an interview with one of our drivers. Over to you for more information.
Just pulled down in the mix with Bobby Tremblay, leader in class. Great stint.
thank you. It was an interesting one. We were managing a problem, actually. We had a bit of a boost leak, intermittent. So obviously while we were in the pits, the guys obviously found the issue and we're back out on track. We didn't lose that much time, managed to manage it pretty well, and yeah, hopefully Ash can bring it home to the finish.
How soon did that incident happen? When did you lose the boost?
Second lap. so as soon as got by the 114, he immediately went up my back end. I was like, oh dear, here we go. But we managed to manage it and everything, so it was quite a hard challenge because you have to go full power mid-corner around the hairpin because the turbo wasn't spooling.
Lead it in class, you didn't need the boost.
Well, we don't know that, do we? I mean, we'll see how she gets on. I mean, she knows the car. She's been racing it last year. She's really come alive this season. Really proud of her. And it's an honour to be alongside her as well. So, yeah, fingers are crossed.
Bobby, I'll let you go and watch. Well done.
Thank you.
Good night. Bobby trying to lead it in class for Team Brit. Back to you, Paul.
Thank you, Ewan. And hearing there from Trunley, the leader in class, like was mentioned there, and they're looking very firmly on course for a great result, no doubt about it, the Team Brit team. But as we come back to all of the racing here, there's still plenty ongoing on the circuit, no doubt about it, and all the drivers absolutely enjoying us. We have a slow runner there, I believe. That's the BMW that's been at the centre of a number of moments, and I think that is the number 70 just crawling along. We'll come back to that in due course, but we've got a bit of a closer run here, and I think that is the 147 there. And running happily along. In fact, that might be the 79 making its way on down. Well, in fact, no, it is the 70. It was right the first time around, and that's going to be Goldsmith there, who I think will be crawling to the pit lane at the end of this lap to have something looked at regards to that BMW, because right now it is not in a happy place. It is the trophy machine. Although saying that, it does look as though he's picking up a bit of speed through the bomb hole corner, so perhaps they've been able to resolve the issue. Perhaps it's just been a misfire, but not going for a misfire. So right now, firing all cylinders is this wonderful battle between the 721 and the number 10 for second place in trophy. That is going to be the Murphy-Bates battle. Bates on the charge. Here we're looking to try and come for a due course, as that is going to be one of our Coopers going straight on there, and the 114 bringing it together, and that is going to be the car of Hayes, the Hayes Brothers machine. And well, as he just brings it back together, oh no, and that is in tears. It is the 110 that is crawling along here, and after a great recovery and a brilliant start to this race, battling for the Ginetta class lead, it's all in tears for the 118 motorsport machine. And well, door open immediately, and well, I suspect there'll be yellow flags, if not a safety car for that one, and we'll find out very quickly about that, ladies and gentlemen. But that is the worst time for it to come, with only 12 minutes to go. That Ginetta in the end in tears, and I can imagine right now the 118 Rescue with Data Motorsport team will be absolutely fuming. It's all falling apart with very little time. But good news is, drivers out the cars to understand it, so therefore we will be able to see if it was okay. And there we can see as the smoke gradually starts to calm down a little bit. I say a little bit. Drivers out the car, and I believe that might be, in terms of walking away from the car, that might be Dave May there. And oh well, thankfully he's away from the car, all safe and sound. Oh goodness me, that is a smoke storm up there going in towards Hamilton Bend. So low visibility here, and all of our drivers will be going into that and out of it very quickly. But that goes to show you, whatever's gone wrong in the car, something big has happened. But rolling around and down, the number 25 there of Ball, looking to make even more progress here as he tries to make his way past the 22 of Wilson. So now Ball's going to be up into 5th place there, and the TCR driver, well, I can tell you one thing, he's going to be ending today on a high, all being well, as he makes his way into the slippery condition zone. That's what the flag's for there, if you're wondering why it's yellow and orange. And well, ladies and gentlemen, our racing does come to a bit of a pause, because we've just had the call for the safety car as we head towards the final 10 minutes of this race distance. Well, that is going to cause the field to condense back up very gradually, but it neutralises all the racing as well. And well, in a parallel to what we saw in race number 2, we've only had race number 1 earlier today, I should say. We've only had one safety car so far, but it's going to be a safety car here, which may take a bit of time. But as all the drivers gradually cool down the race in there, we see the safety car, the Hyundai Ioniq 5N, picking up a pack leader there as they come across the time line. And well, it doesn't necessarily filter who is the overall leader of the safety car. It picks up the leader of a given amount of the pack of the race, and then everyone will queue up behind it gradually, and the field will concertina together, albeit at a dictated safety car or double yellow flag condition at race pace. But with 9 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock, right now one can imagine This safety car could see us close to the end, depending on how quickly the 110 Ginetta is evicted from the circuit. But as everyone gradually comes along in the safety car here, I believe we do have a word from one of our drivers down in the pit lane, and it's over to Ewan once again for what's going on in the paddock.
Down back in the pits with Mike again. Mike, your stint, first of all, you were absolutely flying.
Thank you, yeah. I had a chat with Colin beforehand. I thought, if I can bring anything to the party, it's weaving through traffic. And seeing as I'm the owner of the car, it's my choice to take those chances.
He's gone backwards a bit. Do we know what's happened?
Yeah, I think it's alternator. The battery was running low, so I don't know what's going on right now.
Did you say he jump-started it?
We had to, no, we got the jump pack on it to get it going at the end of the pit lane.
Wow.
I wasn't aware of that, but that's what the boys are telling me.
Okay, wow.
So I don't know if we've stopped now or not. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm trying to find out. Yeah. Sort of miserable.
Safety car might come to your saviour here.
It might do. Yeah, we can do with it this time. It worked against us for the last race.
It's been an up and down weekend.
Yeah, that's motor racing, isn't it? Yeah.
We'll catch you later, though. We'll catch you later. Well done.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy. It's Mike Smith with Colin Turtingale. Unfortunately, issue with the alternator. We are under safety car conditions, so we're going to find a few more drivers to interview. For the time being, though, back to Paul.
Thank you, and hearing there from Mark Smith, the driver partner for Colin Turkington, and an alternator issue putting them out of the running, but still the running was good whilst they were out there, no doubt about it. But as the clock continues to tick on down, we'll still do have our safety car on out there, and well, could see so many of you enjoying the racing so far in the YouTube chat, particularly the free wides we have seen, and also the way strategy has shaken things up, and of course the pit stops being important, as we do see the number 110 there. It's parked up, the smoke stopped pulling away from the Ginetta, and well, a very frustrating day for the team, no doubt about it. And as we look down to the start finish straight, time continues to trickle away, and I believe we've still got lights on the safety car as it makes its way on past us. Yes, we have, as the field gradually continues to bunch up here, and well, we might be looking at another sprint to the finish here, depending on when the safety car does release the field to go racing again, if it does so. As all the drivers continue to make the way around, I think we're going to be getting a word with a couple more of our drivers down in the pit lane, as Ewan alluded to only a moment ago. And well, we will be seeing... Well, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, we were going to try and get a word with our number 8 challenge drivers, that being Steve Gamble in the Porsche 991, but I think they're not quite available for a word down the pit lane. I think they might be taking a look over the car and seeing what's gone wrong. We're not going to be seeing them out there again today, I don't think, so a bit unfortunate there. So it does mean that they'll be leaving here today with only a second place and a non-finish to their name after the 3 wins that have really been the story of their season at Silverstone in the first 2 rounds of the championship. As all the field come on down here, we can see the first pack of cars will then have a bit of a gap before the next pack, such the way everyone's queuing on up, and this is only going to lead to good battles all the way towards the end, with the number 22 there of Wilson, the Ginetta, what is our trophy leader, well, sitting right behind the TCR leader, and then looking to the exit of the final corner. I believe that is going to be one of our BMWs. I don't think that's Fielder's 147 who's leading the GT class, however. That's one of our other BMWs, one of our BMW M2 CS racing machines, if I'm not mistaken. But as the rest of the field now makes its way through the Agostini infield hairpin, everyone's still close together and itching to go racing. But we also do see there the pickup truck or the low loader getting ready in the background. I suspect that's going to be to airlift the Ginetta that is stricken the 110 Ginetta to safety. And whilst that operation is ongoing, we'll still be behind the safety cars. It makes its way down the Bentley Straight, so everyone weaving again, trying to get a bit more temperature, but no racing afoot at the moment as we continue to gradually see this race towards its conclusion. Some questions there being asked in the YouTube chat, including from Driver Game, which asks what happens to the number 8 red Porsche and Turkington's car. Well, with regards to the number 8 red Porsche, presumably that is the Toro Verde GT car you're referring to in the challenge class. Unfortunately, we're not quite sure. We just saw it come into the pits, and after coming into the pits, it's never left it. It's been reversed back into the garage, and we haven't been able to get the story as to what's happened. It's just a retirement of some description. Meanwhile, for Colin Turkington's car, that being the car driven by Colin Turkington and also Mark Smith, We just heard from Mark Smith only moments ago, who did have an absolute fun time in the car. For Colin Turkington, didn't quite work out, and unfortunately a alternator failure meant the car had to be parked up on the entry into the pit lane, and it was retired there. We also do see there a little bit of work ongoing with the 110 Ginetta, the car that was battling for the Ginetta honours. It didn't quite work out in the end with a lot of smoke. We're not quite sure what's gone wrong, but that's trying to be airlifted to safety on the back of a low loader as all drivers roar the way on around. And as they do, well, we do say hello to Ethan Dance there, who says hello and good afternoon to you, Ethan. But in terms of our class leaders then, as 4 minutes are on the clock and time is gradually heading towards its conclusion, we do have then overall leader and challenge leader. It is the Grimes and Molam pairing. We have at the moment, it is Bonamy Grimes, who is in that car for FF Course and Red River Sport. Behind them in second place, it is the number 74 Porsche 991 Cup car of Malone. That's Don Malone there, who is second in challenge and overall. Then we come to your third place car overall and your class leader in GT. That is the 147 of Fielder, and that being driven by David Fielder for SGM Motorsport, and a very happy lead that's been slashed significantly. And then we do have running in second in the GT class, that is going to be the number 38 of Team Brit, and that is the combination of Noah Cosby and Caleb McDuff, and I believe it is at the moment Cosby who is in that car driving it. Then we have in fifth your TCR leader, that is Darren Ball, the man who had a nightmare race number 1 and in the end has carved his way all the way through the field and used strategy as well to move into fifth. A brilliant job from him after the upset of race number 1 and qualifying this morning. And then we come to sixth place, and that is another class leader there, your trophy class leader, the Wilson pairing, the Wilson family members, and they're running happily at the front of their class, albeit they may be under a bit of pressure on the restart if we get one, because between them and the second place machine of Bates, being in number 10, it's Addison, and we have seen plenty of battling action in the trophy class, no doubt about it. A bit further back behind them, leading the Ginettas in the number 3 with the fall of the 110 Ginetta, we do have the number 3 of Casey, and that being driven of course by Nick Casey for Box 3 Motorsport and Darton Motorsport. He's going to be very happy with how this is playing out. All the way down in 17th place, we do have your leading Cup car, and that is the BMW M240i, being driven at the moment by, I think it's Ash Silver, and that's for Team Brit there. They're leading their Cup class quite comfortably, or they were before we did see the safety car, so that's going to bunch them up with Hayes right behind. And I believe we also do have the number 11 of Barton that's ended up retiring from this race at some point, our guest GT machine. I think that's covered all 6 of our classes there, unless I'm mistaken, and that's all of your class leaders at this time. But as we have had the Ginetta still being airlifted out there, having to get the hoisting points together, so that's why it does take some time. Well, I think, ladies and gentlemen, with less than 2 minutes on the clock and our safety car coming on through with its lights on again, I don't think we're going to be finishing this race under green flag conditions. I think it's going to be finishing under safety car, because we won't have enough time to do another lap, unfortunately. But as we do see there, the 147 of Fielder, well, he's going to be very happy, and not just with a class win there in GT, but also third place overall. And that's going to be a very high position to finish for him, no doubt about it. This definitely has been one of those races where it has been flat out all the way through until we've had this one safety car. But we've had a brilliant best part of 30 minutes of racing, no doubt about it. As all tries headlong, we are all good as me, and it's come back. It's like a phoenix from the ashes, because that is the number 8 of our Toyo Verde team. Steve Gamble gets back out there, so they've been able to resolve whatever was wrong, and they are going to finish this race and take third place in class under their own steam per challenge, so trying to get every point on the board, even if today they're not going to be taking any victories. And well, great work from the team there to get that back out. But as oil giants come down, well, you can see the safety car there in full form, and with the lights on, 35 seconds left on the clock. Well, the inevitable here is that we are going to be seeing this race end under safety car. It's unfortunate, ladies and gentlemen, but that's sometimes the way it goes, no doubt about it. And well, it is all over, I believe, with regards to, excuse me, the run of the race, and we will see the safety car all the way to conclusion. As all tries head on through that, I can see some requests from you in the YouTube chat there, particularly from Richard David Boxley saying, extend this to an hour, please. I wish we could. Indeed, we'd love to see even more, but I don't think, Richard, we're going to be allowed to do so. And Charlie Stevenson there saying, I think we're going to run out of time, finish under safety car. And, well, we see there, clock strike 0, ladies and gentlemen. So it does mean when they come around next time, the checker flag will wave, and, well, it will be a slow way to finish this race. However, that's the way it's gone, and in the end, safety comes first in motorsport, like in many things, and we will be seeing our challenge leader and overall leader, the number 16 of Grimes, coming on home to take that class and overall victory. But as they make the way on through then, well, it won't be the way that anybody wanted the race to finish, but it's going to finish that way, and coming on around, all is going to be said and done in the battles here today in the Britcar Endurance Championship for 2025. As we do see there, the car which triggered the safety car, the 110 Ginetta, it's back on the low loader, and it is gradually being taken back home to the paddock, to the team for them to look at, and will most likely pack away in preparation for their next race weekend, and that will be, of course, races 6 and 7 of the championship on Saturday the 5th of July at Thruxton, the fastest circuit in the United Kingdom, as self-proclaims. But for now, we're going to have one of the slower ends to the racing for the Britcar Endurance Championship, and as they come to line behind the safety car, it is going to be your challenge winners there of Grimes and Molam coming on through, and also with overall victory we'll have Malone just behind them. Fielder will take honours in the GT class, 3rd place overall. TCR honours will go to Ball there in 5th, and further on down we'll also see trophy victory go to the Wilson family in their Ginetta, ahead of then Casey, who will take Ginetta honours in 10th place overall, and all the way to 17th place we will see the Team Brit BMW M240i of Drunley and Silver take Cup victory there. Well done to them, and that will be the race. But here are the provisional top 14 results, subject to any Stewart inquiries, and as we can see, Grimes and Molam in the end, despite being put under honest pressure in the early stages of the race, able to bring home that victory with 21 laps turned. Behind them by 14 seconds as classified, and Malone there in the Porsche 911 Cup. Then we come from the challenge class to none other than your GT class there, and it was Fielder who took victory in that class, just ahead of the Cosby and McDuff combination, and while the Team Brit team finishing in 2nd there, they'll be very happy with that. Ball took TCR honours there in 5th, and what a drive from him to come all the way from the back of the field in the Coupe Leon competition Gen 1, ahead of the Wilson family pair there, taking victory in the trophy class after that absolutely brilliant battle between the Wilsons, Bates, Murphy, and plenty of names fitting into the mix. Between them it was Addison, then Bates and Murphy and Casey, your Ginetta winner in the Ginetta G55 Super Cup, taking out the top 10, with 11th going the way of the McGregor-Tomlinson pair in the Mazda RX-8, and then we did have Woodman in 12th ahead of Jones and Ellick, with Turnbull completing a top 14. Fastest lap of the race, a 52.45 being set on the 2nd lap, and that was set by your race winners overall, and in challenge, the Grimes and Molam combination. So an absolutely brilliant race, no doubt about it, ladies and gentlemen. And well, that brings the racing this fine Saturday for the Britcar Endurance Championship to a close. And in the end, it was a slow close, but we had some fantastic racing over the 30 minutes, and the highlights were really being in that trophy class, in the battle for victory, going back and forth, lap after lap, corner after corner, and it was anybody's guess who was going to be able to come away with that trophy victory. But in the end, it was the number 22 Ginetta from the Wilson family that found its way to the front. It may have lacked the straight line speed, but it made up for it in the corners and also on strategy. And sometimes you've got to play to your strengths and undermine your rivals' weaknesses, and they did exactly that. As the circuit falls silent, all the drivers will be making their way into the pit lane in due course, and I'm sure we'll get a few interviews with our winners, or at least our top 3, as we normally do. Circuit falling silent, of course, we're not quite complete with our racing here today, because we will have the OT Publishing Hyundai Coupe Cup with Toyo Tires coming back for their final race and round number 6 of their 2025 campaign in approximately, I believe, unless I'm mistaken, about 20 minutes time. But as we do have our safety teams going out there, the marshals making their way around to inspect the circuit as they normally do. Well, in terms of the Britcar Endurance Championship, what's up next, I hear you ask? Well, it will be a visit to Thruxton for 2 45-minute races on Saturday the 5th of July, and that's where they'll continue their story in their 8-round championship campaign of 12 races. So they'll be heading towards their halfway point at Thruxton as they'll make their way from the county of Norfolk to the county of Hampshire. But meanwhile, as they all make the way down, well, the field all coming on through there, And it was great to see the Toro Verde GT Porsche 911 Cup car of Steve Granville make its way back out the pit lane, literally on the final lap, just to get out there and get the points as classified. And well, in the end, every point matters in the championship, no doubt about it. And I do see a number of you there enjoying the fact it was an absolutely unpredictable race, a good race, all kinds of chaos in the second half, making for an unexpected conclusion, says Creason Jackal D. And well, enjoying yourself, no doubt about that. Indeed, so many of you enjoying it. And Ethan Dance watching the stream from Andover. Well, that's absolutely brilliant. And well, good afternoon to you in Andover there. That with all the drivers mostly into their pit lane. As I look out my commentary booth window, I think they're all being directed to head to Parc Ferme. And what I think I might be able to see our presenter for the day, Ewan Dunlop, currently walking around with his roaming cameraman. And well, they'll very shortly grab a word with the drivers. We'll just wait for everyone to get parked up there and give them all a 5-second breather, because I can imagine it's going to be very hot in those cars. And indeed, those racing overalls will definitely need a wash after today. And well, that's for all the energy burned in sweat and adrenaline. But with that, as the circuit has fallen silent, well, we've got one more race to come, and that's when the circuit will once again roar to life. Well, most of our drivers are into the pits. We're still waiting for a couple more. I think they're all being gradually escorted down there. I think they're all being directed. And a few celebrations going on, particularly for the Team Brit team down there, I believe, celebrating their class victory. And also I can see a huge pump in the air for a number of supporters for the 147, which took third place overall. And that being our GT class winner of David Fielder there for SGM Motorsport. And what a drive from him to take third overall, as well as the class win honours. But as all the drivers make their way on down and a few celebrations going on there, I think everybody is in position currently, and we'll get some post-round interviews very shortly. Well, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, Ewan is all set down in Parc Ferme, and let's get some interviews with our top 3 racers.
Here we are in the pit lane next to the 1, 2, 3. First of all, we're going to chat with David Fielder, third place overall and first in class. That's it, get your helmet off, David. First of all, congratulations, great race.
Yeah, no, thank you. Really enjoyed that. Really enjoyed race 1 as well. Just proves if we can stay out of trouble, keep the lap times consistent, we can get there in the end.
Yeah, staying clean is the key. Class win as well, so a big weekend.
Yeah, no, amazing weekend. 2 wins in the class, getting on the overall podium. Yeah. What more can I ask for?
Well done. More to come in the rest of the series?
Yeah, definitely.
Fantastic, well done.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, buddy. We're going to run round David's car here and then jump in with Dwes Don Malone. We spoke to him earlier, had a third place earlier today and improved on that one position, up one step from third to second.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Thrilled with that result. Obviously, not sure what happened to Steve. I'm guessing he retired.
Yes.
So I hope everything's okay for him.
He got out for one last lap actually to get some points.
Oh, okay. Oh, brilliant. Oh, well done. Well done. Oh, that's good. Really, really tough with that. Despite my embarrassing spin there, it didn't seem to lose too many, overall positions. So no, great weekend. Great results. Really, really kind of,
Coming into the weekend, if we said third and second, you would have taken that?
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Obviously, you want to win, but the realism is that obviously the guys are great drivers and the cars are pretty they've got a bit more power, so it's hard.
And can we get even more? Can we get that win? Is there more in there?
I hope so. Adam will be back in the car with me, Adam Smalley, probably for the next round, so I'm sure he can do some impressive pro stuff for us, so yeah, that'd be great.
Well, either way, great weekend, well done.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, appreciate it. And we are looking for our winners. Where have they gone? They've moved on. I can see Johnny's run away, so can you squeeze through here? We're going to try our best. Hang on 1 second. Johnny, don't run away from us. Congratulations, that is an awesome weekend.
Yeah, it was the first. I actually really enjoyed the first race, and Bond did a great job in the first race. In fact, he did a great job in both races, and we knew with the extra penalty with Steve driving on his own, we had 20 seconds plus the 5. We got 15, they get 10 for first and second in the first race, so I had to make up about 18 seconds in my stint, so I was really fired up and I went out, and as I was halfway around my out lap, they said, oh, Porsches in the pits, look after the left rear and bring it home. So I just cruised around. I don't think I got a single clear lap, but it didn't matter. You know, just cruised around, and obviously with the safety car at the end, it's a shame to finish under safety car, but it was a really good result. And Bond just drove beautifully. The FF Corsa team did a fantastic job this weekend, and we've come back. We've learned from some of the errors we've made in the last couple of races. We also had some bad luck, and we've come back, and it's nice to come here and start winning again.
But like you've said, you've just got to play the game, haven't you?
Yeah, absolutely, and it's a competitive field. There's some really quick guys up at the front, and it's enjoyable to come here, and you have to push. I was genuinely absolutely gutted when they told me the Porsche was within the pits, because I was really looking forward. I worked out that I could probably catch him with about a lap to go, so it was going to be. It depended. He might have upped his game, but certainly the pace that I've seen, you know, with me and Bond this weekend and him, I think I would definitely been catching him. Whether it would have been enough, who knows? But I was genuinely disappointed we didn't have that. So
massive weekend for the championship too.
Yes, I think that they managed to get back out and
did one lap at the end.
Yeah, so good for them. Obviously, we're not even thinking about the championship. We're just going to go for as many wins as we can possibly get now.
Look, your podium's coming up. Well done.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
For the second time this weekend, on to the top step of the podium, number 16, front drives and Johnny Melvin.
Yeah, this will be done in 10 seconds.
Patrick, both presented for the first place trophy. The good kick out and what was lovely, and that will round out your second and final podium of the weekend for Britcar Endurance Championship.
Come on, everyone!
Well, there was our podium, ladies and gentlemen, for our second and final race of the Britcar Endurance Championship for this weekend. Remember, you can continue to follow their story in what will be a month's time as they roar their way on the 5th of July to the Thruxton circuit for races 6 and 7 or round 4. But with that, we now come to our final race of today, and it is a return to the OT Publishing Coupe Cup with Toyo Tires. And this is how they line up for race number 2 or round number 6 of their series. They line up as they finished in race number 1. It is Nathan Williams who lines up in pole position, trying to add another win to his basket, trying to make it 5 out of 6 this season. Adam Jones will give him company from the front row of the grid after fighting his way through to second. Behind them, maiden pole sitter for race number 1, starting third in this one, Michael Evans. He was just pipped a line by Adam Jones by 65 thousandths. Can he do the same back to Jones in this race? If not, he'll be in the company of Ben Wilkinson, who begins 4th. Max Petworth had a bit of a slow start to race number 1, didn't quite get going, and in the end had to settle for 5th, but he'll be in the company on the third row of Matthew Watson, who begins his day here in 6th. Neil Hurren starts 7th after that brilliant battle between Hurren and Hemingway right towards the end of the first race of the day. They make up your 4th row, and then completing your top 10 will be Mark Jones and Kevin Middleton. And expect plenty between them as well, in the fact that in the end Jones was able to break away, as Kevin Middleton had to look further and further behind him for the rest of the field that was chasing him throughout that first race. But speaking of the rest of the field, well, we'll show you the rest of the grid very shortly, but an absolutely stacked top 10, no doubt about it. And well, it is going to be a packed field, because that was your top 10. And then as we do look to what will be at the second half of the grid for our 19 drivers, you'll then have Gary Hobbs, who lines up in 11th, best of the rest. And well, the number 8 car will look to try and get one over the number 7 this time, because it was a reverse in race 1. Darren Ford joins him on the 6th row of the grid in 12th, and it will be Tim Prince in 13th ahead of Simon Smith, who begins this one in 14th. Roger Owens will line up 15th in the number 26 ahead of Harvey Kersley, who will start 16th after a frustrating race number 1. Didn't quite go forward, and also some track limit warnings went his way. However, he won't be wanting those warnings for another time today, nor will Sean Jones in the 47 ahead of Ian Brunning. And then we have Spencer Heron, who lines up 19th of our 19 starters there. And well, it is going to be an absolutely brilliant second race race here. And well, just to remind you, this is going to be a 15-minute sprint race. No strategy other than get to the front and hold on to it all the way to the end. But in these Hyundai Coupe machines of 4 different generations, from the Gen 1s and 2s of the late 90s all the way through to the early noughties, and then we do have the Gen 3s and Gen 3.5s out there. Well, I've been reliably informed there's been a variety of Gen 2s out there. I incorrectly did say earlier on we didn't have too many Gen 2s, and thank you to the official Coupe Cup YouTube channel for letting us know that in the BARC YouTube chat. And as everyone makes one down, it does look as though there Nathan Williams right now, after a very challenging race number 1, where he did find his way back through in the end, despite the efforts of the driver who finished third in the end, of Michael Evans. Well, right now it does seem as though Nathan Williams trying to get as much tyre temperature as possible, and also pulling away a little bit from the field on this formation, perhaps trying to get into the mind game space here, which is I'm here to win and I'm going to be that far away come the end of the race. There's only one problem. He's got Adam Jones behind him, and many of you who tuned in for the Thruxton race for this series may remember that it all came to elbows out going through the last couple of corners of their final lap of round number 4. Jones may have won on the road, but in the end it was demoted to second due to being deemed to have gained an advantage through the move into the chicane. Now, these machines as well do have a tendency to get very hot on their front tyres and front brakes. They are front engine front wheel drive, and as they make the way around there, well, right now everybody's starting to make their way back onto the start finish straight. And well, we had a brilliant race number 1. We could expect an absolutely brilliant race number 2. They all just about kept it clean, although there were some Hyundais that ended up almost sideways, particularly further back. We did have one that almost went around, but some brilliant car control to power through it, and I believe that might have been one of the Kersey Motorsport machines. As they come around this time, who's going to be your victor? Well, we're going to find out. Once they all gradually pull into their positions, it's not going to be a long time before we do see the lights, but just coming on through here, and it was the whole game of inching forward millimetre by millimetre between Nathan Williams and Michael Evans in race 1. They kept inching forward because I think they both realised they'd stopped a little bit short of their boxes, but I think everyone this time getting a bit closer to their starting positions, and the field almost all set to take us to green flag racing. Once the final car takes its spot on the grid, that is now time for the lights. And the lights are on, ladies and gentlemen. Without further ado, it's lights out and away we go for the second of our OT Publishing Coupe Cup races with Toyo Tires as they roar the way down towards turn of 1. A better start there for Adam Jones. It looked so he just reacted a little bit sooner. He's going to be on the outside, however, into Richards Bend, and as they come down, well, look there, your third place starter also trying to make some moves, but he can't quite get in at the moment, can Evans, as he's under a bit of pressure behind, but coming in towards the Wilson hairpin, onto the brakes they'll come, and as they make the way on down here, well, the top 4 right now as they started this race, but behind, well, it's anyone's guess as Max Papworth there on the outside being marshalled down the order. 2 by 2 they emerge, and I think we're going to have another fight for the final spot of the top 10 now. I wouldn't be surprised if we see the 7 and 8 of Middleton and Hobbs go all the way at it again, but roaring the way on through Palmer Corner, where the top 4 are now starting to pull away, and 5th and 6th with them. The number 51, they're running a little bit wide, and roaring his way on down there into the braking zone at Port Agostini. Onto the anchors they go, and under braking there a little. Oh, goodness me, a big lock up there for the number 51. Does get it stopped in time. Goodness me, that could have gone very sideways, but then it didn't. And coming out of the hairpin, well, everyone right now trying to get those brakes up to temperature, trying to get those tyres up to temperature. And I think some drivers a little bit more eager than others. They roar the way on through, but charging the way now in towards the completion of the infield layout. Will we see things calm down a little bit, or will we see those 2 wides continue? I think it's the former rather than the latter as they make the way around, although I see the Kersey Motorsport machine there just been marshalled down, battling side by side, coming through Oggies and into Williams there. And will it get ahead of the Lightning McQueen machine? And the answer is it's going to get a nose ahead of the number 38, and that's going to be a long run on down. Kersey right now fighting hard there with the machine of Ford, and Ford has had a bit of a difficult start by comparison. Kersley's made a lot of ground, but at the front of the field, it's Williams and Jones now starting to put some gap over the rest of the field. And then third and fourth, two identical cars there, but three wide further back. At least that's what the camera would make you think, but in fact it's staggered 2 by 2 as they roar the way from Brundle into Nelson, and Kersley does move up another position. And Kersley, who was targeting the podium this weekend when I went round to speak to him earlier on, and all the family, well, right now race number 1 didn't go his way whatsoever, but right now race number 2 definitely moving forward. As the number 7 and the number 8 have both fallen backwards. The battle of the two yellow machines, well, they're fighting just outside the top 10 unless I'm mistaken. But here come our leaders there into the final corner for the first time in this race, and as they emerge now, gap continues to expand there as they head down towards turn number 1, albeit the rest of the field now also coming on through. Kersley, they're breaking away from the 38, and across that timeline they go. But look at this, Williams may be leading, but it's not by much of a margin, as Adam Jones so close he could reach out and practically touch the exhaust tip of his rival. 2.5 tenths it was across the line. I suspect it's going to be about a tenth by the time they get to Richards Bend. The rest of the field, it'll be Evans, then Watson, then Hurren, then Papworth, Hemingway, Wilkins, Kersley and Ford. That's your top 10 with Mike Jones in 11th as they roar the way onto lap number 2. But down they come. We're expecting 7 laps of racing. We'll just about squeeze them in. Leaders there, almost side by side coming through Wilson Bend, as meanwhile Papworth under increasing pressure from the 51. Hemingway definitely feeling a little bit daring. He had a big slide and a moan earlier on, but meanwhile here's a change for the leaders. That's going to be Jones up the inside there, battling with Williams, and he takes the place for now. And Adam Jones trying to get his second win on the board here today. Will he be able to? Well, that is a good start to it, but the problem is you can take the lead, but you're not just going to break away. Here comes Williams back up the inside here, looks under braking. Jones gives him the space to breathe. But I think right now it's going to start off gentlemanly, and then the elbows will come out a little bit later on, because the problem is the more these two fight, the more likely they bring Evans and Watson into the battle, and those two behind in the number 5 and 12, something tells me they're working together right now, not just because they're in the same colour cars, but also for the simple reason they want to be in that lead battle. But here come our leaders then, still too wide, making their way through Oggies and into Williams and ruining the way out. Well, Jones right now still holding on there, but remember, battling like this, it costs you time, it also costs you a bit of tyre life. And through Williams they go, and Adam Jones, he'll be leading onto the Bentley straight. Will he be leading coming into Brundle and Nelson? Something tells me he might be, but I think Williams will be now on the fence as to whether he goes to the move here or whether he waits, because Evans has encroached very quickly indeed. That gap was 2.2 seconds at the start of this lap, well, it's very much less than that now. I think it's had about an 80% discount on it, as we can see there, Williams taking the racing line, and Jones just pitching the car in the middle of the road and saying, we can go for it, but I'm going to make it difficult for you. So Jones now definitely starting to think immediately about trying to back Williams into the third place runner there of Evans, but through bomb hole they go, and here comes Evans around the outside. Well, that tactic might work. He's going to need to be given some space. He is able to make his way around there, but the problem is Williams has that inside line to Gorham, and it's a long right-hander, and that front left tyre is going to get hot, and it's naturally going to start to lose a little bit of grip as they come down into the final bend. But coming on down at 5 minutes almost complete, and we've still got 10 to go plus a final lap here. Williams holds on to second for now, goes a little bit deep out the corner, but you can see now the top 8 starting to pull away from the rest of the field, and then we do have Kersley into 9th. Kersley has come all the way through the field there, 7 places gained on the open lap. That has got to be our most places gained by any of our Hyundai drivers here today. Brilliant drive, no doubt about that, as we do see a little bit of a battle there between Owens and the 47 of Jones, but back to leaders, and right now, well, that's the battle for second. And Williams under major pressure here, as Jones has done enough to open up a 1.5 second gap down the start-finish straight. So it does look as though Adam Jones might be starting to sawn off into the distance. However, he's now got to manage this race, and that's the one thing that we've seen over the course of all 5 rounds previously. You might be leading, but you've got a lot of time management if you want to see that checker flag and be happy to run away from the rest of the field. But as the rest of the field now starts to make its way close and close to the fight for second, well, we can see there Williams a bit faster coming through turn number 3, so it does feel a bit hooked up. Meanwhile, the fight for fourth between Watson and Hurren, that is now starting to get a little bit closer. Hurren looking for a move here, potentially down to Agostini. Well, he takes a peek and then decides, no, I can't do it. That might be to site where his breaking point could be if he wants to go for a lunge. Also, similarly, we do have the 51 there of Hemingway trying to look on Papworth, and Papworth has fallen back to 6th, Max Papworth. Not to say or to besmirch him, but right now it does seem as though the Snetterton circuit and Max Papworth, they're just not in a happy relationship, because he's going backwards little by little over these races compared to how he started. And well, it might be one of the situations where perhaps they've set something up on the car and it's just not the right setup for this circuit. It's a very hard circuit to get the setup right for, because you've got such such a variety of corners. It's a very technical circuit, and as we heard earlier on from some of the drivers in Parc Fermé after race number 1, they can tweak certain settings on the car to improve its handling characteristics or adjust them, and I can imagine those adjustments may not be quite favourable. But further back, we can see in the battle of the two yellow machines, the 7 and the 8, Middleton's in 11th, Hobbs is in 12th, and there's a 3-second gap between them. And then we come to the 38 of Ford, the Lightning McQueen machine, which does look as though our cameras are besotted with, and to be fair, why shouldn't they be? It's a very appealing car, and well, that's running in at 13th there with Jones a bit further back. But back into the battling, and that is going to be a move there by Kersley to hold on to 9th as he makes his way through the number 7 close there. In fact, it looks like Kersley's gone backwards a place, I believe. Is that the 32 that's made its way through? I think it has, and well, the number 32 there, Mark Jones, now up into 9th unless I'm mistaken. So Kersley, for a lightning start, is now finding his rapid launch is now turning into a slow battle of attrition there to be inside the top 10. They're coming back to the front of the field as they make the way onto another lap. Half the race complete, still more laps to go. I think we are going to have 3 more laps after this one, and as they roar the way across that line, well, we can see our leader's disappeared, so much so he doesn't make it into the camera shot. But further back, Williams and Evans getting close. Patworth fighting still versus Hemingway. Hemingway was alongside and a nose ahead as they made the way up towards Richards Bend in the fight for second. Well, Williams right now still holding off Evans. Evans is feeling racy here. He battled hard with Adam Jones in the first race of the day, and Ain's fancying his chances versus the other race winner again as they roar the way on around through the Wilson hairpin. 2 wide there, and that is Patworth having to hold on here. The Kersley Motorsport powered machine still keeping the 51 at bay, but Patworth is having to look further and further backwards in the fight for 6th place. Was ahead on up, it was Hemingway ahead into Richards, but he didn't emerge ahead, and coming on through the left-hander right now, we can see there also Wilkins getting close behind. And can Wilkins become a third-party player in this one? Well, I think he would like to be as they come down towards the braking zone. He looks one way, then the other. That gets into the mind of Hemingway. A bit of a lock up on the brake in there. He's going to go straight to the inside in order to release the brakes and calm the car down. Great awareness there from Hemingway as we've got a run wide, and that is going to be the 87 of Hurren, who's taken a bit of a hurried rush to the grass. He rejoins, however, but he will lose the run on the top 4 there. And well, more of a 2 wide as that is going to be the 10 making its way past the number 51, and well, now it's a good move there from Wilkins up in 7th place, and we'll have Hemingway falling back. And Hemingway, despite a good start to this race, now finds himself relegated for a battle over 7th as Hemingway has not been able to break away. Meanwhile, Patworth most definitely has. But the drivers roar the way out of Williams and onto the back straight. Well, this battle continues, and well, making the way side by side almost up toward Brundle into Nelson. Will there be a change? We'll have to wait and see this time around as they roar the way onwards, coming down to that braking zone then. And will there be a move? I don't think so. It's close, but not close enough. There's another small lock up on the brakes there, and I think Wilkinson right now, I should say his full name there rather than his concatenated name in the timing tower, and making the way out of Brundle into Nelson. No change at the moment, but the 51 of Hemingway definitely trying to hold on as much as it can, and so much so it is enabling Patworth to just gradually saunter off into the distance, albeit Patworth's manoeuvres are being limited somewhat there by Hurren, who has fallen back to him. So as our leader makes his way past the static camera there, coming out of Murray's Bend, they head on to another lap with 5 minutes to go, and it's Adam Jones who's still leading. Gap last time around was 2.4 seconds. What's it this time as he crosses the line? He sets a personal best at 2 minutes 26.58. Williams, meanwhile, at 2:27.35. So that gap is going to go up a little bit more. And in fact, it does look as though that gap now extending to the best part of 2.4 seconds there. So it's gradually incrementing out. And as it does so, well, for Adam Jones right now, if he can keep up this pace, then that second victory of the season is definitely going to materialise sooner rather than later. But from them, as we come back to the fight for second, then you can see that Evans, for all the pressure he's been able to put on, he can stay close, but he doesn't seem to have enough to get alongside. As meanwhile, speaking of alongside, that is a bold and brazen move up the inside of number 10. That's on the 51 there, Hemingway, trying to get back ahead in the fight for 7th. These two are really enjoying a good ding-dong scrap between them, and in fact, look how they've come together with Hurren and Patworth here. They're getting so close right now. These 4 drivers all together in the mix, and as they make their way onwards, a bit of a rallycross excursion there from our number 10, albeit only 2 wheels going to the grass, so I don't think he'll mind that. Into the braking zone there for the Agostini hairpin. A bit of a lock-up on the front left and also the rear left. They're skidding along, and right now Wilkinson is definitely pushing those brakes to the absolute limit in his Hyundai, and I can imagine at this point in time he might be thinking, it's got to give me a bit more, but what else can the car give him, because he's driving it absolutely on the limit. But that's where it loves to be as they come in towards Oggies once again, and through that right-hander, he's close. close. Can he look for a potential move here? I think he's going to, because that's a slight run wide there from Hemingway, albeit it doesn't offer an opportunity. Say that quickly, that alliteration multiple times, I dare you. But that opportunity not being offered right there, but it might be down this Bentley straight. Speaking of which, as our leaders make their way into the camera shot, the sun gradually settling here and down towards Brundle and Nelson they go, with Jones still a comfortable margin ahead as Williams does now start to get a bit closer. Nathan Williams is putting the hammer down here, albeit I think it's going to be one of those questions of can he get that gap down to about 1.5 seconds to pick up a distant tow. Well, not quite, at least at the moment. And then from our top four, you suddenly do have this 5th through to 10th battle here that's all together, and even more so further back. Well, it's always one of the yellow machines that ends up in a good old scrap, and that is going to be, unless I'm mistaken, the battle for 10th place, and that's going to be the car of Middleton trying to hold Kersey behind. Oh, goodness me, what has happened there? Well, that is a big moment. I think everyone's trying to recover from it. It's the 47 of Jones, and that being in 14th place at least. I think it was having a bit of a fight with Hobbs and Owens' machines. Well, in the end, it's had a bit of an excursion. Brilliant work from our camera crew there to catch that one as it happened, and we're still in a bit of a battle there, and I think that it's going to be Owens looking for the move on Hobbs, but the number 8 yellow machine of Hobbs there just holding on to 12th place currently. But as we do look back to the front of the field, when someone to go, this is Patworth versus none other than the 51 of Hemingway this time around. And well, Horan's being given a bit of a breather here as they roar the way through turn number 1. Down towards 2 they go, behind them Wilkins still watching, but Wilkinson, can he find a way in now into that braking zone? Well, here they come, 2 wide. Wilkinson dare not make it 3 wide, but he does tuck in very tight behind the car of Patworth and says, please help me on through here, I want to get past Hemingway and then come after you. Hemingway says, I see what you're trying to do. He's going to look from the outside to the inside here into Palmer Corner to defend this position, but because of this it will give Patworth an opportunity to break away. But that's the one thing we've really seen Patworth struggle with today, is the fact he hasn't got the pace to break away from these packs. He can get ahead of it, but then that's it. Meanwhile, oh goodness me, what's going wrong there with our yellow runner, that being the number 8 of Hobbs? If there's an issue, to be fair, it might just be a wheel rubbing against some bodywork that we can see every so often, but he is under some pressure there from Owens, and with also the car of Jones just behind, that being the number 47 of Sean Jones. Then we do have 3 members of the Jones family out there, and he being the last place one at the moment, with Smith a bit further back in 15th. Only 15 runners out on circuit. But coming back to our leaders here, let's not forget about them. They're on our screen, and well, in fact, our top 10 runners, I should say. We do have the number 51 that's still holding on, and Wilkinson throwing everything at this versus Hemingway, but all it does is let Patworth and Horan run away. We will get one more lap, I believe, after this one. We've got a minute left on the clock. It's going to be very close, and Adam Jones right now still leading. Gap as they went on to this lap, 1.62 seconds. Williams will be hoping there's another lap in this one, because he is closing little by little, and on that last lap he was able to make his way on through. In an interesting development as well, we do have 5-second post-race time penalties for track limits for the number 51 and number 88. So take the 51 of Hemingway that's in 7th right now and add 5 seconds to its end of race time, and currently that would demote it, I believe, to just outside the top 10 unless I'm mistaken. In fact, no, it would not. It would demote it only to 8th place behind Wilkinson, but we'll see whether we can see Mike Jones get a close, because if so, he might be able to inherit a position come the end of this one. Kersey as well with the 88 there, picking up the track limit penalties. That's going to put him a bit further down the order in time, but it actually doesn't demote many places currently. But 10 seconds left on the clock, and our leader goes on then for a final turn of the circuit and our final lap of racing here at Snetterton 300 today. And Adam Jones right now, 9, that it's only 1 second between him and Williams. That gap is coming down at a rate of knots. If Williams can get close going into the infield, there's no guess as to how this is going to end. But Adam Jones surely at this point has got to be thinking to himself, this has got to be enough to take a win off of Nathan Williams. If not, I don't know what to do. Well, these two, they've opened up a 2.4 second gap over 3rd place runner Evans, and credit where it's due to Evans, he is not going slowly. He is really hustling out there. It's the number 5 of Michael Evans, but the problem is he's just not able to stay with his top 2. He mentioned at the end of race number 1 about needing to manage front tyre wear, and well, he's continuing to learn how to manage it as he chases on through, but it's looking as though that 3rd place versus Watson is going to comfortably be his. But as the leader's coming down in towards Agostini, further back in the picture, we can also see the fight for 5th is starting to queue itself up to the ultimate crescendo on this final lap. But the leaders here taking precedence, understandably, because they're fighting for the overall honours, was from them. We do see the number 7 and the 88 there. They're fighting over 10th, but keep in mind, wherever Kersey finishes, he will have 5 seconds added to his post-race time, so therefore this battle on track is not going to be the deciding factor in how it all ends between them. But from them and the fight for 10th place, we jump all the way back up to the front of the field again, And here we do see Adam Jones and Williams there making their way on through the last of the major corners of the 100 layout, and now they make their way onto the back straight, back onto the outfield here, now making their way under the gantry. And as they do, well, Adam Jones right now coming onto that Bentley straight, he would have been about 8 tenths clear. That gap has come down a bit as the sector times are swinging massively in the favour of Williams. Further back, Kersley trying to go around the outside there of Middleton, a bit of a door up between the two of them, but they give each other space to coexist, at least coming out to Williams down the Bentley straight. But as they come through, well, there's your leaders, and the gap now less than half a second as they come through Bombhole Corner. It's Coram, Murray, and then the centre straight to go, and Williams right now is absolutely hauling out there, but I don't think it's going to be enough. I think he'll need another lap to try and give us the battle that he so desperately wants. Adam Jones just needs to nail one corner, that's all he's got to do here. And as he makes his way out of Murray's corner, well, it's been 4 wins out of 5 this season for Nathan Williams. The other one has gone to Adam Jones, and well, it's going to be, as they roar the way along, a drag race to line, but Adam Jones will take it, and it's with his second win of the season ahead of Nathan Williams. It will then be a sizable gap before Michael Evans cross the line in third, ahead of number 12 of Watson. Well, none other than Matthew Watson having a good run to fourth, and then fifth will go the way of Huron, ahead of Patworth, with Wilkinson finished 7th, Hemingway 8th with a 5-second post-race time penalty. That will seem stay 8th, and then it will be Mike Jones in 9th, ahead of Middleton, who was beaten to 10th place on the road by Kersley, but then the 5-second post-race time penalty swapping their places, and that'll be how your top 10 finish. But this man on camera, will what a drive for him. Adam Jones in the end took the lead, and he never looked back. And here are your provisional results, ladies and gentlemen, subject to any steward's inquiry. So for round number 6 of the OT Publishing Coupe Cup with Toyo Tires over their 2025 campaign, Adam Jones taking a victory here in the second race of the day at the Snetterton 300 circuit by 2.5 tenths over Nathan Williams. The run of victories may have come to a bit of an abrupt halt for Nathan Williams here, but still, what a drive for him to take second, and Adam Jones will know that win will be a huge factor in him knowing he can beat his younger rival. Michael Evans, a third place there, added to a podium from race 1 and a brilliant pole position lap. He won't be upset about that, an absolutely deserved third, with Matthew Watson in 4th, ahead of Neil Hurren, who completed your top 5. From Hurren, he held off Max Patworth, and Patworth in the end finishing 6th, and I think he'll be looking to go back to the drawing board before they head to Lyddon Hill in a month and a half's time, with Ben Wilkinson in 7th, battling hard with Dave Hemingway. What a battle between them. You'd think they were battling for the podium given how hard they fought. Mark Jones was also in the mix there, 9th, ahead of Kevin Middleton, the number 7 all-yellow machine, taking another top 10. He'll be happy with that. Harley Kersley with a 5-second post-race time penalty, demoted to 11th in best of the rest form, with Sean Jones, Gary Hobbs and Roger Owens completing the top 14. Fastest lap of the race going to Nathan Williams, set on lap 5, a 2-minute 26.11, an absolutely brilliant lap, no doubt about it, but not enough for him to close the gap to Adam Jones. Jones, in this race at least, looking untouchable, and he needed that. He needed a huge injection of confidence, and he's got exactly that, no doubt about it, ladies and gentlemen. But that brings to a close all of our racing here today for the Britcar Endurance Championship one-day event at the Snetterton 300 circuit for this wonderful Saturday, the 31st of May. However, whilst the race may be complete, this broadcast is not complete yet, because it would not do appropriate without us having a chat with some of our drivers down in Park Ferme as they gradually make their way on around. And well, it will be to my good colleague Ewan Dunlop to be able to bring you and those post-round interviews with our top 3 finishers in due course. And we do say hello there to Luca Stacchini, or Stacchini I should say, get his name right, and well, he is a big name in the OT Publishing Coupe Cup. If you see him there in the YouTube chat, do say hi to him for the simple reason, absolutely lovely guy, and he was one of the big stars of the 2024 campaign. And we also do say hello to Erwin Greven, who says great racing and absolutely enjoying it. And indeed, we've ended on an absolute high. I mean, we had the high, of course, of the Britcar Endurance Championship races, and then to end on this as we see all of our cars making their way now past the final corner into the pit lane. And well, their story will continue in a month and a half's time. It will be, if you want to continue following them, on Saturday the 18th of July. They'll head to Lyddon Hill, so down in the county of Kent, the short, simple and sweet circuit for their 4th weekend, rounds 7 and 8, and they will continue to make their way forward as that will really mark their halfway point in their 2025 series schedule. And we'll emerging from here, at least provisionally, it's going to be 4 wins to Nathan Williams, 2 to Adam Jones. Can anybody add their name to the mix firstly? That's going to be a big question of those winners, and if so, can they potentially stop the momentum that's rising for Nathan Williams? Adam Jones will think he's done enough to dent the momentum. However, Nathan Williams, you can be certain of one thing: he may be quite young, and indeed it might be his first time in terms of this year racing outside of the simulator in a real life machine, but he is not going to be stopped if he can help it, and he's definitely shown that over the course of the racing today. But as we do have there all the cars into the pit lane, and also our Marshall's pickup truck there, following them on through, doing the last inspections of the circuit. Well, I do believe our presentation team down in the pit lane just catching up. And in fact, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's cut down to pit lane to Ewan, who's going to give us a word with our drivers to see us through to the end.
Cheers, Paul. It is a 2-win season now for Adam Jones. He's just getting his helmet off somehow, been removed here almost. Can we get in? You getting that helmet off, or your hair wasn't very good last time, was it?
No, it's staying on again. Staying on again.
Mate, 2 wins in the season. Well done.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a tough one. I knew we were probably going to be a bit slow towards the end because I'm dying as it is in this heat, and I knew Nathan was always going to stay at his strong pace, so I had to distract him early, get Mike Evans involved. I thought they were going to have it out for a bit longer, and I thought I was going to have a bit more time, but thankfully it held on. Great car as always, so yeah.
It's only 3 rounds in, but looking like a 2-man race at the minute.
Well, we've still got more people. Ben's going well, Max is there or thereabouts, so I'm not going to count my stars just yet.
Go and celebrate, well done.
Cheers, thanks.
Cheers, buddy, thank you. Right, let's move on to Nathan Williams. We'll get him in a second. Let's go and have a chat with Mike Evans first of all, then we'll come back to Nathan. Can I jump in? Is that okay? Did you say you've got a penalty, did you say?
I don't know. Someone was showing me on TSL it's saying that I've got a penalty, but it's not showing up on the final result.
We didn't.
And it said track limits, and I'm sure I didn't go off more than, I think I sort of maybe touched them sensor maybe twice.
Okay.
But yeah, so I'll wait and see. But either way, a very good race.
Let's say you're third for now, second at the great weekend.
Fantastic, yeah, best weekend I've ever had racing. Yeah. So, I mean, I know I said this before, but I've just got to say thanks to Matt again, wherever he's gone, for letting me borrow his car, because best weekend I've ever had racing. Fantastic. So
now this makes you quite competitive, actually, doesn't it?
For today, yeah. I mean, yeah, we'll see what happens when I go back to other cars again. I like this one a lot, but it's Matt's, unfortunately.
Well,
so
you've got the keys right now, so
yeah, very true. So
mate, go and celebrate. Well done.
Great, thank you very much.
Cheers, buddy. We'll just jump in with Nathan as well. Still our championship leader with 4 wins so far. Picked up 1 earlier on today. Competitive racing. Happy with your weekend's business?
Yeah, I think the pace has been there. Obviously had a few moments in that race which sort of just pushed me too far down from Adam to catch him, but I think I've shown again that I have the pace, and it's been a really good weekend overall.
You two look fantastic. You're like a couple of seconds clear of the rest of the field. What is it that you two are doing that the others maybe aren't?
Good question. I don't know. I don't know myself, but I'm guessing just driving faster.
More to come next week? Or next round?
Yeah, next round at Lyddon, hopefully. Yeah, I'm hoping to have another good weekend there. It's a track I've never been or never really seen much racing at, but I'm really looking forward to hopefully some more wins.
That round is about 6 weeks away, so what do you do? Do you still spend time in the car between now and then?
No, I just sort of leave Alex with the car between rounds. I'll get up to quite a bit of sim preparation for it, and then sort of just trying to watch any onboards I can find online and sort of try and learn the track and everything I can.
Fantastic. Well, good luck rest of the season. Good weekend as well. Well done.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy. Right, that is it for today. It is just a 1-day competition here this weekend at Snetterton. However, if you really want your BARC fix, of course, there is racing going on at Anglesey on BARC TV right now. So that continues tomorrow. Ian Waterhouse and Dave Goddard taking charge of that one. But for myself, Ewan Dunlop and Paul Walsh, your commentator, and the entire team here at a incredibly beautiful Snetterton, best I've ever seen it. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. And for now, goodbye from Norfolk.